throughout the barns. I want to thank you for the privilege that we get to come before this stock show and worship your name, Lord. I want to thank you for the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo, for all they do for the youth of Texas across the state. I want to thank you for each and every friendship that is fostered within these walls of the barn. I want to ask that you pray over all the livestock and the exhibitors today as they come in and out of the ring. I ask that you pray over the judges and let them speak their truth on a microphone and talk the cattle accurately and efficiently today. And Lord, I ask that you pray over each exhibitor as it travels home today, Lord, and that everyone gets home safe. It's your name, your son, Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, if you could direct your attention to the American flag, we're pleased to have with us Ms. Riley Stokes of Bryan, Texas. She's a member of the Brazos County 4-H, attends Rudder High School, 11th grader there, member of the State 4-H Council, and she'll be exhibiting a Angus heifer this morning.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now, if you could direct your attention to the Texas flag on the opposite end of the stage, we're fortunate to have with us Brendel Harper of Littlefield, Texas, a Lamb County 4-H member. She's homeschooled there, but a senior, and is a member of the State Council and be showing barrows here at this year's show.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
And to lead us in our national anthem this morning, we're fortunate to have with us Brylan Ferrick of Garden City, Glasscock County 4-H member. She's a junior in high school to be showing steers here at the show next week and a member of the State Council.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
That's good enough for the Super Bowl.
Thank you, young people. We appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, a fine example of the product that our 4-H and FFA program produces, and that is top-notch young people. Appreciate all of you being a part of our opening ceremonies in San Antonio today. Good luck to you. Best of luck. And this will be class call, first class Angus. If you haven't gotten to the arena, please go to the staging arena on the south side. And we're sorry that the barn mic for paging has been misplaced from the announcer stand. We're working on finding it so we can get the class calls around the barn, but this will be class 1 for Angus, and Class 1 for Hereford on the north, Angus on the south.
I don't know what. It's all right.
Angus cattle, Class 1 to the south staging area. Final call. Let's move them up. Hereford cattle to the north staging area. Final call. Bring them up.
Okay, you Hereford exhibitors, we found our barn mic, so we need Class 1 Herefords up to the north staging area at this time. We want to have a efficient show, get here on time, give the judge plenty of time to look at your cattle, so we need Class 1. Class 1's not real big, 4 heads, so Class 2, be ready, and really the first 4 classes, there's no more than 4 heads, so kind of get those first 4 classes tuned in and ready to go on the north side for our Hereford show.
First call for Class 2, Angus. This is final call. Class 1, Angus, final call. They're moving your class into the arena. Class 2, you need to be checking into the staging area. In the Angus show, Class 3, you need to be getting ready and moving toward the staging gate on the south side of the arena.
Again, Herefords, we need you to the north staging area. We're putting the final, we're about to lead the first class into the ring, so Class 2, Hereford females, we need you to the north staging area.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to have with us in the South Arena today Mr. Shane Works from Manhattan, Kansas. Shane is currently working as the purebred beef unit manager at Kansas State University. In addition, Shane owns and operates his own Hereford and Angus seed stock operations. Shane attended Butler Community College. Following that, he went to Kansas State University, where he graduated in 2004. And during his time at the Kansas State campus, Shane was the high point individual in cattle at the American Royal and former president of your National Junior Hereford Board. And he is currently married, has 3 children, and his wife, Ashley, his kiddos, Nora, who's 6.5, Brooke, 5, and Ivy, 3. And his favorite thing about the livestock shows is the family atmosphere and the camaraderie that we have in the agricultural community. And we're very pleased to have Mr. Shane Works of Manhattan, Kansas, working the South Arena today.
I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our judge. He'll be working the breeds on the North Show Arena here today, Mr. Mark Ebeling from Burnett, Texas. Mr. Ebeling will be judging our Heifers, Simmental, Shorthorn, Polled Hereford, and Maine Anjou cattle here today. Mark lives in Burnett, Texas with his wife Stephanie. He and his wife together have 3 children and 5 grandchildren. One of his daughters, Holly, and spouse Steve, have children, or his grandchildren, Zane and Minna. One of his daughters, Kelly, and spouse Justin, have a child, Lindy. And one of his sons, Carl, and spouse Kaylee, have Hadley and Loxley. Mark enjoys ranching, especially with cattle and goats. Mark has both bred and shown national champions in 5 different breeds of cattle. He was Herdsman of the Year in 2 of those breeds and is judged across the U.S. and Canada. Mark's favorite thing about livestock shows and agriculture is the people you get to meet and how the friendships last a lifetime. Again, we're certainly proud and pleased to have Mr. Mark Ebeling working with our youngsters in the North Show Arena here today.
Final call for Class 2 Angus Heifers to staging. It's the second call for Class 3 to move up and be standing ready. Final call for Class 2 Angus exhibitors. Final call, Class 2 Angus exhibitors. You need to be checked into staging.
A nice set of females to start our Hereford show off this morning. The young lady that's going to start the class, I think, for me, whenever I view her out here, she is carrying a little more condition than the other three out here, but at the same time, when I get on top of her, there's a really nice turn to that rib cage. She's deep-sided. She balances up nicely. Maybe when she gets that around the ring, I'd like to free her up a little bit, but all four of them are struggling a little bit out here on the carpet this morning to really move the way I'd like to see them. But the deepest bodied, thickest made, stoutest female to start the class. Very attractive female in second. A female that has some length of top to her, good hip, has some extension through her front, little frailer in her makeup than the female that's starting the class, not as much substance to her, and therefore she winds up second. And then our greenest female in the class is wound up third, a female that if she continues to come with more days on feed and can go ahead and develop and expand a little bit, I think a female that has the right lines and look to her, one that could get really good as she develops and gets a little older. Young man closing out the class, this dark red female, a female much like the three in front of her. She has some length of body. She has some length of hip. Maybe her neck sets in her just a little bit lower, and when she moves out, she wants to kind of keep her hocks behind her a little bit on the move. Four good females, all that have a chance to develop into good brood cows further down the way.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. Those comments on our first class of Hereford Heifers win the class. Class 3 Hereford females, we need you to the north staging area. Class 3.
Got the wrong mic down there. I got to go down there and turn it off.
Class 3 Hereford Heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Only two in that class, so Class 4 needs your females to the north staging area as well. We need exhibitor number 17405. 17405 to the north staging area. You're about to miss your class. You'll be going in next. So exhibitor number 17405 to the north staging area with your Hereford heifer.
I'd like to remind our exhibitors that here at San Antonio, your champion calves are numbered, and we'll have the calf champion classes 5 and 6 following the class 4 in the division. The mic's in the red bucket over there. Y'all help him get the mic, please.
Well, good morning, folks. Nice morning here in San Antonio, and a great way to start off our show. A big day of showing heifers here, and very, very competitive. Nice big group of Angus heifers here. Two really good females to start off, in my mind. Females that are really similar in a lot of ways. They're big-bodied and they're practical in terms of their structure, and they're going to be functional, efficient cows. They have some width, they have some dimension in terms of muscle, yet they have that extra look and attractiveness that you're looking for when you get out here on the carpet at a show of this quality. Heifer of the young man's that is going to win for me. She does so when you get her out on the move. I just love the way she comes together. She's so fluid, she's so sound off of both ends of her skeleton, and yet her balance gets even better in my mind, and her pieces fit together so well. When she gets out on the move, she's long-necked, she's good in her lines, and again, she's a heifer, like I mentioned. She's got plenty to her. Just love the way she moves and combines those things. A young lady's heifer, again, very similar, close placing in my mind. Heifers that are the same general kind. You get her out on the move, maybe just not quite the fluidity that the heifer right above her has. Maybe doesn't handle that hind leg quite as well. Maybe dips her loin just a little bit when we get her going. But that's nitpicking a good heifer. I think she's a heifer that when we compare to the ones below her, certainly excels in terms of attractive and balance and quality. Just a very, very attractive, high quality female there to be second. Young man's got a good heifer in third. Just a really solid kind of Angus female. She's practical, got some body, got some dimension. Maybe not quite the look, and maybe not quite the presence in her hind leg set and in her neck, maybe compared to those two heifers that are above her. But a heifer that's going to make a really nice cow for that young man, just practical as can be, and that's why she ends up where she is. She has a big structural advantage, I think, over the heifer that comes next. The heifer in fourth, you love her stopped. She's stout, she's big-bodied, she's got a good look to her. Maybe like to change her just a little bit there in her rear too, as she handles it, as she goes out on the move. Give her a little more flex in her hock and her rear pastern. But again, a really nice female. As we compare her to some below her, she's got a really good look and really attractive and powerful. Interesting heifer here, the young man's that comes next. Very powerful in terms of muscle. Atypical, perhaps, even for a breed. Really, really expressive in terms of muscle. Probably, honestly, a little too much for me, but if you wanted to find an Angus female to add a little more muscle, I think she's going to do that. We'd maybe change her a little structurally, change her a little from a doability standpoint, but a nice female. Young lady's got a good solid female, a couple of real nice heifers here as well. Maybe not quite as big hipped or as stout as some others, but very nice solid Angus females. As we go down the line here, again, a really good group of females. Maybe just get a little plainer, maybe we change them a little structurally if we could, but a very strong class here to start off our Angus breed.
Over on our Hereford side, this set of March heifer calves before me. A young man that starts the class, I think it's a female. For me, whenever I view her from the side view or I get on top of her, there's just more female here than the other three in the class. Female that's very attractive, has some extensions, has nice footwork when she gets around the ring, really powerful out through her hip and down her top. The young lady in second, this dark red female, a female for me when I view her compared to the female in third, a female that has a lot better turn to her top. She balances up really nice from her chest back to her flank. I know she doesn't have the big belly that a lot of y'all are used to looking at, but she's very sound. She's very functional. She's got a massive hip in her as well, much like the heifer that started the class. Female in third gives you a nice look when this young lady gets her set up. She has some length of body, length of hip to her. For me, I like to stouten her up in her forerib all the way up behind her shoulders. She gets a little narrow all the way through. Like to just pull her apart to go with all that belly and mass that she's showing today. Young man closing out the class, a female that doesn't have probably as much feed ran through her as the three that were ahead of her. A female that has some length of hip, a length and top to her. Just needs more time to develop and see what she does.
This heifer shown by Thomas Tomby, Montgomery FFA. We're now placing Class 3 in our Hereford Heifer Show. Class 4, we need you ready to come on in.
Well, another good class of Angus heifers here. Some March heifers, really good place to start in my mind. The young lady's heifer is, again, one of those that combines a lot of good things, maybe similar to what we've seen with our top end of the last class. She's practical in the way her body shape is. She's got some width and dimension. Maybe not just, we could maybe nitpick her on a little small things structurally, but as we compare her to her contemporaries in this group, I think she's the soundest, and yet she has that look and presence. Her neck comes up high out of her shoulders. She's correct in her lines. So just a good heifer. Really nice place to start in my mind. A heifer that kind of slides up logically the more you study them. Interesting decision here between second and third. There's a more moderate heifer that's very attractive in second. There's a heifer that's a little more high performance, a little more to her, maybe a little plainer look in third. So it makes for an interesting decision. They're not exactly the same type of females. I think it's really close yet, and you could really go back and forth, or I did in my mind, because they both have good things, and they both have maybe a few things you change. The heifer that's going to be second is just a little more attractive in her look. She's really correct in her lines. She's really balanced and proportional. She's really clean-necked, maybe, excuse me, maybe even perhaps pushing the limits for me, yet I think she has enough body that she appears she's going to have enough doability later in life as you think about her as a cow. So I like her added look and balance. She'll be second. Love the body and length and performance. The amount of female that is in this heifer here in third. She's just a little plainer neck, gets a little higher in her tail head, wants to dip there in her loin just a little bit. Maybe if we could balance her up just a little bit, then you'd have a really nice heifer. Again, she's one maybe we'd change just a little bit structurally if we could. But love the heifer's performance, body dimension, a lot to that female. Nice heifer here in fourth. The young man's, I think, as we compare it to the heifers that come next, there's more attractiveness and balance in her. The heifer, the young ladies that comes next, again, one of those heifers, you love her length and performance. Maybe just like to give her a little more look and attractiveness if we could. Same goes for the young man's heifer that comes next. A nice female, but maybe needs to be a little deeper bodied, a little sounder structured on the move.
Thank you very much for that overview of Class 2. Angus exhibitors, we're moving in Class 3 at this time. Class 4, you need to be checking into staging. Class 4 to staging. Final call for Class 3, Angus. Class 4 to staging, please.
Over on our Hereford side, I've got a pair of February females before me. A young man that's starting the class, a female that you have to appreciate the substance, the bone, the way this female gets around the ring, takes a nice stride around when she gets out on the move, balances up fairly nicely from her chest floor back to her flank. Just a good broody female to start the class. Young lady with this heifer in second, a very attractive female as far as from her shoulder back, the length of top, the length of hip that she has. Not carrying the condition, maybe not as big a frame female as the one that starts the class, but a good female in her own right as far as where her lines are at and where she's at in the stage of her development. One that could sure use to be more competitive, maybe in the show ring, maybe a little more time on feed, and she's going to continue to improve and get better down the road.
Well, another fun class of Angus heifers here. February's, I think, we're in. Two really nice heifers again here that kind of sort up to the top of the class pretty logically. Two females that, again, that have that body dimension, that have that width of skeleton and muscle, have those functional things about them, yet have just a little more look. But once you get to comparing these two, I think the young lady's heifer just hits you a little harder. She just comes together a little from a proportional standpoint. Her neck comes a little higher out of her shoulder. She's a little stronger there in the way that her hip hooks into her pin set and into her tail head. She's a little leveler in that regard. I like her that way. She's sound structured, yet has a little stronger hind leg. She sits down on a touch more foot and gives you a little more attractive hind leg set there. And again, just big-bodied, bold-made, a nice female there in that regard. Again, the young man's heifer is cut from the same mold. Just maybe a couple little things we change about her as we're comparing these really good ones. Set her tail head into her top line just a little neater. Maybe give her just a little more attractive in her set in her hind leg. But I do like that she's very strong structured. She's long strided. She's big-bodied. She has those big advantages over the heifers that are below her. She's deeper flanked, deeper sided, easier fleshing and sounder structure than the heifer that comes next. Two good heifers here in third and fourth. There's a heifer that's maybe a little better in the move in fourth, heifer that's maybe a little nicer stopped and gives you a little more look in third. So it's a close decision there that could go really either way. I opted for the heifer that just gives you a little more attractive and a little more balanced look from the side. Really like that about her, although I do have misgivings in the way she handles her hind leg. I'd like to give her a little more flex to her rear hock if we could. A heifer, again, that we just described in fourth, heifer that's got a ton of muscle. I think as you compare it to the three heifers that remain, much higher quality in terms of balance and in terms of quality look from the side. Just like to deepen her up a little in her flank. There, again, one of those set her tail head into her top line just a little nicer as well. Good heifers here of the young folks that coming next. We just like to change them a little in terms of balance. Heifer needs a little more look there. That's in fifth. Heifer that's really easy doing, but almost to a fault of the young ladies that comes next. Like to freshen her up. It's probably restricting her movement a little bit. Heifer that needs just a little more body, but is sounder structured and fresher that finishes up.
We thank you for the overview in our Class 3. Class 4, Angus will be moving in. We'd like to remind you, Angus exhibitors, that classes 5 and 6 are our champion classes. So next class we're calling to the staging area is Class 7 Angus to staging, please.
Over on our Hereford side, this 3 January females before me. A young man's female that's starting the class off, a big high volume female, any way you look at her. When she gets out on the move, she's really free and easy traveling around the ring. You get behind her and she balances up from her top all the way back to her rear end. Just a stout female to start my class. Then it gets interesting. There's three different types of females before me. I chose to go ahead and use a female that I know that's a little taller. A female that for me, though, compared to the heifer and third, she's just a little stouter made there in her forerib, a little nicer down her top, and the way her hip fits into her tail head, just a little different type than what we usually see out here in the show ring. Within the Hereford genetics, all the different genetics out there, you can see some variation like this. But a really good stout yellow female that I think will develop into a cow that can produce some bulls and herd bulls for this young lady down the way. Young man with this heifer in third, a female that does have some depth and body to her. She does have some length down her top. Like I said, I like to stouten her there in her forerib, stouten her down that top, right behind her shoulder, give that rib cage just a little more turn to it, and she's pushing about as much brisket as I feel like a yearling heifer should be pushing at this stage of the game.
Thank you. We're currently selecting our heifer calf division winners over here on the north staging area. So class 7 Hereford females, there's only 2 in that class. So classes 7 and 8, we need to get your heifers down to the north staging area. Classes 7 and 8, Hereford heifers to the north staging area.
Attention in the barn, Angus exhibitors in class 7, you need to be checking into the staging area at this time. Class 7, Angus to staging. We'd like to also remind you folks in the grandstands, if you have friends and neighbors back home that couldn't be here in San Antonio with us this morning, that they can follow the judging activities of the Junior Heifer Show here in Wave 2 over the internet by logging on to taylorfort.com/live for live coverage as it happens here in the judging arena.
Over on our Horn Hereford side, this is a set of our calf champion female drive this morning. I think there's 8 females before me that as a group, they get pretty uniform out here. My 4 first place females, I think for me, whenever I look from my youngest up to my oldest female, I see some similarities in these 4 females, and much like the 4 behind them, I think they follow along behind really well. Good set of females. The structure on this set of females looks really good. They're all capable of moving around the ring, and as they spend more time out here, they'll free up and even get better. but functional cattle that I think all of these juniors can continue to show and be very competitive. And then when they get through with their show career, I think there's some cow prospects in this group that these young ones can continue to breed Hereford cattle, hopefully, and produce herd bulls or range bulls or whichever way they want to go, or make show heifers, whatever they want to do. I'm not going to talk about each one of them again. I think you can see the kind of cattle that I was trying to get to the top whenever you view across the fence, or I hope you can. Good set of females, good set of kids. Let's give all these kids that have came through in the calf division a round of applause, and I'll get you a champion in reserve pulled out.
And then your heifer calf changes in our Hereford show. Coming to us out of class number 4. That's Jarrett Royal, Mason County 4A.
Well, an interesting class of January Angus heifers here. Nice females up and down, but there are little things we'd maybe change about all of them. But a fun class to sort through. There's different types, there's different kinds, and different ways you could go. I think there's lots of possibilities and options in this class, depending on where you want to place your emphasis. I landed on the heifer that of the young ladies that wins the class. Just very attractive. She's very fresh in her appearance. She's long-sided. She's yet deep-bodied. Maybe not as big-hipped as some we've seen, or as big-boned, but I think she has certainly enough. She's very up-headed, very attractive in the way that her neck attaches to her shoulder. Just a really nice female in terms of attractiveness and freshness and balance. I think she has that advantage over the others within this class. And I think, relatively speaking to her contemporaries, I think her structure is pretty solid. And I think it's certainly better, and I prefer it over some of the heifers that are below her. So that certainly played into it as well. Heifer that comes next to the young man's just a very solid kind of Angus female. She's moderate, she's deep, she's got enough to her. Not as much look as some other heifers out here, but just a very practical kind of Angus female. She's going to be a good cow for that young man. He gets done showing her here down the line. Just a nice kind of Angus female. Kind of the same goes for the young man here in third. Again, one that's got some body, some moderation. She looks like a heifer that's going to have some fleshing ability later in her life. A heifer that's solid in terms of structure as well, and a heifer that, again, doesn't have the look maybe of some that we see, but a nice female nonetheless. Same kind of description for the young lady in fourth. very big-bodied. Again, a female that's going to be easy doing and easy fleshing, but again, one that's a little plainer in terms of her balance. Change her maybe a little, neaten her up a little in her neck. Change her there in the way that her hip and hind leg is construction from a balance standpoint. But a heifer that I do really appreciate her body and depth and dimension. Two more interesting females here that come next in 5th and 6th. They're stout and big-bodied, but they're just two that aren't quite getting around the ring well enough off their hind two for me. Sure like to change their way they handle their rear pasture and give them a lot more flex there. If they do, that's going to probably slide them up quite a bit. The young man's coming next here in 6. Heifer that would sure like to maybe change her head a little bit if we could, but I appreciate those two balance. Nice female here as well. Again, just one we need to change structurally. Heifers that need a little more look as we come down the line.
And
Starting our fall division on the Hereford side, a pair of winter heifer calves before me. Two different types. Looking over, you can sure see them. This female I'm starting the class with, a female that has a tremendous amount of body and depth to her. She balances up really nicely. Got a nice hip and has some extension out through her front. I'd like to give her a little more frame. I think she's as little as one needs to be for a year old or she's already 15 months old. I'd like to see her a little bigger, but I really appreciate the design and the way she's put together. Young man's female in second, a female that has got some length of body. She just, for me, when she gets out on the move, she wants to come apart a little bit in that top, right up there in her hip. She wants to drop her loin down in her. When I get behind her, she's just not as smooth out through that hip. And when you get in front of her, I'm satisfied with the extension she has there. Maybe like to change just the way her shoulder sets in her a little bit and let her stride out just a little freer. Congratulations. Nice pair of heifers.
We need classes 9 and 10 in our Hereford show, classes 9 and 10 to the north staging area. Classes 9 and 10, Hereford heifers, please report to the north staging area.
Final call for Class 7 Angus to staging. Final call for Class 7 Angus heifers to staging.
Well, let's give these young people a round of applause here in this calf champion Angus division. Been really a fun division of cattle to sort through here, and a lot of good cattle, a lot of good kids, and doing a great job. And you get these firsts and seconds out here, and I think it's pretty impressive in my mind. These are awful nice heifers that are really, really good, and it's fun to see them come out here, and I think be fairly consistent and kind as well. And we've had the numbers that within these classes that you can get those cattle that you kind of want to sort up. You have some options. So I'll talk about them really fast, give you a little idea of what I'm thinking and how they compare to each other. The heifer that wins the first class, again, we talked in class just how good she is when she gets out on the move. Her pieces really come together. She's really long strided and sound structured. I love that about her. Big bodied female, maybe not quite as powerful in terms of muscle as we compare to a couple of these other class winners, but she's got enough to her, certainly. So a heifer that's certainly in contention, and I like a lot of things about that heifer, and just love her when she gets out on the move. Heifer that comes and wins the second class, again, a heifer that's really bold in terms of muscle. It has some body shape as well, really bold in the middle part of her rib. Maybe we get her out here compared to these others. Maybe you give her just a little more forerib if you could, and a little bit of flank there, maybe neaten her tail head up into her top line a little bit. Heifer that's sound structured as well, but maybe not quite as sound structured as a couple others out here, but a stout, powerful female that's made good as well. You like, again, a lot of things about that female. My compliments to her. Interesting heifer here that wins the third class. Very, very powerful in terms of stoutness and dimension. Plenty of muscle, a little more bone, a little more foot size in this female as well. She's really good in the terms of her body shape. She's a little more uniform in her body depth. Like that about her as well. A heifer that, again, is sound structured and can get around and go for having that much dimension. Gives you a good look as well. A fresh, attractive female that wins the final class. Big bodied and deep sided. Maybe as we get her out here and compare her to a couple of these other females out here, maybe we give her just a little more width and shape in terms of muscle. Maybe give her just a little more look and free her up just a little bit in terms of structure. But I love her freshness. I love her body. A really attractive female there. I'll look at them one more time. I'll show you the two that I like best. There's certainly a couple seconds there that will be worthy of contention, depending on who we go with here to win the division, excuse me. But just an outstanding division of heifers. I'll show you the two that I like best.
Class 10, Hereford female, we need you to the north staging area. Class 10, after 10 we'll go to division, so Class 13, start getting it on your mind. Class 10, Hereford female, is one in that class. We need you to the north staging area. Class 13, Hereford, start getting it on your mind.
Over on our Hereford side, a set of senior heifer calves before me. A big stout female to start the class with. She's as big as I think one needs to be. I think she, as far as her frame size, but with that frame that she has, balances up really nicely from her chest back. When you get on top of her, big turn to her top, big stout hip, has a nice foot shape as well. Nice place to start my class. I think the female in second follows her as close as far as type and kind. Another female that has some frame to her. She has some turn to her top. Not quite as nice out through her hip as the female that starts the class. Maybe not quite as balanced and from as far as her chest floor back to her flank as the female that starts the class, but a good female in her own right as well. young lady with the dark red heifer here in third, a female that she's giving away some frame, which is fine, but for me, I like to pick her chest up and balance her up a little bit there. She wants to run downhill a little bit, but a female, much like the two before. She does have some quality. She does have some substance. A good future ahead of this female as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, over on the Angus side. Final call, Angus exhibitors for Class 7. You junior show exhibitors, please be reminded that our division classes are numbered. So when we get through with 4 classes in the division, we're needing to line up Class 7 in our second division. So Class 7, last and final call, will be moving in your class at this time. Last and final call for entry number 3602 in Class 7. They're moving your cattle in the arena. Last and final call, Class 7, 36052. You're needed in the judging arena at this time.
Class 8 Angus Heifers. We need you to the south staging area at this time. Class 8 Angus Heifers. We need you to the south staging area at this time.
Three late summer females before me over on the Hereford show side. Female that's starting the class, I think she overpowers the other two females from in my view today. A female that is extremely nice down her top, big stout hip in her, lots of turn to her rib cage. A female that has some extension. She's sure adequate on her bone work and her footwork when she gets around the ring as well. Young lady with this female in seconds, a different type of female, maybe not as quite as long-bodied a female, though, that has a big top and really stout. I'd like to see some fat melted out of her, but I think whenever we take that fat out of there, there's still some base to this female. I think she can balance up. She can balance up from her chest to her flank adequately. Nice foot shape to her as well. She can take a nice stride when she gets on the move. Then the heifer in third, one that's presented very well today. She's extremely attractive when you view her from the side view while she stopped. Her issues for me is when she wants to get out and move, I'd like to see her handle those back legs better, get them set down and drive off of them when she moves around the ring. But a very attractive heifer and one that can be used in a lot of different situations in years to come.
Class 8 Angus, you need to be checking into staging, please. Class 8 Angus heifers to staging.
Just a single entry in our early summer or May female. Young lady's bringing a heifer to me. I really like where she's at as far as her condition. She's fresh. She's not carrying a bunch of extra fat. She's not pushing a bunch up in her brisket. you're seeing her where she's at. A female, for me, much like some of my other class winners, I think she's got a tremendous amount of top to her, nice hip, and doing all that without having a bunch of fat to try to look through. You get behind her, her vulval development's where it needs to be for a female this age. I think just a very sound, functional female to win this class. Congratulations.
Class 13, Hereford females. Class 13, we need you to the north staging area at this time. We're now selecting our junior division winners, and we'll bring classes 13, 14, and I'm not showing a class 15, so classes 13 and 14, we need you to the north staging area.
Just a reminder, if you folks have friends and neighbors back home that couldn't be ringside here in San Antonio today in person, be sure to remind them they can follow all the judging activities in the junior show over the live stream on the internet. Just log on to taylorfort.com/live and click on the San Antonio show for the judging activities here in the Cattle Arena today.
Well, another big, strong class here. Nice big class of 16, 17, whatever we have out here. And two really good females here to start off as we get into our fall born. December, November Angus females. Two heifers that aren't the same frame size maybe, but I think are the same kind. They're, again, those females that combine a lot of those good things. They combine the functional traits, yet they have some look and attractiveness, and they're good in terms of structure. I think the young man's heifer is probably, honestly, this wasn't one of the major deciding factors, but suits me a little more from a mature cow size. She's a little more moderate. But the big reason she wins the class is just her look, her presence, yet she's deep-bodied and sound-structured and big-hipped, just very attractive, very proportional. A heifer that does really a lot of good things. A heifer that's probably in plenty good condition. I don't think she's over-conditioned. I don't know that she'll need to be, she can kind of be coasted as we go along here. Yet she's still good in her chest and good in her neck, and a heifer that, has that ability to convert as well. And so that's something that I appreciate about her as well. But just one of those females that combines look, attractiveness, stoutness, dimension, and structure. A good heifer as well. Heifer in second does those things as well. I think the small difference is she's just a little thicker neck. Her neck doesn't have quite high out of her shoulder. She's a heifer that maybe doesn't set in quite as nice in terms of her tail head and into her hip. But that's nitpicking a really nice heifer. I think as we compare her to the other females, she, again, fits a lot of those descriptions I just used for that class winner. She has a big advantage in terms of look and attractiveness and balance over the heifers that come next. Just a good female here in third. Again, one that maybe doesn't have quite the look of the heifers that are above her. Maybe it doesn't have quite the look of the heifers that are below her. But she's good in terms of her body. She's good in terms of her muscle. She's a heifer that's going to be practical. She's going to make a good kind of Angus female for that young man. Heifer with a lot of look in fourth. Heifer that's maybe not quite good in terms of structure. I'd like to change her in terms of her hind leg just a little bit if we could. Just a nice female as well. Congratulations. A heifer that just doesn't maybe give me quite as the cow look. That's some that are right above her, but a good female nonetheless. Heifer that comes in fifth is very attractive. You love her from the side. Maybe not quite as much to her as some heifers that are above her. Is just not quite as wide hip, not quite as much muscle in her. But that's a very, very attractive female that looks good out here in a very competitive class. Another pair of females here that, again, don't have quite the look. But good in terms of body, and yet when quite the look, it's the heifers that are above her, but they do well in terms of when you compare them to the remains. So good class of heifers here come that are going to round out several nice females. There's some different types and kinds, but there's some heifers that need just a little more look and attractiveness. There's some heifers that need just a little more structural integrity, but a nice set of females, and my compliments to these young people.
And we thank you.
Over on our Hereford side, this is our junior division before me here. I think a good group of females. These are Mays all the way back into November down here at our youngest class. I think if you're looking across the fence, you're seeing what I'm seeing. There's some difference in the type and kind, difference in frame score. If you want to look at them as far as frame, there's some that are probably for me are as small as they need to be, and then there's a couple of them out here as big as they need to be. So it's a give or take in my mind, but I think a good group of females before me. The heifers that are following on the other side, we had this single down here in the May division, but those other heifers that were in second, I think there's some females over there that probably don't have as many days on feed and probably hadn't been worked as hard as far as trying to make them into a show heifer, but females that are good in their own right that as breeding pieces can do some nice things for these kids. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll show you the two that suit me the most here this morning. Congratulations to all of you kids that have came through in this division.
Class 14 Hereford Heifers, we need you in the north staging area. We're leading in, Class 14, we need you in the north staging area. We're leading in Class 13. So Class 14 Hereford Heifers, we need you to the north staging area.
Attention Angus exhibitors in Class 9. This is your call to be in the staging area. We only have 3 entries in this class, so I'm asking Class 10 to be moved up and standing ready. These 2 classes are going to move pretty quick, and this will lead us to a fast division transition. So classes 9 and 10 need to be at staging. Classes 11 and 12 are champion classes, Angus exhibitors. So the next call will be for Class 13 following the junior division. So y'all be getting ready.
Starting off on our Hereford show, this is a set of spring yearling females. First thing I want to do is compliment these 2 young ladies before me, their parents, their advisors, whoever is helping these kids. It's nice to see a pair of spring yearling females come before you that are already starting to show some udder development, show you that they're going to get in production right at 2 years of age. So I commend both of these families involved with these 2 females for that. 2 very sound, functional females. Both of them take a nice stride around the ring. The female that I put up in front, really attractive female. When you view her, I think from the side view, you've got to appreciate the look that she's giving you, the way she's holding her top together with that big calf in her belly. Just a good, sound, functional female to start my class. Young lady with this female in second, lots of rib, lots of dimension to this female as well. Maybe not quite as nice in her chest floor out through her neck as this female that starts the class. Maybe not quite as powerful out through her hip, but a good female in her own right. Both of them in production. Congratulations to both of you young ladies. I love to see these kind of cattle come before me.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, Emily, for those comments on Class 13. Winning the class, Kenny Gidry, Washington County 4A. Second in that class, and a tough class, Brandon Barlow, Taylor County 4A. We're now bringing in our Class 14, Hereford females. Book shows 2 entries. Simmental Heifers. We're kind of getting close to winding down the Hereford show on our north judging ring here. So Simmental Heifers, you first class of semis, start getting it on your mind.
Over on our Hereford side, a pair of junior yearling females before me now. Again, congratulations to these two young men, their families, and their advisors for bringing junior yearling females that are already starting to show you some development, and that they're going to go ahead and get these calves on the ground here in the near future. I think two good females before me. It's kind of give or take on these two, in my opinion. They're very close, very similar. Whenever you look at the actual body mass that each of these females have, the substance, the bone they have, they're sure adequate getting around the ring. I guess the only thing that really separates the two from me, my dark red female, when I get right up in her hip, she lays into her tail head a little nicer, a little truer out through there. But good females, both of them, each in their own right. The red female, I think some people are going to holler you'd like to make her a little more extended out through her front. I sure think she's adequate. Young man's yellow heifer here, maybe a little cleaner and neater in her jawline, but maybe a little set in her chest a little different too. I'd like to tuck that up in her and balance her a little more. But really, two stout females as well in this junior yearling class as well. Congratulations to both of you young men.
We need our calf and our junior champions ready in the north staging area in our Hereford Heifer show. We need our heifer calf, and our junior division champions in the north staging area in our Hereford Heifer show. Simmental exhibitors, start getting it on your mind. The Simmentals will follow the Herefords in the North Arena.
Okay, over on our Hereford side, this is our senior division. We only had these 4 females come through here. Again, congratulations to all 4 of you. It is really nice to come to a junior event or any show and see a set of spring yearling females and a set of junior yearling females out before me in the ring that are all showing that they are bred. They're going to get in production. They're going to do what we're setting them up to do. It's fun to show these heifers and go around and win ribbons and stuff, but when it comes down to it, we want to get them in production and see what they can produce. Hopefully all of you kids that are out here or been showing or interested in becoming Hereford breeders, y'all run a good set in here in this senior division for me to look at. Let's give all these 4 kids and their families, their advisors, everybody involved with them a round of applause. Congratulations to all of y'all. I don't think I need to talk about these 4 a whole lot. I think if you're standing on the outside looking in, you can see what I'm seeing before me. 4 true females that all 4 of them are going to have the ability to go out and be productive and useful females for years to come. Congratulations, and I'll pick our champion in reserve.
Champion junior, our champion in our heifer division, exhibited by Jarrett Morrell, Marion FFA, and our reserve heifer calf, exhibited by Camp Love, Callisburg FFA. Our junior division winners, winning that honor, Alexa Rowe, Alito FFA, and reserve in our junior division, exhibited by Mackenzie McCullough, Austin County 4A. And our senior divisions we just selected. Our champion senior heifer, exhibited by Timmy Gidry, Washington County 4H. And our reserve in our senior division, Luke Hammond, Parker County 4H. From these females, we'll select our grand and reserve grand champion overall
Well, my apologies here on this class. Took a little longer here, but really a strong class, a big class of heifers, and the deepest and the strongest set of females, top to bottom, from a uniform standpoint, as I think came through here this morning in the Angus show, and there's none of those quote unquote bottom end type heifers out here. Obviously, somebody has to place down there, but very good all the way through and through. So my compliments to the young people out here exhibiting these in this class and the breeders that bred and raised these cattle. Just a very strong set of females. That being said, an interesting class of heifers that up here on the top end you like a lot about these females, but there are little things you'd change about them as well. And the place that I landed is a young man's heifer, and I think, again, she's a heifer that combines the most good things. She's a heifer that is attractive and stout and powerful. She's got some body depth. She gives you a tremendous look from the side when she's stopped. I'd be the first to admit that maybe we could free her up a little in terms of her structure. Just looping her up in her rear hip there and just give her a little more reach as she gets out and goes. She's sound enough, certainly. But I think as we study these heifers at the high level that we're at, you would maybe change that about her a little if you could. But when she stops, she gives you that look right there. She's a long neck, she's strong top, she's attractive in her lines, a tremendously attractive set to her hind leg in that regard. Big body, big hipped. She's a tick more moderate than her heifer that's right below her. And has that stoutness, but does it in a little smoother, more attractive, more feminine, more female-looking package. So a good heifer to start. Maybe we'd change her structure slightly if we could. The sharp-dressed man here in second, just a powerful female. She's interesting. If you like an Angus female that's different, that's kind of an outlier in terms of mass and substance and bone and body and muscle, she's your heifer. Now, she's maybe a little much for me. It'll be interesting to see how she does in production. Those type of females don't always get out and lay down and have a calf the easiest or milk the most, but that's not to say she won't. And I think her progeny, she's going to be able to transmit that kind of power and dimension to her. It's going to be pretty interesting. So, again, she's one that could be changed slightly structurally for me. Wants to turn out just a little there up front, just a little straighter in her hock, doesn't handle her hip quite as well as she could. And with that, there's so much power, she doesn't balance up quite as well as heifers that are on really either side of her. But a very, very interesting female that's just a true powerhouse there. Young man heifer here in third. Really attractive Angus female. She's maternal and feminine and female in her look. She's very female in her head and her neck. Love that about her. She has some muscle as well, not nearly the bone as the heifers that are above her. She has some body shape. She's a more moderate female, which certainly wasn't a reason she's in third. It's actually maybe a positive for her, but maybe just doesn't hit you quite as hard in terms of power as the females that are above her. And again, maybe if we're nitpicking just a little on structure, we change that on her as well. But again, a good female. Young lady, heifer here in fourth. Again, a heifer that's probably as sound as any we have in this class, and I love that about her. But one that when we get out on this high level of competition is maybe just a little plainer, a little thicker at the top of her neck. Doesn't have quite that balance and symmetry there in the rear third of her body. Would like to have that as well. Got a heifer here in fifth, the young lady that comes next. Just really another one of those practical, functional, powerful kind of females. She's going to be an easy fleshing brood cow for that young lady, I think, later in life, and that's certainly a positive trait. Several good heifers here as we come next. We could talk all about them. We just unfortunately don't have time to. A very, very strong class here from top to bottom. My compliments to the young people in this class.
Thank you. Final call for Class 9 Angus and Class 10. You need to be coming to the staging area. Class 10 Angus to staging.
Over on our Hereford side, this is our champion drive this morning. I think 6 really good females before me. There is some difference in type and kind, depending on what you're wanting to use them for or what you're wanting to do. There's some females out here I think that will fit a lot of different parts of the industry. But I think 6 females before me, in my opinion, that I could take into our part of the country, use them to produce some herd bulls or do some make show heifers, kind of whichever direction you want to go. I think the genetics probably are here. I think the structure is here. And I think the rib and dimension and shape is here in all 6 of these females. So I'm not going to go through and talk about each one of them again, much like I said earlier. If you're on the outside looking in, hopefully you can see what I'm trying to find and what I'm trying to get up to the top end of the class. And then you'll see whenever we start really going through them, structure-wise, what I'm trying to look for. But congratulations, a good set of horned Hereford cattle. Let's give all these kids a round of applause that have been through here this morning, and I'll get you a champion reserve pulled out. Congratulations again, kids.
And there's your grand champion, Hereford female, of the 2024 and 75th anniversary of the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo, from Kenyon Guidry, Washington County, 4A. Congratulations, Kenyon. And your heifer calf is reserve grand overall. That female is given by Jared Worrell, Marion FSA. Congratulations to our champion and reserve and our Horned Hereford Heifer Show, as well as all the youngsters that exhibited Horned Herefords. I'd like to thank all the interns and superintendents, and certainly our judge, Mr. Mark Evelyn, for doing an outstanding job of sorting and working through our Horned Hereford heifers. Simmental heifers, we're ready to go. We need our first class of Simmental heifers to the north staging area. Let's go ahead and bring our first and second class of Simmental heifers to our north staging area.
This is final call for Class 10 to staging. We're judging a 3-head class in Class 9. Classes 11, 12 are division champions, so this will be the first call for Angus heifers in Class 13. To make your way to staging. Class 13, Angus heifers. Let's make your way toward staging.
Well, kind of change it up here for a minute in the Angus ring. Nice set of 3 heifers out here. I think we're into kind of our August and July kind of summer-born heifers here. 2 really good females to start. They're very similar in a lot of ways. Again, they're heifers that combine adequate structure with lots of body, lots of meat and muscle and width in those females. So I think they're nice in terms of their size. The heifer that the young man's that's going to win, I think just a notch more look and balance in that female. She's fresh in her presentation. She's just a little neater in her neck. It comes out just a little higher in terms of her shoulders. Again, one that's a little more correct in terms of her lines. I think there's just a notch more balance in that female of these 2 females that are bigger bodied, better looking, a little more functional in terms of a lot of things. I think the heifer in second has maybe a tick more bone, maybe a tick more foot size to her, and a good heifer certainly in her own right. 2 nice females there to start the class. Young lady's got a good heifer here next as well. Just kind of gets overpowered here today, but she's going to go home and do some good things for that young lady. Nice class here again as we keep moving along and into kind of some intermediate born summer or May kind of June type heifers here, and some give and take in this class. Certainly things we change about all these heifers, but nice heifers nonetheless. The young lady that's going to win, a heifer that just does so in terms of balance. She's one of those that's really attractive in the way her neck comes out of her shoulders. She's correct in her lines. She's got lots of body. She's probably got a tick more frame size as we think about her as a mature cow than maybe I'd prefer, but I think she has the most good about her in this class. She's adequate in terms of structure. She looks like she's kind of starting to come along in terms of her getting into production, and a heifer that, again, I think excels the class in balance, so she's going to be your first place female within this particular class. Young lady coming next, again, a heifer that certainly does seem to be coming along in terms of being bred and getting her into production. She's even starting to bag up just a little bit. A moderate, deep-sided female. She's a female that's been able to convert feed into body condition, and maybe it detracts a touch from her balance, but I think it'll serve her well later on in life as we think about her coming in with her first calf here after a while. And just a nice, practical kind of Angus female there to be second in this class. Young lady's got a nice heifer here in third. She balances up well, just needs a little more to her. Give her a little more depth of body, certainly, and maybe just a little more muscle if we could as she goes. A heifer that's stouter, more powerful in terms of her bone work is the heifer that comes next, the young man's. I'm just afraid that she could have just a little more muscle, and I'm just afraid to see her kind of coming in with her first calf. She's maybe a heifer that's going to have a little more trouble maintaining body condition. I'd like to change that about her if we could.
Angus exhibitors with heifers in class 13, this is your final call to staging. Class 14, you can begin moving your way to the front of the staging area. Final call, class 13, Angus, to staging, please.
Well, another good division here in our Angus show, and just really a deep division. Lots of good quality cattle, especially in these first two classes. They're really, really strong from top to bottom, and certainly excellent females that come out here as well. Talk about them real quick and compare them to each other and let you know what I'm thinking here. But a class winner in the first class, just a really cowy female, I see her. Yet she still has that look. She's correct in her lines. She's very good in terms of structure. I like the functional traits that this female exhibits. I think she's going to be has a chance to be kind of that model Angus cow when she's standing there with a month-old calf, her first calf on her. Just deep-sided, big-bodied, attractive, moderate, sound-structured, yet has enough muscle as well. She's probably plenty far along in terms of condition, but I don't think she's too far along. That's nitpicking heifers out here, what you have to do when you get out in this quality level. So maybe we'd freshen her up slightly, but I don't think it's any kind of major detraction at all. A good heifer that was second behind her as well that exhibits a lot of the same qualities as she does as well. Intriguing heifer here that wins the second class, just powerful kind of female, really attractive from the side. She's correct in her lines. She's really bold in her hip, really big in terms of her muscle, her bone, and her footwork as well. Just a powerful Angus female. We get her out on the move. Maybe we'd change there just ever so slightly. I'd like to loosen her up just a little bit off of both ends, but I'd like to loosen her up and free her up just a little bit in the way she gets off her back end. And of course, those ones that have that much power, there's give and take in everything in how these cattle are made, and it's hard for them to do everything perfectly. So Stopped, that's a heifer that I really, really like. Powerful and stout and dimensional. But maybe we change her just a little bit on structure as we compare her to some of these others out here. Again, a very strong class with a heifer that was second that has exhibited a lot of the same qualities as she did there as well. Third place heifer is really nice out here. You get her out compared to our other class winners, maybe she could be a little bolder rib, a little deeper sided, a little deeper in her forerib there. A heifer that's long sided, she's correct in her lines. She's really nice in that regard, and just a good solid female for that young man. Heifer that wins our final class, heifer is very deep sided. Within that class was certainly the highest quality and best balanced. Maybe when you get her out here into a different contemporary group, maybe she doesn't have quite as much look as some of these others that are right ahead of her. But that's a really nice female for that young lady, and it's going to make a good cow for her as well. I'll look at them one more time here. There's some heifers that there's some give and take amongst some really, really nice heifers. It's just kind of the type and kind that you want to go with. But there's my congratulations to the exhibitors, these young people that did a great job out here showing the breeders of the cattle, bred a phenomenal set of Angus females. Congratulations.
Attention limousine exhibitors. Little bit of information for you. We have no Class 15 Angus heifers. So there'll be 2 classes in this senior division. Then I'll be calling, once we get that senior division drive going, I'll be calling for you limousines. So that division and the championship will move pretty fast. I just want you limousine exhibitors in the first class to know that it's going to move pretty quick from here on.
Class 2 Simmental heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Class 3 Simmental heifers, start getting it on your mind.
Well, good set of bred heifers here. Getting into some older females in our Angus show, and a good strong class of females. Good top end of heifers here. Young man's heifer that is going to win, I think, just kind of logically slides up here for me anyways. I think she's just a really cowy female, yet has some look and balance and attractiveness, and has some of those extras that you like as well. She's starting to kind of show that she's bred and kind of go that way. I mean, I guess if we're going to nitpick her, maybe we'd shorten up those front teats just a little bit. But that's getting pretty nitpicky of a nice heifer. I love her combination of body depth and fleshing ability, width and dimension, yet does it with good structure and a quality look from the side and well balanced, and just a nice female. Young man's heifer here in second is good as well. I think as you compare her to some that are on the other side of her, maybe we'd give her just a little more in her forerib, maybe there in a real frank, just a little more uniformity in terms of body depth. A heifer that again is starting to come along in terms of having a calf and getting into production. A heifer that maybe set her tail head in just a little bit more slightly there. I think the heifer that's behind her has that advantage. But a heifer that's really attractive in other regards, fresh in her appearance as well. Certainly love that. Good in terms of structure and on the move, like that as well. Nice female here, the young ladies that comes third. I think as we compare 3 and 4, I think this heifer's fresher. I think she's a little more feminine, a little more female, a little cowier in her look for me. Again, one that's just starting to get a little farther along in terms of calf, and I appreciate that personally. Heifer that's a little frailer. She has certainly less bone than other heifers in this class. Maybe we'd change that if we could, but I think that heifer's going to go out and produce at a long time. There's going to be a lot of longevity in that heifer as a cow. Stout heifer here in fourth, really powerful in terms of her bone work. She's one of those that you like her stoutness. I would like to change her head a little bit. I would like to give her just a little more forerib and flank, and maybe just a little more durability in that regard as we think about them as, again, older females. But that's a heifer that's powerful. She's long, and you love that about her. Attractive heifer here in fifth of the young man's. Again, a heifer that maybe we change a little bit in terms of structure. A heifer that doesn't have quite as much to her as some heifers that are above her, but a good female as well. Heifer that gets a little rounder here next, very stout and powerful, just needs to be just a little lengthened out, just a touch. A good group of heifers that follow as well. These young people, they're going to go home and do well. Like to see them a little further along, a little fresher if we could.
Thank you very much, Mr. Work, for the overview in Class 13. We're moving in Class 14. Once again, no Class 15 entries in the Angus show, so you limousine Class 1s, be standing ready.
Over on our Simmental side this morning, a really good group of calves here before me. There's a give and take. You could shake this group out a lot of different ways depending on what you're looking for. But I think the female that combines everything into one package for me is my red female that I started the class with. If you can watch her move around the ring and can't enjoy just sitting here watching her move, or the way her structure, everything ties together, she takes a really nice stride around the ring. And she does all that in a very attractive package, big top, lots of depth, lot of turn to that rib cage, just a really nice place to start. Young man's heifer in second, I think, follows her very closely. A female for me, I guess just gets a little narrower maybe than my red female that starts the class, maybe not quite as nice in that shoulder and right there in her forerib, but another good female that's got a great future ahead of her. And young man in third, I apologize to you. You were supposed to be up there to start with. I went past you and missed you on the first time and grabbed you. A female for me that I really appreciate her when I get her on the side view. The extension she has through her front, the length down her top, the power out through her hip. She has a lot of body to her. When I get right on top of her, though, I like to just pull her and give her a little more spring up there in her top and have a more natural turn in that top to get ahead of these two females that were in front of her today. Three really good females in the front end of the class. Then this young lady's heifer in fourth, I think, follows just as completeness, the depth, the hip, the shape down her top. I'd like to change her brisket a little bit, tighten it up maybe to get her in competition with the ones up in front of her, but another good female as well. Young lady coming around next, this baldy female has not done anything to help her cause out here, and this young lady's sure trying to stay with her and get her done. But I've got her and a couple of, I think there's about 4 of them here in a row, big-bodied females. Have a lot of rib, a lot of shape in them. For me, a lot of them want to just get a little downhill, a little chuggy in that front end, like to change their shoulder pattern, the way it's set to move them up any further, get a little rougher on the walk. Then we get into some females that are just a little narrow-based or maybe a little tighter in their forerib, but still good females in their own right all the way down through the class. Congratulations.
Another good class of Angus heifers over here on this side, and a good place for me, in my mind, to start with the young lady's heifer here. I'll start off by saying that, maybe she could be a little farther along, considering her age, but everybody's breeding program is different, and everybody's goals and endpoints are different, so I would like to see her a little farther along in calf, or just getting along in that regard. But with that being said, I think as you study her in comparison to these other females out here, there's just too much good to deny her. She's one of those that combines a lot of good things. She's sound structured, she's huge bodied and big ribbed, has enough muscle certainly. She's wide in terms of her pin set, yet does it with a really great look from the side. She's high quality in that regard, and she's good neck, she's good line, attractive in her hind leg set. Just a nice female from those regards. Maybe we'd get her just a little further along calf. The heifer that does that is the heifer that's in second. Now second and third are close in my mind. They're not the same kind of female at all. They're both good females, but they're different. The heifer that's second is a heifer that has enough balance. I think she does well in terms of structure. She is farther along in calf. She's going to have a more widely, evenly spaced udder, a little more uniform in that regard than the heifer that's behind her. She's more moderate. I appreciate that about her in this particular case. She's fresh and attractive enough. The heifer that's third is the ultra powerful female. She's a heifer that's really big bodied, really big hipped. Again, she's one that could be farther along in terms of calf, considering her age. For a heifer that has this much size and gas in her, she handles her structure really well. Appreciate that about her. For me personally, she's just maybe getting to be a little much as we think about them as mature cows. She's going to probably take a little more feed than some of these others that we've seen. Maybe change her head just a little bit in terms of just making it a little more female and feminine. But there's a ton of give and take in between those 2 and 3. If you're okay with that, a little added frame, then you're probably going to switch that pair because there's more look, there's more attractiveness. I just prefer that heifer that's in second udder quality. I prefer moderation, just a little more functional in those regards. 3 nice heifers that come next, 4 heifers that kind of finish out. All good females. We change a few of things if we could, but nice heifers nonetheless. Congratulations.
Class 3 Simmental heifers. We need exhibitor number 15724. Exhibitor number 15724 out of Class 3 Simmentals. We're missing you. We need you in the north staging area. Class 4 Simmental heifers, we need you to make your way down to the north staging area. Class 4 Simmentals.
Well, a really good division of our oldest division of Angus heifers here, and 2 nice classes of females. It's fun to get out here when you got these first and seconds, see these good older heifers out here that have got to this stage of life and still look really good, and the young people have kept them where they need to be in terms of condition and kept them along in terms of just development in life. There's a little bit of differences in terms of how far along some of these are in calf. And like I said in that last class, everybody has a little different breeding program, a little different, objectives. I'm not going to discount anything too hard on that, but it is something that I know, and you appreciate it when these ones that are starting to kind of show up and get ready to do their real job in life. So with that being said, talk about these couple class winners quick. The heifer that wins the first class, the young man's just really a cowy, practical, solid kind of Angus female. She's got plenty of balance. She's got enough to her. She's got some body. Her structure's really good. If we're going to nitpick her, maybe shorten that front teat up just slightly. But again, she's one that's starting to show that bag. You appreciate that about her, starting to get ready to, like I said, do her real job. Heifer that wins the second class is very, very attractive from the side, very correct in her lines. She's deep-sided. For this stage of the game, she's pretty fresh in her appearance, and appreciate that about her. Again, mentioned maybe she could be a little farther along as comparison to these other three that stand out with her, but her quality as an animal is hard to miss. She's sound structured, she's big hipped, she's big bodied, she's made well. She's a nice female certainly as well. Good pair of seconds behind them as well, just good classes out here. I'll look at them for a second and show you the two that I like best.
This is final call for our calf and junior division champions to be at staging in the Angus.
14.
And class 14, first place winner there taking reserve honors in our senior Angus division.
Over on our Simmental side, 5 of these March heifer calves in the ring before me. A young lady that's starting the class, a female that's not cooperating real well with her today, but I think whenever, hopefully a couple more times in here, she'll settle down and start learning how to show a little better and present herself. But a female extremely long-sided. When I viewed the female, when she gets set up and moving around, you have to appreciate the length of body that she has, the extension out through her front end, and when you get on top of her, the rib shape that's there as well. Really, the next 2 heifers, their second and third heifer, I think are very similar in type and kind. I went ahead and pulled my young man up into second, a female that's a little cleaner in her joints maybe than the female that's in third, but both of them are high volume, big rib, stout made females here in second and third. Just a little neater, more attractive package in this female in second. The young lady's heifer in third, like I said, I'd like to change her maybe just a little bit, the way she moves around on her hocks. I'd like to lay her tail head into her a little nicer, but a big volume, a lot of capacity, a lot of good in this female as well. Young man with the red female, a female that's a little greener probably than the other females out here. A female that does show you some rib shape. She does show you some length of top to her. Just like to pick her chest up, maybe get her neck coming out of the top of her shoulder, make her a little neater looking on the move. Closing out the class, a female that has some rib and dimension. Just like to change her there in her forerib and the way she moves off that front end and off of her back end as well.
Second place honors go to Casey Griffin, a member of Midlothian FFA. Third place goes to Carly Coker, Leon County 4A. Moving to class number 3, Simmental. Females, class 4, we need you to the north staging area. Class 4 Simmental, need you to the north staging area.
Class 1 limousines, this is your call to Report to the south staging area, Class 1 limousine.
Well, folks, let's put our hands together for just an excellent set of Angus females. Just a tremendous group of females throughout this breed, and we get out here with our division champions, and I sure like them. Hopefully you do as well, and if you don't, I think there was other options that were really nice as well, but just a strong set of females from top to bottom. I'm not going to talk about all these heifers again. I've tried to be pretty detailed in my descriptions in class and division to give kind of an idea of what I see out here and compared to what you think. So we've got a lot of work to do yet here today, so we're going to keep moving, but I just want to take a second to congratulate and compliment these young people out here for their quality of their cattle, but the quality of their showmanship, their attentiveness. You can tell this is the projects that they've put some time into, most of these folks, and really care about and have really worked hard at it, and I appreciate that about it. So my compliments to young people, my compliments to the breeders of these cattle. They're just outstanding in terms of quality. I'm going to look at them just one more second. I'm going to show you the two that I like best today, but there's certainly ones that I like really, really well that aren't out here and that stand in that reserve division line as well. So congratulations to these young people. Let's give them another round of applause.
Last call, exhibitor number 15724 in our Simmental show. 15724, last call.
Limousine exhibitors, final call for Class 1 to be at staging. Class 2, you can begin moving them up. We'll be moving Class 1 in the judging arena shortly. First call, Class 2 limousine heifers.
A little early, but we'll start making the announcement. If you are fortunate enough to be a winner in your breed champion, and reserve breed champions, we've got our Hereford champion and our Angus. We need you to fill out those bios and get them to us as soon as you can. Up to the announcer stand. We'll need those tonight for the Supreme Drive. So I know we've got a long way to go before that, but go ahead and get your bios filled out. If you are fortunate enough to be breed and reserve breed champions, and get those turned in to the announcer stand. Class 4 Scimitars, we need you in the north staging area. Class 4 Scimitars to the north staging area.
Well, a good class here to start off our limousine breed, 5 heifers, and very competitive from top to bottom. I think it's pretty close from one end to the other in my mind. And I'm going to start with the heifer for the young ladies. Stopped, I think it's a fairly straightforward decision. She has a lot of look. She's tremendously deep-sided within this particular group. You get her on the move, I'd sure like to change her just a little bit in terms of her movement off of her hind two. I'd like to loosen her up there, let her fill her tracks a little bit, give her a little more reach and flexibility out of her hip and hind leg. But she's a heifer that's got a really good look. She's really, really deep-sided. She has a clear class advantage in that. Has enough muscle. There's heifers that have more muscle, but certainly there's plenty of muscle in this female as well. So a good high-quality heifer there to start with. Young lady's heifer that's going to be second is she's a nice female. She's going to take a little more time. She's a little more exhibits maybe a little more of the traditional breed character of limousines, but in terms of just pure muscle shape and pure body shape, and so she's probably going to be at a different maturity pattern than the heifer that's above her. And I'd venture to say that later in life, she's going to keep getting better and probably get around that heifer. But right now, she's not quite there. But I like this female. Her structure's good. She just kind of needs a little more time to grow into herself and kind of put her pieces together. A good heifer there, the young ladies. Heifer that's sound structured in third. She's the heifer probably with the least amount of muscle. Now, she's got some body. She's maybe the lowest performing as well, but she does have that structural advantage. She does have some quality from the side. A nice female there, the young man's. Very stout, powerful, high-performance heifer here in fourth. If you like what you could maybe call the traditional breed character of limousines, if you really like those qualities, you're going to probably move her up. For me, she's a little thicker in her neck there. Maybe like to neaten her up in the top of her neck and give her just a little more of that female appearance. But this is a heifer that's got a lot of good things about her, too. She's just a little different than the heifer that's above her. Heifer that comes in fifth. I like to have just a little more to this heifer. I like to have a little more balance to this heifer as comparison to the heifers that are above her. But she's sound. She's a good female. That's a good class top to bottom.
Our Class 3 limousine, you need to be in staging. Class 4, you can move on up.
Really a good group of Simmental females before me. The female that starts this class, a big, high-volume, good-looking, attractive female. Whenever you view her from the side, you have to love the extension that she shows, the way her neck comes out of her shoulder, her strength down her top line, back into her hip. She's standing on all the bone in the world you need to see in a female. I think just a really nice one to start my class. I'd like to change her maybe just a little bit off of her front end when she gets out on the move, but that's getting really picky on a nice one. Young lady in second, this female just really hasn't wanted to let me look at her and see what she is. But a female, for me, I moved her up into second. Big square hip in her, a lot of turn to that top. She's neck, another one comes out the way it's supposed to, really balances nice from her chest back to her flank. And when she does finally get stopped and where you can see her, a nice, solid female here in second. Young lady in third, a very attractive show heifer. She gives you a great look every time this young lady gets her stopped and set up. I had her in second there for a minute, but she just gives away some substance to these two females that are in front of her. But you have to appreciate the lines and the look that she gives you, the way her neck comes out. Very attractive, one that's going to continue to improve as she matures. A young man in fourth with this baldy female. She just kind of fits in here. A female that has a lot of good about her. Like to change the way her neck sets up in her. Give her a little more look up through that front end to compete with these ahead of her. Then we get into another baldy female that's a little straighter off her front end. Like to change the way that shoulder sets in her. Then a pair of females closing out the class. Females that have some muscle and dimension to them. Just like to free them up on the move. Let them take a little nicer stride around the ring today.
Class 7 Scimitals, start making your way to the north staging area. Class 7 Scimitals, start making your way to the north staging area.
Good class of limousine heifers here is in our second class, and logical place to start for me. A heifer that kind of slides up here on this top end kind of easily for me. There's a lot of body in this heifer. There's a lot of look in this heifer. Her big advantage is in terms of structure. She's just better at the ground. She has more flexibility in her skeleton off of both ends, and yet she does it with a high quality look. She's plenty deep sided. She's not maybe quite as stout as a couple other heifers in here, but she's got plenty of muscle, no doubt. So a good heifer and a good place to start for the young man. Second, third pair of heifers that we'd maybe change right there in their rear pasterns that have set more secure on their foot, be more flexible there in their rear pastern, change that about them a little bit, but they're good heifers otherwise. Young man's heifer that's going to be second, there's just more to her, and a heifer that I think does so with a little more look once you do get her out on the move. She keeps her tail and her tail head into her silhouette a little better, just a little more balanced. That heifer's going to probably be plenty good size in terms of mature cow size, but I don't think she's out of bounds or anything, but she is a heifer that's going to have a little more mature size than the others that we've seen. Young man's heifer that's in third, again, an attractive female. She's got muscle, she's got body. As we compare her to the heifers that remain, much more high quality with combining that with the extra muscle and dimension. Again, I'd like to change her just a little bit in terms of her structure if we could. Heifer that comes in fourth, again, one that could be changed up a little in terms of her structure. I think she's a little more female in her appearance, a little more maternal in her head and her front 1/3. She's got some body. She's going to be moderate. But she's a heifer that just needs just to be freed up just a little bit. Couple of frailer heifers here that come next. Nice females, just need a little more to them.
And here in our limousine show, Class 3 in the arena, Class 4 needs to be in staging. I'd like to remind our limousine exhibitors that Classes 5 and 6 are your calf champion classes, so you folks with Class 7 heifers in the limousine show need to be having them ready and moving them over toward the staging area on the south side.
Well, another nice little group of limousines here. Good effort to start the young man's. I think within this particular group, she's got the most quality and is a combination female that combines soundness of structure with dimension and some look. Now, when I say look, I would like to set her tail head into her top line just a little neater if we could. She wants to get that up a little bit as she gets out on the move. But that's an effort that's has a complete, definite power advantage, dimension, body, muscle, yet does so with a high quality look as well. A nice female there to start. Heifer that's in second, the young man's just a good solid heifer. Good female that's going to make a good cow for this young man. Does she have the look of the heifer that's above her? No, but she has a little more balance perhaps than the heifer that's right below her as well. She's got some rib. She's a heifer that doesn't have as much muscle as some we've seen, but she's got enough. Just a nice solid female for the young man. Young lady's got a heifer in third that is very stout, very powerful. Just like to see a little more balance and quality, neaten her up in her front 1/3, freshen her up a little bit in condition if we could. Good class of heifers.
Well, thank you. Up our Class 7 limousines to staging, please.
Over on our Simmental side, another good pair of heifers to come up to the top of the class, and then I think there's some really good females to follow along behind them. But the two that are kind of the show females of the group that combine some look, some mass to them, some rib shape, them turn to the top, take a nice stride around the ring, is this red female combines the most good things for me. I like the body and the shape in this baldy heifer, just not quite as much heifer there as what I see in my red one to start the class. But two very attractive females up on the front. Then our female in third, a long-bodied female that has a lot of top in her, a lot of shape. When she wants to get out on the move, she wants to kind of drop her loin down in her a little bit. I'd like to see her probably clean her up there in her chest floor, but you have to appreciate her holding herself together as well as she does with the length that she has and still be able to take a good stride around the ring. Nice female in third as well. Then the young lady coming in fourth, a female that hadn't really given us an opportunity to look at her, but I see a female that's a little flatter in her rib shape and the way she's designed up on top, closing out with a female that has some length of hip to her and some length of top, just doesn't have the rib shape and the total body mass to deal with the females in front of her today.
Well, a good pair of females on the top end of this limousine class here, and the young lady coming around now is going to be win your class here, and there's a little bit of give and take here. There's a heifer that's got just a little more to her, and there's a heifer that's got just a little more look, and they both have comparable qualities in that regard, but I'm going to use the heifer that's got just a little more to her, the young ladies. She's really powerful and really cowy in her appearance. She's big-bodied. She's big-hipped. She moves good in terms of structure, and I really appreciate that about her. Is she quite as attractive and quite as good necked as the heifer that's in second? She isn't. If you like that about that heifer, perhaps you'd switch that, but I think she balances up well enough, certainly. I don't think she has to be neater necked for me. I think she's proportionally good. Her pieces fit together in terms of overall balance. And there's just so much massiveness and dimension and just so much practicality in that regard that I think she needs to win. Very, very attractive heifer, like I mentioned in second. Heifer that's just ultra attractive from the side. Her neck really comes up high out of her shoulder. Maybe we give her just a little more body. She has enough, but I think as we compare her to the heifer that's right above her, maybe we change that a little about her. Maybe loosen her up just a tick in terms of structure compared to that heifer that's above her. But again, she's adequate, certainly. She's a nice heifer, just kind of splitting hairs between two nice, really nice females there on first and second. Good solid heifer in third. Heifer's got some body. She doesn't have near the look and the attractiveness and the balance of the heifers that are above her, but she has more than the heifers that are below her. And I appreciate that about her. So maybe we'd neaten up her neck to get her to slide up a little bit, but that's a heifer that's practical. She's deeper sided. She's more moderate than the heifer that's behind her. Heifer that comes next is stout and powerful and long. Just need to deepen her up a little bit from the side. Young lady's got a nice practical female here that comes next. Just not quite enough attractiveness to move up in the class today.
Limousine in Class 8. Let's move them up to staging. Limousine, Class 8 to staging, please.
Okay, we need exhibitor number 27585 out of Class 7 in our Simmental show. We need you to the north staging area. Exhibitor 27585, we're missing you out of Class 7 north staging area. Class 8 Simmental, start getting it on your mind.
Just a quick comment on our calf champion female over on the Simmental side today. A very interesting group of females before me. I think there's 8 females out here. Whenever you get this quality at our junior show, it's saying something for the Simmental breed. Depending on the type of cattle, what you're wanting to raise, show heifers, herd bulls, whatever you want to do, I think there's some females out here that'll fit any way you want to go with them. I think basically they're all sound enough. Structurally, they're put together right. They've all got a nice hip shape to them. They've got some length down their top. Have some look, what we're hunting in all of the ones that we want to take home and look at every day and work with to build a herd around. But I think are an extremely good set of females before me. Let's give these kids that are in the ring a round of applause, the ones that have came through with them in class. Congratulations to all of you. I think it's a really nice way to start our Simmental show today. Congratulations.
Well, a really strong set of firsts and seconds out here in our limousine calf champion as well, and just a really good group of heifers. And when you get them out here, it's fun to see really just from a big picture standpoint how much similarity they have. They're heifers that really are a similar type and kind and good kind of females. Heifers that wins the first class, the young ladies, tremendously deep, especially for that class and her age. She's a heifer that, as we get her out here, and I mentioned in class, she's maybe just a little shorter strided. Maybe we'd loosen her up just a little bit if we could. And while she's well balanced, I don't know if there's, I think there's a couple heifers out here that have just a little more balance. But that is a heifer that certainly excelled within that class and is a high quality individual for that young lady. Young man's got a good heifer here in second, one that is a little sounder structured, or excuse me, that won the second class. Heifer that is a little sounder structured. She's a heifer that maybe doesn't have quite as much look. Maybe we'd set her tailhead into her top line just a little neater if we could. She's a heifer that maybe just doesn't balance up quite as good as we get her out here with these other really good ones. That's a good female. She's huge bodied. She's got some muscle. She can move as well. Young man and won the third class is, again, one of those really, really attractive heifers. She's really fresh in her appearance. She's really attractive in the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. She's got enough muscle, maybe not quite as much as a couple, but plenty nonetheless. And just a nice, solid female here. Every now and then she'll raise her tail head up, but I don't know if that's as much of a function of balance as it is just maybe kind of a habit and her starting to kind of figure out the show ring and all that. Tremendously deep-sided and massive kind of female that wins our final class, the young ladies. There's just a lot of this heifer. She's got a lot of foot. She's got some bone, but yet not coarse in that regard. Lots of muscle, and it's going to be still a moderate kind of female. There's a good second-place heifer behind her as well. So I'll look at these again quickly. I'll show you the two I like best in this division, but I like several of the heifers out here. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
We need entry number 30858 out of Class 7 to the north staging area. We're about to lead your cattle in, so don't miss your class. We need exhibitor number 30858 now to the north staging area.
Thank you.
Class 8 Scimitars, we need you to the north staging area. Class 8 Scimitars to the north staging area. Class 9 Scimitars, get it on your mind.
Limousine exhibitors, Class 9 is a single entry, so this division's going to move pretty fast. So you folks in Class 8 need to be in staging. Class 9 single entry needs to be standing ready at the gate. Class 10 three-head entries, y'all can be right behind them going to staging. It's going to move pretty quick.
Tremendous pair of heifers here as we get into our fall division of our limousine breed, and two heifers that really have a lot of similarities. The heifer, the young man's just they're sound, they're deep, they've got a good look, they've got enough to them. The young man's heifer that I'm going to use to win just hits you harder in kind of all those areas. She's got just a tick more of all those qualities, and of those two heifers that are similar in kind, she just has a tick more to her. There's a little more muscle, there's a little more look. She just hits you just a little harder in all those regards. Those are two really, really good females in my mind. But I think that heifer of the young man's, for me, just got just a little more in several regards, and all of those good qualities. So two good females. It'll be fun to watch them, bring them back out here for a division. Young lady's got a nice heifer in third. I think as we compare to the others that remain below her, she's high quality. She's really highly presented. She does a great job showing her. She's stout. She's got some shape to her rib cage. She doesn't have the depth that some do, but that's a good female all around. She just gets in with two pretty tough ones. You know, she's got plenty of condition. Maybe we'd freshen her up a little bit. She doesn't have the structure that the two above her do, but when we compare to these others that remain, again, like I mentioned, just more high quality traits that we're looking for. Three heifers that come next. We change them a little in terms of their structure, freshen them up a tick if we could, but they do have muscle, they do have dimension, and certainly appreciate that about them.
Limousine exhibitors, we're moving in Class 8. Class 9 is a single entry, and it needs to move into staging at this time. Class 10, you be standing ready by the gate, and the lineup folks will call you in when they're ready, and that'll be pretty quick. Simmental's on the north. We need entry 30843. Last and final call for staging, entry 30843. You need it in the north staging area.
I don't know if it gets much better than this class up here at this top end. Two different types of females, very similar in a lot of ways, but yet still different in so many. Both these females are sure sound enough when they get around the ring. But when you talk about body, balance of depth, get on top and look at the rib shape that this female that starts the class with, she is just so powerful from front to back. Yes, I know she don't have the choke throat, maybe as extended as our heifer in second, that little freak look to her, but this is one powerful female, in my opinion, to start the class. Young man with this female in second, you've got to appreciate the look that she gives you. She has a tremendous amount of body when you look at her from the side view. Whenever I get right on top of her, though, she just doesn't have the massive rib shape and turn down that top like my female that I started the class. Maybe just and comparing them to, I like the vulva on this first place heifer. She shows a little more development there to go along with all the body and stoutness that she has. But two really good females to start this class. Then the young man in third, I think, is the female that follows them as far as whenever we look at the rib shape she has, the hip she has, she just struggles a little bit when she gets around the ring. She just can't take that nice free stride like the two in front of her could. Then we get into about three heifers in a row that are females that have some lengths, they have some extension to them, a little flatter in their makeup. And then we got one heifer in here struggles a little bit off of her back end. She's a little wobbly. I think this heifer coming here off of her back legs. Then we close out a class with two females, just giving away some body mass to these females in the front end of the class.
Third, Joe Ellis, Hill County 4-H. Our fifth place heifer exhibited by Keely Whitaker from Cisco FFA. Colton Franz from Waller FFA shows our sixth place heifer. Braden Rayling, Hempstead FFA places seventh, and Abigail Heckler from Columbia FFA is eighth in Class 7. We're now leading in Class 8 in our junior Simmental show. Class 8, we're leading your class into the North Judging Arena.
Well, we got an interesting class of heifers over here on the limousine side, and a good class, but a lot of give and take. And I think what's logical, at least in my mind, is the heifer that wins the class. She just has, that combination of functional traits along with a lot more quality and balance. She's got some dimension and substance, but she does so with adequate structure and still has the appearance that she can go and make a nice cow for that young lady later on. Now, I'll say that maybe she's going to have a tick more mature frame size than maybe I'd prefer, but I think when you get in this class, there's no doubt that her quality is kind of exceptional and amongst these contemporaries, and a really nice heifer to start. So when you get from 2 through 5 here, there's a lot of give and take in my mind. I truly, honestly would say I think you could place honestly these heifers kind of in any direction and go any way you want with it, just depending on what little things you want to pick up from these heifers and go with. So they're very, very close in my mind, even though they're not really exactly the same kind. There's differences, there's give and take. I opted for the young man's heifer here to be second. She has a little more show ring look. She is really powerful in terms of muscle. She is pretty good in terms of her structure. She's not as maternal as I would prefer her to be, but I think the same can be said for a couple others in here. She's just not maybe quite as female in her overall look, a little coarser perhaps in some regards, but a heifer that is correct in her lines, is really powerful in terms of muscle, has a lot of dimension. Young lady's doing a good job here showing her heifer in third. She's a heifer that there isn't as much of her. There's not as much to her. There's not as much performance and weight and pounds in this heifer, but I think from a quality standpoint and her balance standpoint, I like her. She fits together really well. She just needs more to her, more of her. A pair of heifers here that both need to be cleaned up a little in their underline. The young man's heifer, I think, is a little sounder. She's a tick more female in her look, even though I would like to make her a little more female, maternal, whatever term you want to use, in her head and her front 1/3. She's a heifer that needs a little more shape to her rib cage, but she does have plenty of muscle as well. Heifer that comes next, just a little too terminal for me. She'd just like to make her just, again, a female that has a little more of those maternal type traits as we think about them being cows later in life and doing what their job is intended to do.
We need exhibitor 19247 to the north staging area. Class 9 out of our Simmental show, exhibitor number 19247. We need your heifer to the north staging area at this time.
Smith of Windhurst FFA.
Well, a nice single entry heifer, the young man's here. Just a really good female. She's got some body. She moves pretty nice. She's made pretty well in terms of her balance. So just a good solid female here for this young man. We'll bring her back out here in a couple minutes and compare them to the other class winners. Congratulations.
Got a reminder to you limousine exhibitors that classes 11 and 12 are your junior champion and reserve classes, so we're ready to bring up class 13. Class 13 limousines to staging, class 14 be standing ready.
I got three heifers here in our limousine ring as we keep moving. And a heifer that's going to win the class is, I'll be the first to say, she's going to be again, one of those that's a little more frame size, a little more mature size than I need as a mature cow personally. But, as we compare to our contemporaries out here within this class, this is a better animal, a better individual. She's higher quality in terms of her balance. She's bigger bodied and bolder ribbed with plenty of muscle. We'd nitpick her structure a little if we could, change her up a little in that regard off her hind two. But I think as we compare her to the two heifers below her, there's just more good in this heifer, but I would like to tone her down a little in terms of her frame size if possible. Heifer that comes in second is a heifer that's just got a little more look than the heifer in third. A heifer that's got a little more width and dimension in terms of just the way her skeleton's built. A little more hip in this heifer, a little more to her. Again, she's a heifer that maybe we could see just a little farther along, but these are still summer heifers, so they're doing okay. Young man's heifer here has got deep bodied. She's deep sided. You love that about her. Just like to give her a little more balance and quality look if we could.
Limousine exhibitors in Class 13, this is your class call to come to staging. Class 13, 5 head. That means Class 14 with 2 head needs to be right behind them. And we've got a single entry in Class 15. Let's bring them on up, have them handy by the south staging areas gate. We thank you for that. Our senior division is going to move along pretty quick since we have small classes.
Well, we're over here for a division champion here in our limousine side, and a good set of females here. The first class winner, just a tremendous female in my mind. You've heard me mention perhaps, some of these females that combine a lot of good things and kind of a combination type heifer. Well, this heifer, at least in my mind, is one of those that truly does combine so many good things and so many at such a high level. Just a really, really nice female. My compliments to that young man. Good heifer that wins the second class. She's big-bodied. She's powerful in her rib shape. She's powerful in her muscle. She's a heifer that, again, maybe's got enough frame size for me, but she's not out of bounds by any means. And a heifer that can get around well enough. She's maybe more tentative than anything when you get her out here compared to these other heifers. I don't know that soundness is an issue. You just maybe like to see her walk out with more authority and strength. But that's a heifer that's still made nice. She's still got certainly plenty of muscle. Love that about her, and some body as well. So a good female there that wins the second class. Nice heifer wins her third class. She was just a single entry. Really patterns up really well out here from a balance standpoint. There's maybe not as much of her. You maybe like to give her just a little more muscle, just a little more body if you could. But that's a good female nonetheless for the young man, certainly deserving to be out here. Big heifer here that wins our final class, one that probably needs to be toned down a little as we think about how much hay she might eat or how much forage she might eat later in life. But a heifer that is high quality in terms of her balance. She's correct in her lines. She has plenty to her. Just a nice female as well. Just maybe not exactly the kind of female that I personally love. So I'll give another look. I'll show you the two that I like best. There was a good second place female that out of our first class. So nice set of heifers out here. Congratulations.
Over on our semi side, I think another interesting class to look at. I believe there was 10 of them in this class. These first two females, I think, come together really nicely. It's give or take, in my opinion, on them. This front female gives you a great look whenever you view her from the side when this young man gets her put together. Tremendous amount of shape to her. For me, when she wants to get out on the move, though, she wants to narrow up in that front end. I'd like to see her handle those front legs a little better out on the move. But a good female whenever a viewer past that. Then the female in second is much like her as far as body mass, the capacity she has to turn to that top shape. But another one, I'd like to change the way her shoulder sets in her just a little bit to get her to move in front of the one up and the one in first place. She wants to kind of get out a little bit. So it's kind of give or take on those two, in my opinion. But good-bodied, good stout females to start my class. Then the heifer in third, I think, follows them very closely. And whenever I look at the body and the dimension that she has, I just like to take her and set that neck up in her, and then it would give her a lot different look. And then I think she could get in competition with those two heifers that were in front of her. The heifer in fourth, a female that is a really long-topped, long-sided female, a little rougher out through her tail head. When she gets out on the move, she struggles a little bit off that front end. Her blades want to get up in her, and her top wants to come down, much like the little heifer coming around next, this baldy, but tremendous amount of body and depth to her with some look and extension. Then we get into some heifers just a little straighter in their front end, maybe not the real rib shape that we see in the females up in the front end, but each of them in their own right has some quality to them as well.
Which one?
No, Kayla just said we're not supposed to be announcing exhibitor name and or numbers. Just call them the class and tell them it's their absolute.
Class 10, we're missing a heifer in our Simmental show. Class 10, we're missing an exhibitor. You'll be coming in next. We're on Class 9 now. There's only 2 heifers in this class, so Class 10, if you're in Class 10, we need you to the north staging area. We had a mix-up on the rosettes this morning in our heifer division. We've got the champion switched out, but if you have the reserve rosette for our heifer division, I need you to bring it back up and we'll switch it back out. In our heifer division, if you've got the rosette for the reserve, we need to switch you out. So if you had the heifer calf reserve champion, we need you to bring it back up and we'll give you the correct rosette.
Well, a very competitive class of limousine heifers here. 4 heifers that are very close, I think. Honestly, in my mind, there's a lot of closeness from top to bottom, and there's good things certainly about all these heifers. There's little things we'd change about all of them as well. So that makes for a fun class and a good competitive class where there's lots of options and different ways to go. The heifer I use is a young lady's powerful in her design, has a good look from the side. It combines those 2 things really well in a unique package. She's bold in her rib shape. She's big-hipped. She's big-footed. I'm not perfectly in love with her structure. Perhaps we'd change that just a little if we could. But that's a heifer that has too many other good things, I think, when we compare them to the 3 that are below her, that she needs to win this class. Just powerful in her design. So a pair of heifers in the middle here in 2 and 3 that are heifers that are probably a little more maternal in their look, a little cowier in their look, but they're also a little plainer. And maybe, again, 2 that aren't perfect in terms of structure either. So good females. They're deep-sided. They look like they're going to be, especially the heifer of the young man's at second. They're moderate size. They're going to have some doability and practicality out in the quote-unquote real world. And I like that about her as well. I think she just has a little nicer hind leg. Just handles her hip and her pin set just a little better as well. Good heifer here. The young ladies, like I said, again, one that's got body, one that's got something to her, and just a little more quality and look, plus just a little more dimension, a little more of this heifer than the heifer of the young ladies that comes fourth. Attractive female as well here in fourth, just not quite enough of this heifer.
Thank you, Mr. Work, for the overview here in Class 13. Got a quick announcement. Class 14, final call. Final call for Class 15, single entry. You need to be at the gate. We'll be doing our senior drive shortly, so just a heads up to you Charolais exhibitors that you need to be having Class 1 standing ready.
In our summer yearling class over on the Simmental side, just a pair of females before me. The female I went ahead and moved up to the front of the class, a female that tremendous amount of rib shape to this female, along with a very long-bodied, attractive female. When this young lady gets her set up, she gives you a great look from the side. Just a good, big volume, high-quality female to start the class. Not taking anything away from this young lady's heifer in second, a female that whenever you view her top line, she's correct in her angles and lines. She has some length to her. She has not carrying the condition of the female in front of her. Just a little frailer made, different type female, but in her own right, a good female as well.
Class 13 Scimitars, we need you to the north staging area. Class 13 Scimitars, we need you to the north staging area.
Well, a very competitive pair of heifers here in the limousine side, and two heifers I like really, really well. Two heifers that not necessarily for the same reasons. There's some differences. The biggest of which is certainly this heifer that wins the class is getting close to her productive life. And I really appreciate that about her, and that's part of the decision, but she's also a good female. Now, she doesn't have as much look as the heifer that's in second. Now, part of that is, of course, the stage of life she's in. She'll get her tail up just a little when she moves, and I don't know that that's a function of her balance as much as it is just where she is and getting ready to lay down and have a calf here in the next week, 2 weeks, whatever. But she still has enough look for me, and she has enough to her as well. She's a little bigger bodied, a little bolder in that regard, and a heifer that just is really a cowy kind of useful female for this young lady, and excited to see what she could do for her later in life. Tremendous balance in this female that's in second. Her neck comes up really high out of her shoulders. She's alert. She's attractive. She's strong topped. She's got enough body, not as much maybe as the one in front of her, but enough body. She's not as far along, but she's still a good heifer. She's good structured. She's got plenty of muscle. That's a good female. That's a really close pair. Like I say, they're at kind of different stages of life. They're the same age, obviously, but in a way, they're just at a little different stage of life. So that makes for an interesting decision. I went back and forth in my mind. Both good heifers. Be fun to bring them out here in a second in division.
Just keep it. There's no.
Your drive here momentarily.
Nice solid heifer here to win this class. Heifer that's got some ribs. She's got some dimension. She has some muscle. Like all those things about her. Maybe get to loosen her up just a little if we could on the move. Dips her loin a little bit as she gets going. She's got a little chest, but that's a good heifer. Good single entry, and certainly a deserving class winner. We'll bring her out here in a second again. Well, we've reached our final division here in our limousine show, and another good set of heifers here. A nice group of females and a good group of young people doing a good job. So heifer that wins the first class is tremendous in the amount of power and dimension that she has, both in terms of her rib cage and her muscle, her width. She's got bone. Certainly, I'd like to change her in terms of structure when you get her moving. She wants to toe in a little up front. She wants to not handle her hind leg quite as bit. To change the shape of her feet if we could. So tremendous pieces and parts to that heifer. But maybe it doesn't put it all together as nicely as you'd prefer when you get her on the move. So she's going to be kind of intriguing for that young lady to see how she does once she gets into production. Heifer that wins the second class is just Cowie, just a good female in terms of function and usefulness. She's a heifer that's getting ready to calve. She's a heifer that's got some body. She's got enough balance. She doesn't have as much as some others out here, but she's got enough balance for me, especially at the stage of life that she is at. Heifer that wins the third class has got muscle, certainly. Again, one that has a little more of those traditional breed character traits for limousines. She's powerful. She's got some dimension, but maybe needs a little more look when we get them out here with these other high-quality heifers. Congratulations to these young people in this division for doing a great job. I'll show you the two that I like best.
Limousine breed champions, calf and reserve, and junior and reserve. Y'all need to be at staging. We're about ready to start the grand champion judging in the limousine show. Let's bring them up. Division champs in the limousine show. We need the calf champion in reserve and the junior champion in reserve to be checked in at staging at this time.
Over on our Simmental side, I believe these are another really good pair of females to come up to the top of the class. There's some other good heifers in here as well. They just run into a class with two exceptionally good females up on the front end. I think they're very close. Whenever I view them, I guess it came down to the final deal to separate them when I got them out here and walked them one more time. The female that starts the class just takes a little nicer stride around the ring. She's a little stouter right there behind her shoulder when she comes into her rib cage. And other than that, you can flip a coin, and I would take either one of them home and be proud to have them in my pasture. Congratulations, girls. Nice pair of females, like I told you over there. It's fun to see them come out like this, showing they're going to be in production pretty soon. Just a nice way to start the class. Young man in third, another female that's showing us she's already bred. She's got some body. You can see that big calf in her. A female that has some hip and design to her. Maybe not quite as nice in her front third as the two up in front of her. The red female coming next. She's a little stale out through that neck. I'd like to freshen her up there. But a female that has some depth of body, really nice hip shape to her. Then we get into a heifer with some length of side, but wants to roach up a little bit in her top. I'd like to see her handle that a little better. Closing out the class with a female, much like the one in front. She has some length, but she's a little straight off of both ends and gets a little choppy on the move.
Well, let's give these young people a round of applause here on an outstanding group of limousine heifers and our division champions. Did a great job with their showmanship and just did a really good job. And you bring these 6 division winners out here, and they're awfully good. There's a heifer that suits me really well, and then it gets a little closer here for reserve. But I'll take one more quick look at them and then show you the 2 that I like best today. But again, my congratulations and hats off to these young people and to the breeders of these cattle. Just an outstanding group of females again.
We need Class 13 Simmental heifers to the north staging area. Class 13 Simmental heifers, we need you to the north staging area.
And our winner of the division coming out of your junior championship, I think the 33366, Houghton, Parkinson, Pasco County already. And we move up the reserve out of that junior for reserve training consideration. Charlet exhibitors in Class 1, you need to be checking into the staging area. Class 1 Charlets, check into staging. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have our Charlets class starting shortly. We have 13 entries in our first class of Charlets that were born between the month of, or ending in the month of April and younger.
over on our Simmental side, I think if y'all been watching this group of cattle that came through in this division, it's very impressive with what's came through the ring. Some of them, there's cattle that went out of the ring that could be in here at any given day. These are the ones that just kind of worked for me and worked their way to the top today. I think there's some similarities, much like every division. You hope you get your cattle out here, and there's similarities within the 8 that you have before you. Rib, hip, soundness, all the things we need to put into a breeding female. I think there's females out here that cover all those bases, and there's several in here. I always said every time I look at them, I'm going to try to place them like if I could load anything I wanted up out of this group, which one I'd load up first and second and right down the line. And I think there's several in here depending on the day. Probably look at them again tomorrow and everything might look a little different. Everything has a different day that they look the best. But tremendous set of females before me. Congratulations to all you kids. Let's give them a round of applause, because you don't see this many good females in one division very often, and they are in here. But again, congratulations to all of y'all that are still out here in the ring. Congratulations to the ones that have came through and didn't make it into the champion drive for getting out and participating as well. I'll pick you a champion in reserve, and I'll be very happy with whichever way I decide to shake my head and go. Congratulations, kids.
Class 14 Simmental females, we need you in the north staging area. Class 14 Simmentals, we need you in the north staging area.
Is final call for Class 2, Charlet and staging. Will be the first call for Class 3 to move up. Be standing ready by the south gate.
Class 14, Simmental Heifers, we need you to the north staging area. We're evaluating Class 13, so Class 14, we need you lined up in the north staging area. Class 15 Simmentals, get it on your mind. A little early announcement, but the Shorthorns will follow the Simmental Heifer show. Shorthorns will follow the Simmentals, and we're in our senior division classes in our Simmental Heifer show. So Shorthorns, start thinking about it.
Well, a very competitive class here to start off our Charlet show. A lot of quality top to bottom. I really like the heifers that are up here on the top end, and they kind of, you know, the more you study them, they kind of start to surface up here, these top three or so. And but you get stand out there and look at these other heifers down in that class, and we won't have time, unfortunately, to talk about all of them. But there's quality there, and there's going to be, if those heifers show against each other tomorrow or another different person or a month from now or whatever, there's going to be different ways you can go there in a lot of regards, because they're that close and they're that good a cattle from top to bottom. So heifer that I started with of the young ladies, to me, is again the heifer that kind of combines the best of the two that are right below her, I think. She's a heifer that has enough to her. She has enough body. She has enough flank. Obviously has enough muscle like basically all these heifers do, but she does so with a little more look and a really good structural integrity. She can really get out and go off of both ends, really cover her tracks. She's got some performance, but not too big. So just one of those heifers that combines a lot of good things, and a heifer that kind of, the more you study them, the easier it is for her to kind of sift up to the top for me. interesting decision here between second and third. There's a heifer that I think has a lot of future, maybe isn't quite there yet today totally. There's a heifer that's really nice, stopped, you really, really like her. You just need to change her structure a little bit. So it makes for an interesting decision between those two, and they're close in my mind, and again, not exactly the same kind of female. But the heifer that I went ahead and used is the heifer that I just really like on the move. She needs a little more flank for me. Of course, these are young heifers. She's going to kind of mature and get into herself, and I think she's a heifer that down the road is going to keep getting better, keep doing good things, and I really like that about her. Even though she isn't quite as big-bodied as this female, not quite as deep-flanked as this one that's in third, I think there's enough future in her that I'm going to go ahead and put her second. Heifer that's in third, like I say, stopped. You really, really like her. She's got body. She's got dimension. She's got a good balance from the side. She just needs to be just a little looser structured, and she's sound enough, and we'll see how she develops over life. It'll be interesting to see that, but you'd just like to see her get out and go for a heifer this age, just a tick better if we could. We get into a couple pair of heifers here that are really nice, really powerful females. They're just a little maybe rougher constructed, which isn't a great term, but I think you can understand what I'm trying to say. They just need to be smoothed up a little bit, just a little smoother in their overall appearance. Again, several good heifers in this class from top to bottom. I like a lot of females in this class. Really, I like every female in this class. So there's a lot of give and take. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Charlotte exhibitors in Class 3, need you at staging. Class 4, be standing ready. Classes 3 and 4, smaller classes, it'll move fast.
Well, again, another really competitive class. Charolais Heifers here in our second class. Much like the past one, there's a lot of good from top to bottom here, and my compliments to these young people on exhibiting the quality of cattle that you do. So the heifer that I'm going to start with to use, the young ladies, is, again, I think one of those that's just really a combination female that can do a lot of good things in terms of being adequate in her structure, having some depth of body, being moderate in her frame size, still having a female appearance to her, yet having all that dimension and substance that you kind of expect within this breed. So just a really nice female. She just really looks like a cow to me, and just very maternal in her appearance, and honest in her appearance, and fresh, and appreciate that about her. Good pair here in second and third. A heifer that for me in second is just a little more moderate, just a little bit sounder structured, just a little bit more laid back in the angle to the shoulder, or in the angle of her shoulder, excuse me. She doesn't have maybe quite the look in terms of her hip and hind leg as the heifer that's in third. The heifer that's in third is very powerful, very high performance. She's a heifer that, of course, and there's a pair of them here that they're going to get up there a little more in the larger frame cow size that maybe isn't exactly for me, but that's a heifer that's very good in terms of stoutness, in terms of dimension. She does it with a look. I just like to change her structure just a little bit. Again, fourth is a heifer that's tremendously long, tremendously high performance. She needs to be deeper for me, especially as we think about her mature cow size. Again, a bunch of nice heifers as they stroll on down the line. Just a good solid class of Charolais females.
I hope everyone around the rings enjoyed looking at this group of females as much as I have. The red female that came to the top of the class, I think she's carrying a little condition, but I think she handles it very well. She's showing she's bred. Big, powerful hip, big turn to that top. Really sound when she gets around the ring for the size she's at and where she's at. Just a good, solid female, again, to start a class with. The heifer I worked up to second. She's the greenest heifer in the top 5 or 6 by no doubt. She's showing she's bred. She's got a big calf in her belly. She's handling that very well. She's not carrying the condition of the heifer that was in front of her or the one that was behind her, and I do appreciate that about her. For me, I just don't think she was quite as powerful out through her hip as I saw in my red female that started the class, but I think a pair of females that are very high quality brood cow prospects have got a great future ahead of them. Young lady with the female in third, you have to appreciate the body and the mass that this female shows you. When you get on top of her, there's a turn to her top. She's pushing quite a bit of brisket in front of her. She's carrying some condition. And I guess when I get right behind her and look at her hip, I don't think she's quite, even though she's carrying more condition, the heifer in second, just a little better out through that hip the way it was designed. And maybe with carrying this condition and being as full and big-bellied as she is, every once in a while she wanted to struggle out here for me to get around the ring. Young man with the baldy heifer coming next, I think another one that's got a great look to her, some length of side, length of hip. When she gets out on her front end, she wants to paddle a little bit off that front end, but I do appreciate her showing she's fixing to get in production. A big, stout female coming next. You have to appreciate the length of body, the length of hip that she has. Just her neck set, I'd like to put it up in her, and she's kind of struggling to get around the ring today. And then a female that's sure on as big side as I think we need a female to be at this stage of the game. And then we start getting into some females that, they're giving away some mass to these females in front of them, not taking anything away from them. They all have some quality to them and could be good breeding pieces for these kids in years to come. Just don't have the rib and the dimension as the top 3 or 4 did in this class. Congratulations to another good class of Simmental females.
Exhibitor number 13842. We need your heifer to the north staging area out of class 15 on our Simmental show, 13842.
Well, really another competitive class here. Maybe not as big as some of the Charolais we've had the last couple, but again, top to bottom, end to end, really nice females. There's differences, but there's a lot of quality as well. The heifer of the young ladies that I'm going to go ahead and use to win, I think within this class, she's a heifer that gives you more look, gives you more quality. There's more balance in this heifer. There's just more symmetry in her. I'd like to see her deeper sided. There's heifers out here that are deeper, certainly, and she's got just a touch more frame too, and so that's not the ideal combination, but she's adequately in terms of the way she moves off of both ends. She's certainly really good in terms of her balance and attractiveness. And so the second place heifer, that's where you kind of can go back and forth. She is more moderate. She is certainly bigger bodied and deeper sided. Again, she's a sound structured heifer like that about her, but she is a little plainer as you view her compared to really several heifers within this class. But I like this heifer's function. I like her usefulness. She just has a lot of practicality to her. I like her as a cow prospect for that young man. Heifer that's in third is really nice as well. Again, the heifer that's got some look, got some attractiveness, plenty of muscle. She's one that's maybe not quite as good on the move. A heifer that maybe you change that way, and a heifer that doesn't have the uniformity and body depth as the heifer that's above her. Heifer that's in fourth is one that's one of those, again, that's got a lot of future. I think she's going to keep coming on, and there's a lot of good in this heifer because when she stops, she's good from the side. She just doesn't have quite as much to her today as some of the others, but she's a heifer that's going to keep coming along and keep doing good. Pair of stout heifers here to finish up. I think the young man's heifer here's got a decided advantage in quality, and so she needs to be there. The young man's heifer here, like to change her a little bit structurally, like to give her a little more look if we could. Good class of heifers.
Attention in the cattle barn. We're going to take a short lunch break at the conclusion of the Simmental show before we start our Shorthorn show. So you Shorthorn exhibitors, be aware, at the conclusion of the Simmental show, which won't be too far off, we're going to take a short 20-minute lunch break in our North Judging Arena following the conclusion of our Simmental show. 20-minute break in the North Arena after we finish the Simmentals, then we'll move into our Shorthorn heifers.
Again, another good top-to-bottom competitive class. Heifers that you like, certainly a lot of things about, little things we'd maybe change in all of them, but a good competitive class and just a fun class to judge. So the heifer that wins the class, the young ladies, I think, again, just excels from a balance standpoint. Her pieces fit together really, really good. She has enough to her. She's got plenty of depth and stoutness and dimension, but yet she does it in an adequate structure and with that added look and balance, and there's just more quality to that female when you study her from the side. A little bit yellower colored heifer, the young ladies here, a heifer that I think think as you compare her to the heifers below her, she has more balance. She certainly doesn't have the balance of the class winner, but she's got a lot of body as well. She's really bold in the shape to her rib cage. She's correct in her lines. Her tail head sits into better to her top line better than some that are below her as well. And a heifer that, again, doesn't have the balance of the heifer that's above her, but has more balance, especially as you compare to the heifer that's in third. She's cleaner on her underline, neater in the way that tail head goes into her top line. Young man's heifer that's in third, she's long-sided. She's got, again, plenty of muscle shape. When he gets her put together, she kind of comes together, but she can kind of also come apart on you. She's got that little extra navel that detracts from her. She wants to kind of rise up in her tail there, and that takes away from her balance. But a good female nonetheless, certainly sound in terms of her structure, and appreciate that. Heifer that comes next to young man, she's a heifer that's sounder structured again than the heifer that's kind of yellow and white. She's a heifer that can get out and move a little better. Like that about her. Needs a little more to her to move up the class. Plenty to this heifer here that comes next. Just not enough structural integrity for me. I like to loosen her up as well. Heifer that needs to be deeper sided here of the young ladies. Heifer that if we could deepen her down would probably move up a little bit, but just needs a little more rib, although she is well made.
And we thank you, Mr. Work. Attention in the barn, Charolais exhibitors in Class 7. You need to make your way to staging. Just a reminder, Classes 5 and 6 coming up, and they are our calf championship classes. So Class 7, you need to be checking in to staging area with the Charolais breed.
Over on our Simmental side, a set of junior yearling females. Differences in types and kinds in here. Every one of them are showing evidence that they are carrying a calf in them. Some of them are a little further along than others. I chose to start, I think, with the complete female in the group. Whenever we get them out moving and traveling around the ring, she's the freest moving as far as structure. I think she's put together, and her shoulder angle, the way her hip sets in her, the best of the group. She has a tremendous top shape to her, and I think when this calf, when she gets her udder, goes ahead and develops, looks like it's going to be fairly nice. Young man with the female in second, a big stout, big bone, just a massive female. When this young man gets her stopped and put together like he's got her right now, you have to appreciate the strength down that top, the way she balances from her chest to her flank. I just like to change her a little bit on the move. She's struggling a little bit off that front end today, not really wanting to take a stride out. She's kind of wanting to give and come apart a little bit in that front end, but a really good female in her own right as well. Then the greenest female in here is in third. A female, you have to appreciate the extension out through her front, the length down her top, and she is going to be calving here pretty quick. When you get behind her, just not quite as powerful, not as pulled apart as the two females in front of her, but another one that's got to have a nice future ahead of her for this young man when she gets in production. Young lady closing out the class, this female has some length of body, she has some length of hip, some extension, got a good look out through her head. I just question what her udder's going to do as it continues to develop. I'd like to see those teats a little smaller at this stage of the game, and maybe her quarters balanced up a little better to move her any further up in the class.
From Bland FFA. Division. Oh, go.
Well, again, just as I've mentioned several times in these classes, just a tremendous group of Charolais females here, top to bottom. Very, very competitive group of heifer calves out here that we've seen in these 4 classes. These heifers standing out here look really good, and you really like them, but there isn't some tremendous drop-off that they're this much better than some of those heifers that didn't make it out here to this grouping. There's just was a really, really competitive group of heifers and made for a challenge, a fun challenge to sort, judging through them, and just a nice group of heifers, and my compliments to these breeders. Heifer that wins the first class, I think, has a tremendous look from the side. When she gets stopped and parked, she just gives you such a good look in terms of balance and quality. She's got good rib shape for her age. She can get out and move in terms of her structure, yet she's still feminine and kind of has some maternal look to her in her head and her front 1/3, and just a heifer that combines a lot of good things. Heifer that wins the second class is tremendous in terms of her muscle down her top and in her hip. She's got plenty of quarter, just a really stout female. She too balances up well. She's not the cleanest, longest necked female, but if you study how her parts fit together, she suits me well that way. She's not as deep bodied as some heifers we've seen. You'd like to maybe give her a little more boldness in her forerib, just give her a little more boldness and shape to her rib cage. But a heifer that's stout made, that's well made as well, and a good heifer, certainly here. Heifer in third, you love her length, not in third, the third class winner. You love her in terms of her length of side. She's correct in her lines. She's attractive in her balance. She's, again, one that maybe we'd give her a little more depth of rib if we could. Just give her just a little more shape to her rib cage and a little more body there, just to think about fleshing ability later in life. But she's stout hipped. She's really well made. She's long-sided. A nice female there as well. Again, another stout, powerful female that wins our oldest class. Heifer that I think the more you sort them, the easier she was to sort up within that particular age group. She's a heifer that's adequate in terms of structure. She's got plenty of depth. She's got some muscle as well. Maybe doesn't hit you quite as hard in terms of balance as a couple others out here, but she's still good in that regard, and a nice female. So I'll look at them again. I'll show you the 2 that I like best, but know that I feel like this was a really competitive division that a lot of good females within.
Again, Shorthorn exhibitors, we're going to take about a 20-minute lunch break following the conclusion of our Simmental Heifer show. 20-minute lunch break following the conclusion of our Simmental Heifer show.
Over on our semi side, there's a set of senior yearling females before me. As y'all can see, there's quite a bit of difference in udder quality and in calf kind and style as well. I chose to start with the female. I think you have to, she's in excellent condition to be nursing her first calf. I know she's been on feed, but you can see that calf is doing extremely good. I mean, just a healthy, beautiful hair, just a good pair of cattle that you'd appreciate looking at every day. Nice way to start a senior yearling class. Young man with the heifer in second, a female that's sure not carrying the condition of the female that was in front of her, but I think whenever I look at udder quality and what's there and what she's doing with the calf at side, I think she kind of combines and comes into there. I know she doesn't look like a show cow today, but more feed put into her. There's some lines in this cow that if she was carrying the condition of some of these others, you would appreciate her a lot more. Young man with the heifer and a cow calf here in third. Another one, her udder quality looks like it's going to be nice. Her udder's up in her. She's got a long level top in her, a good hip in her. A calf maybe is not quite as good as the calf that was up in front of her, and therefore she winds up in third. And then my pair down here on the end, just a 10-day-old baby with this cow. I'd like to change her udder design, get it up in her. It's a little pendulous. I don't know how many years she can last in production. And it's hard to look at these 10-year-old babies, what the stress that she's been put through coming here to the show and doing this and doing that. Nice calf at side. We'll have to see how she develops as a cow, young lady. Congratulations.
We need our division winners from our heifer calf division, our junior division, in our Simmental show to the North Staging area. We need our Heifer Calf and Junior Division winners to the North Staging area and our Simmental breed. We're selecting senior champion now, then we'll transition into our overall champion.
Well, another good competitive class in our Charolais division, and a heifer that wins the class. The more you sort through them, the less things that you change about her, and she just kind of keeps working her way up, and she's just got a lot of good in her. She's got some dimension, got some substance, got plenty to her, yet still has a nice kind of look, and still can do it with a good, adequate structure, and that's her biggest advantage, certainly over the heifer that's in second. And you just really like the female for just being able to combine some good things within this particular class, and just kind of she has less things that you change about other things and the other ones in here, and that's not to say that these heifers aren't good heifers, because they are, but there are things you would like to change just a little bit about them. Point being, perfect example is the heifer that's in second. She's a heifer that stopped, is tremendously good, really bold in her shape. She's got plenty of muscle. She's, maybe going to have a tick more frame, but not too big, and has a solid look as well. Her pieces fit together, but when she gets out on the move, she just needs to be less restricted off of both ends. And so really that standing, you wouldn't necessarily expect it, but really once you put them into motion, it becomes a closer placing between second and third in my mind. This heifer in third doesn't have near as much to her. There isn't much of her, but she can get out and go. She has more flexibility in terms of her structure. She can get just moving a little more, and I appreciate that about her compared to the heifers that are on either side of her. Again, the fourth, one that's got more to her. She's deeper sided. There's more heifer there, but when you get her out on the move, she gets too straight off of both ends. For me, you'd like to change that about her. Powerful heifer there in fifth. Again, one that could be changed a little bit in terms of look and structure. And again, that same refrain could be made as we go down the line here. Good heifers, just maybe little things we change about each of them.
Thank you very appreciate it, Mr. Work. For Charolais exhibitors, Class 8, you need to be in staging area. Exhibitors, we have no entries in Class 9. Class 8 is a 8-head class, so you can move up. Class 10, Charolais toward the south staging gate, please. Final call for Class 8. First call for Class 10.
Again, on our Simmental side, just like the two divisions before, I think I've got 6 really high-quality females out here before me. I think all of them, you can already see this one's in production and seeing what she's doing. I think there's other females that are going to follow in right behind her and do the same thing, hopefully have a high-quality calf following them here before too long as well. Good set of cattle, though. I mean, first and seconds, there's some females out here that offer a lot, I think, for the breed, for the beef industry, that have, and all of them have a great future ahead of them. Congratulations to all of y'all. Let's give this division a round of applause, and we'll get you a champion reserve out of here and get them back in for our champion drive, which is going to be very interesting. Congratulations again.
Well, the trend kind of continues here in the Charolais show, just competitive classes from top to bottom. So heifer that going to go ahead and start the class with, for me, I think kind of sorts up logically. There's a tremendous amount of quality in this heifer. Within this particular group, you just love her balance and attractiveness. Again, of a nitpicking a good one, maybe we could loosen her up just a bit in her structure. But she's good enough, certainly, and she's so big-bodied and bold in her rib shape, bold in her muscle shape, yet does so with such a good look from the side. She has a decided advantage in terms of quality and balance over the other heifers in this class. Heifer that's in second is nice as well. She's got more to her than the heifer that's right below her. She does, and probably just a tick more to her than plenty of these heifers. And she does so again with adequate structure. She's just bold in her shape, and yet she has enough look. I think you'd neaten her up in her tail head, set that into her top line just a little better if we could. Maybe make her just a little neater at the top of her neck if we could. But she's a good female. Her pieces fit together well enough from a balance standpoint, and she's just got so much more to her and combines those in such a better way than the heifers that are below her. The heifer in third is really, really good in balance. She's better balanced, better, more symmetrical, better looking than the heifers that are below her. She just doesn't have near as much to her as that heifer that's right above her. Need to widen her a little bit at her pins, give her a little more body depth if we could. Really deep-sided female here, really a lot to this heifer. Easy fleshing, maybe almost to a fault. We'd maybe freshen her up a little bit. And again, a heifer that needs just a little more look. So again, good set of heifers here that keep coming. Very competitive from top to bottom.
It's already on for you. Well, over on our Simmental side, this is our champion drive for today. I hope y'all have enjoyed watching these kids show these heifers as much as I have looking through them. I think there was females that came through here that will fit any breeder that's sitting in the stands, depending on which way you want to go, what's your interest within the beef industry, what you want to do. I think I've got 6 before me that I would sure be happy to walk out in my pasture and look at every day. I think I would enjoy it quite a bit. Females that like this, the Simmental breed has came so far and where they're at and the rib they put in them. And the good thing about these 6 out here, one of the things we always, on the Simmental deal, we kind of worried about feet and how they could move and how they put themselves in motion a little bit. These females are sure adequate in that. They've all got the rib. They've all got shape to them. They're just good, solid, functional cattle that can go out and be productive after they get through in the show ring, and I think they look awfully nice standing out here in the show ring as well. I don't need to talk about them. Y'all know I like every one of them out here. Congratulations to all you kids. It's been way fun to look through this set of Simmental cattle, and there's some that aren't out here in the final 6 that could have, in any day, could be out here as well. So don't feel bad about getting beat today. You may just run into that class today that worked on you a little bit, or something wasn't quite right in the way your heifer was moving today. Keep coming at them. Keep breeding cattle. The breeders that are breeding these, keep breeding cattle like this. And if y'all can make them better than what you've got these 6 standing out here, y'all are doing really well. Congratulations to all of y'all kiddos, the ones that have came through. Let's give them a big round of applause for a tremendous set of females. Congratulations.
Into our final class here within this division of Charolais heifers, and a good class of females, 3 nice heifers. Heifer that wins is, I think, a pretty nice female. These are May, June kind of aged heifers, and she's one of those that combines a lot of good things. She's got tons of rib and body and depth, has a really quality look, certainly plenty muscle, and does so with a nice structure. She can really get out and go off of both ends. A heifer that I think just combines a lot of nice things to kind of win this class. Like, is she as far along as these other 2? Well, obviously not to the second one, and doesn't appear to be neither as the third heifer. But she's just a May heifer. She's got plenty of time. These heifers are ahead of schedule, really, which is to be commended. But we shouldn't detract from this heifer just because she maybe isn't quite as far along in calf. And I think beyond that, there's tons of good in this female. Second place heifer, she's to be commended tremendously for calving at this young of an age. She's got her new little calf, and maybe her body condition shows that. Sometimes those ones that calve really early, it pulls them down a little bit, and she's not as fleshy and bloomy as lots we've seen here today, but she's obviously in a whole different program. She's got her first one at her side. She's got some milk. She's got some quality of structure. She's got a nice calf at her side. It's a good female. She's already doing her job, and I appreciate that about her. Nice heifer here in third as well. She's a heifer that obviously has more dimension than the heifer that's above her. I'd like to change her structurally. She gets pretty straight up front for me. We'd maybe change her teat size just a little, even those up a little bit, shorten up her front too if we could. But that heifer has a tremendous amount of dimension. Good female out here as well.
Shorthorn exhibitors, remember, we've just completed the Junior Simmental show. I've got 12:22. We said we'd take a 20-minute break, so let's plan on 12:45 to start the Junior Shorthorn show. Projection for the Junior Shorthorn show start 12:45.
Well, again, just like I've mentioned several times, just a really competitive Charolais show here, all the way through all ages of these heifers, and it's just continued through this division. And you know, these heifers I like the best out of what came through each of those classes, but it's not one of those situations where it's just this tremendous quality drop-off, you know, between these heifers that are standing out here and those heifers that went back to the barn. There's a lot of good females that came through here and really competitive in my mind. You know, I've kind of talked a lot about structure well throughout the day, but certainly within this breed, and you know, to me, it's an important trait and something you need to nitpick on, and especially when you get to this level of quality of cattle. But also, you know, it's not to say that you know, these cattle that we mentioned are unsound or anything like that. And of course, this isn't the most forgiving environment on which to evaluate structure. You know, I'm not moving quite as well as I do at home either today. So you get out here, and it certainly will show any little thing. And so, but it's also things we need to note and take into consideration, because it is a trait that does matter. It can affect body condition. It can affect fertility. Those cattle that just have, it's harder for them to move. It's harder for them to cover country and do the things they need to do. So it's consideration. First class winner here, the young ladies. Again, one of those really powerful heifers, big hip, plenty of meat and muscle in her body as well. She's a heifer that out here amongst these three class winners maybe doesn't hit you quite as hard from a balance standpoint. Maybe we'd make her a little more uniform in her body depth, but a good female here nonetheless. A female that I like a lot of things about. A really, really attractive heifer here that wins the second class. Again, one that I nitpicked a little in terms of structure, but she's still plenty adequate when you get her back out here and compare her to these others. And just such a good look from the side. She's really powerful, yet still has that female appearance, still has that maternal look to her, and has that capability within her, I think, as you study her phenotypically. And just so good from the side that you love that about her. A really neat kind of combination female that wins our final class, the oldest class. Heifer that has a lot to her. Again, she's one that's female in her looks. Her neck comes up higher out of her shoulder. She's maternal in her head, yet strong in that regard, and kind of that nice balance. She has enough to her. She's sound enough, again, kind of like I just mentioned, but still has a lot to her as well. So good division here, good set of females. I'll show you the two that I like best.
Attention in the barn. We're moving into class, the senior division of our Charolais. This will move along pretty quickly. And there will be a transition break, short 15 minutes or so before we call, at the conclusion of the Charolais show, probably be at least 15 minutes before we call the staging of Class 1. Going to give our judge an opportunity to have a little break and get a little more nourishment. and they will be ready to roll.
Again, Shorthorn exhibitors, we're planning to start your show at 12:45 on the north side, 12:45.
Well, the trend continues. Good competitive class of Charolais Heifers. There's some give and take and some differences and different things you can do. But effort for me that's going to win this class, I think just, again, one that sorts up with the things that you just kind of combines the most good things. She's sound structured, and that's probably her biggest advantage. She's fresh in her condition. She's a maternal kind of cowie female. She's showing some development of udder and is bred and is going to kind of go and make a cow. But just the way that she can get out and move in terms of structure is her big advantage. And the freshness is certainly an advantage over the heifer that's in second as well. She's attractive. She's just a really nice female. The heifer in second, tremendously powerful cow. Just incredibly bold ribbed and big hipped and stout. And a heifer that really, for that kind of power, balances up pretty well as well. She's a little plainer maybe than the heifer that wins the class, but perhaps part of that is part of her body condition. She's a heifer that's bred up. She's doing good. She's just maybe a little much for me, both in frame size and condition. But that's a heifer that's going to be an interesting female for that young man. Just a tremendously powerful heifer there to be second. Interesting decision between third and fourth. Stopped. There's certainly the fourth place heifer you really, really like. She's well presented. She's well shown. She's correct in her lines. But when you get them out on the move, the heifer that's in third, I think, is just more practical. There's just a little more function in her. I think she can get out and move off of both ends of her skeleton much better. She's bred up a little farther along. She's starting to make a bag. She's just a little more cow in her for me. If you wanted to switch that, I could understand it completely. Two good heifers, they're just not really the same at all. Again, the heifer that's in fourth has a tremendous advantage in quality over the ones that remain. She just gets too restricted off of both ends for me. When she stopped, though, you really, really like her. Just right there, she gives you an outstanding look. Good group of heifers here coming next. Heifers that we changed little things about, perhaps udder quality being one and a few of them, but nice females, just need a little more look or structural integrity to move up. close pair and a really close trio of heifers in this class, Charlet, and certainly give and take here on the top end. There's a heifer that, again, is one of those that's really functional. She's really sound structured. She can cover some ground. Is bred up. Hopefully she makes it home before she calves. And then there's a heifer that's got a little more look, got a little more attractiveness, has some more of those show ring traits, and is bred up as well. I appreciate that about him, but maybe doesn't get out quite as well and move off of both ends. So it's really, really close. And they're two different kinds, and that makes it a little tougher, and you go back and forth in your mind as to what you do, because you like things of both of the heifers, and there's things you change in both of the heifers, and it's just where you decide. You know, that's one of those pairs that I'm sure plenty out there would switch those in a heartbeat, and I would understand why. For me, I'm going to use the heifer that, again, is just got a little more cow look to her at the moment. Now we would like to change her udder just a little. We'd like to neaten her up in those teats, square them up, even them up if we could. But that's a heifer that still has plenty to her. That's at this close to calving, still can get out and move tremendously, and I really appreciate her at the ground, and so she's going to win your class today. Again, like I talked about, just a really good look of quality, of balance, of symmetry in the heifer that's in second. She's powerful. She's stout-made. She's a heifer that just needs to get out and go just a little bit better, perhaps, but a good female nonetheless, certainly. And a good heifer here in third as well. There's not as much of this heifer as compared to the two above her by any means. Maybe we'd give her a little more depth of rib if we could, but that's a nice female. You stand out here and herself, she could have withstood quite a bit more competition. So good pair, a good trio of heifers there within that class. Good classes, senior yearling heifers here, and these are first calf heifers out here doing a good job with their first calves, and it kind of sorts up logically for me, at least. The heifer, the two young ladies that are showing the pair here are going to win your class, and just a really nice pair of cattle. The cow's attractive. She's got some structural integrity. She's got a quality udder. She's got nice, neat, small teats there. She's got a nice stout bull calf on the side of her. Really a good calf there that's going to be fun to watch for those gals to watch develop and do some good. I think he's got a good future ahead of him, and the cow's got quality. Same goes for the cow in the second pair. She's got quality as well, and a nice enough udder. And maybe shorten it up just a tick if we could in the front, but that's not a problem. A good heifer. Now the calf's not quite as strong as that calf in the first pair. Fine calf, certainly not a bad calf, but that's a pretty good calf to win that first pair and to help that cow win that class. So, but again, a female that's in production. She's milking well. She's made nice and kind of going. A heifer that comes in third, she's got some stoutness and depth and some adequate structure, but sure like to see her farther along at this point. No calf, and doesn't appear that that's going to happen just any time incredibly soon, and with a fall heifer, she probably ought to be kind of getting to doing that. So, nice heifer, though. Congratulations to the young man.
Complete the this will be
Class 1 Shorthorns, we need you to the north staging area. Class 1 Shorthorns, we need you in the north staging area. We're about to start our Shorthorn heifer show, so Class 1 Shorthorns, we need you in the north staging area. Class 2, start making your way down as well.
As mentioned earlier, we're only going to observe about a 15-minute transition break between the end of the Charolais show and the beginning of the Red Angus show. So we'll be calling those Red Angus in about 15 minutes from the time that we concluded the Charolais show. We want to give our judge just enough time to have a little lunch break on stage, and then we'll move right into the Red Angus show in about 15-20 minutes after the conclusion of the Charolais show.
Well, we've moved into our oldest division of Charolais heifers, and it's been a fun division. The first class winner is One of those heifers that's fresh, yet has some dimension. She's got enough ribs. She's not as stout and powerful as some other heifers out here just in terms of muscle, but I think she has enough. And I think she has a good advantage in terms of her structural correctness. Just a well-balanced, fresh-made heifer. She's bred up. She's doing okay in that regard. Just a nice female there to win the first class. Second class winner has a heifer that's really stout and powerful. Maybe we'd change her up a little in her udder quality. She's getting awfully close to calving, and maybe we'd make those teats just a little more refined if we could. But that's a heifer that's got a ton to her. She's got plenty of body and muscle. Just maybe doesn't have the look and quality of the heifers that win the class on either side of her. Heifer that wins the final class is just a really nice cow. She's got a nice udder. She's stout. She moves well. She's well balanced, and she's raising a really nice little bull calf there. So that's a strong pair, strong entry within this particular age division. I'll show you the two I like best, but congratulations to all the exhibitors for doing an excellent job in this class or division.
like to recognize our superintendent for this show, Donnie Montemayor, along with the intern help from our four-year ag schools that are assisting in the ring today. Also, I'd like to recognize, helping with our awards, our Shorthorn Lassie Princess, Maylie Leverage. Maylie's a junior at Albany ISD. She's been showing Shorthorns for 4 years and cattle for 7 years.
Well, we've reached a conclusion of our Charolais show, and my hat's off to these exhibitors on just a tremendously competitive breed of cattle here, and from top to bottom, very competitive and lots of good cattle. Again, like I've mentioned in some divisions, while I certainly like especially our 3 division winners and the cattle that are out here, there's not just a tremendous drop off in cattle from other ones that are back in the barns. And so I think that's a tremendous compliment to the breed and to the exhibitors and to the breeders of these cattle. So it's been a fun breed to judge, and just a good breed of heifers, or a good breed of cattle, and a good group for kids showing them. I won't go back and talk through all these heifers. I've already tried to again talk them pretty extensively and detailed in their within each breed or within each division. Just they're really good in my mind, and I really like the 3 division winners out here. I'll show you the 2 that I like best today, and we'll keep moving throughout our day. But congratulations, and join me in congratulating. Let's give these a round of applause to these Charolais exhibitors here today.
Class 2 Shorthorns, we need you in the north staging area. Class 2 Shorthorns. Class 3 Shorthorns, get it on your mind. Again, while we've got a little time here, that I'd like to remind all of you exhibitors that we're fortunate enough to be a breed or reserve breed champion. You were given some bios that we'll need for our Supreme Drive to announce about you. So if you get those filled out and return those to the announcer stand as soon as you possibly can. Again, you exhibitors that previously showed and were fortunate enough to be a breed or reserve breed champion, we need your bios filled out and returned to the announcer stand as soon as possible. Class 2 and 3 Shorthorns, we need you to the north staging area. Classes 2 and 3 Shorthorns to the north staging area.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, this is an interesting way to start our Shorthorn show. I'm sure y'all sitting on the outside are wondering what I'm thinking and looking at, but I chose to start, I think, with the one out of the group that will make a female. She maybe has opportunity to develop into a cow and be productive for years to come. She's the soundest female out here. When you get her on the move, she can take a nice stride around the ring. She doesn't have the hair coat on her like some of the other females do in here, but when you look through that, a female that has some hip and turn to her, some extension, just a nice female to start the class. Little red female that I followed her with, I think follows her as far as her joints are clean. She has some extension. She has some length of body, some length of hip. She has a future possibly as a cow. Then my next female, I think, follows them two closest of anything else out here as far as structural correctness and soundness. And she moved up in the third hole. She satisfies me there. Then I get into three females in a row that they're a little different in their breeding. I know I actually raise Shorthorns. I know what they look like. I know kind of what they do. These next three probably bred a little bit more for the steer game, and you can see it when you look at their joints and the way they move around the ring. Yes, they've got a tremendous hair coat on them. But when you get behind them, I'd like to change their vulva the way it's set in them. I'd like for them to look a little more like a female as opposed to just coming out here and looking like a steer. Congratulations, depending on where you want to use them and what you want to do with them, which female you would come to the top with.
Classes 3 and Class 4, we need you to the north staging area, Shorthorn Heifer Show. Classes 3 and 4 in our Junior Shorthorn Heifer Show, we need you to the north staging area.
these March heifer calves in our Shorthorn show today. Young man that's starting the class, a very attractive female. I think for me, she comes to the top just whenever he gets her stopped and put up. I guess she gets such great lines to her. She's not carrying a lot of extra condition today. She just won. I think has a nice future ahead of her and going to continue to improve and develop and develop into a good big female next year. Sound on her feet and legs, nice stride around the ring. The young lady in second, a little different type of female. She's a little stouter in her jaw and her head. She's got a little more muscle probably than the female I started with, but maybe not quite as nice in her forerib. Her shoulder doesn't lay into her quite as nice as that female that starts the class, but another good female in her own right. Then I've got a pair of heifers that I think it's really close between these two. It's kind of give or take. Both of them are a little longer headed, a little longer in their jaw, and they get a little narrow maybe when you get right up on top of them. But when these kids get them stopped and set up, they can give you a great look, but just don't see the mass and shape in them that we see in the two females that started the class, and then closing out the class with two females, just giving away some rib and substance to these females ahead of them today.
First call, Class 7 Shorthorn females. First call, Class 7 Shorthorn females, North Staging area.
Attention Red Angus exhibitors. Have 17 entries here in the Class 1 Red Angus, so we're ready to start checking them in. I think if we have check-in personnel here in the staging area on the South Arena, we'll start checking in Class 1 Angus. When our judge returns, he'll be ready to roll with the Red Angus show.
Pair of February heifers before me in the Shorthorn show. I think two females that are very similar. They're a little different in far as frame as if you measure their height, but the females, when you look at actual body and what they have, I think they're very close. They both have some depth. They have some length down their top. Both of them, for me, want to get a little straight off that front end. I'd like to see a little more shape, or that shoulder laid in a little different, where each one of them could take a little nicer stride around the ring. But both of them do have some capacity to where hopefully they'll go ahead and develop into cows to be used here in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Those comments on the last three. Junior Shorthorn Heifer. Brenda winning the class and they throw at the
Done. I think three nice females before me. If you're looking from the outside looking in, you can see there is some difference in kind. The red roan female up here at the top of the class, a big-bodied, big-top female. One I think has a nice future ahead of her, get her bred and get a calf in her belly. as sound as she is right now off of her feet and legs and the way her bone work's laid into her, I think one that could come back as a yearling and be really competitive. Just a really good female to start my class. I really liked this heifer in second. Whenever I first saw her, looking down her top, big turn to that top, lots of hip. But when you get in front of her, her shoulder just lays in her a little bit. I'd like to free her up off that front end, let that shoulder take a longer reach, and maybe she wouldn't be pulled apart quite as much on that front end young lady, but a very good female here in second as well. When you look at the way she's designed from her chest back to her flank, just another good female. Young man in third, this female's just giving away some pounds and rib and capacity of these two ahead of her today. But another one in her own right, when you view her and look at the way she's designed, there's some good pieces to this female. She just needs time to see if she can catch up with these others.
Class 7 Shorthorn Heifers, we need you in the north staging area. Class 7 Shorthorn Heifers, we need you in the north staging area. Class 8, get it on your mind.
over in our calf division of their Shorthorn show this afternoon. I think as you look at them, if you've been around the Shorthorn breed, there's lots of difference in genetics and what people are breeding for, whether it's for the club calf end of it or the breeding cattle end of it. Shorthorn cattle have been around a long time, and they've done a lot of good things for the beef industry here in the U.S. I think the females I have before me they satisfy me. There's a couple females that I think come together pretty nice out here for our calf champion. Let's give these kids a round of applause, and I'll pick our champion in reserve at this time.
Class 8 Shorthorns, we need you to the north staging area. Class 8 Shorthorn heifers, we need you to the north staging area.
Red Angus heifers entered in Class 2. You can begin checking them into staging area. Have 7 entries in that class. Also 7 entries in Class 3, so y'all be standing ready. These smaller classes will not take very long to run through, so be listening up for your classes. Class 2, into staging. Class 3, you need to be made ready.
I think a nice pair of females that come to the top of this winter heifer calf class today. The female I started the class with, if you didn't enjoy watching her move around the ring, I don't know, you can't make one move and cover her tracks and stride out and flex and still have this much body and dimension to her any better than what she's showing me out here today. Very functional female that has a great future ahead of her, and one that I think every day she's around, and when she gets a big calf in her belly, another one that's going to be really interesting to see come back as a yearling. The white female, when you first see her, you really appreciate the lines and the way this female's designed. She does have some depth and she does have some shape to her top, but she's just a little narrower all the way from front to the back, a little flatter in her muscle design to compete with the heifer in front of her today, but another very attractive functional female. Then I get into another roan female here, big-bodied female. She's struggling around around the ring today. She's not handling her feet the way I would like to see her handle them, but you do have to appreciate the body and capacity that she has. And then we get into a painted female here, just a little restricted on the move as well, but one that has some dimension to her. A red female that has some length of body, just giving away total mass to these three females that were ahead of her. And then we close out the class with a little female that has a lot of meat and muscle in her, just a little straight off her front end and not handling her back legs as nice as we could use them today.
Class 9 shorthorn heifers. Class 9 shorthorn heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Small class 9, so class 10 heifers, I'd start moving down as well. Class 9 and 10 shorthorn heifers to the north staging area.
Well, a good, strong, big class here to start off our Red Angus breed with these heifer calves. And again, kind of like I mentioned there before the break in the Charlet show, just one of these competitive classes top to bottom. There's a lot of good. And there's some give and take on these. There's a lot of things we like about all these heifers, but there is little things that could be changed about each of them too. And so that makes for more of a challenge in a good way and to sort through them and depending on what little things you want to go with or nitpick or emphasize or whatever, you're going to place them potentially a little different because there's a lot of nice heifers in here and there's things again that you really, really like about them, and there's maybe little things that you would change. Heifer that I'm going to use to win, for me, maybe I'd like to tone her down. I'd be, in terms of just frame size, I'd be the first to say she's probably plenty advanced for her age at this stage of the game, but she is a fresh made heifer. She's good structured. She's really long and attractive. attractive in her front 1/3. She's correct in her lines. She gives you a really good look of balance. And she's fresher than the heifer that's in second from a body condition standpoint, and I appreciate that about her. It's kind of, again, there's a whole nother discussion to go with that. You want cattle that have dewability and fleshing ability and can convert, but we also want them to stay fresh and give them their best chance later in life too, to get them bred and be cows. So a close pair in between 1 and 2 for me. They're both good structured. They both have that advantage over the third place heifer. The heifer that wins is just a little longer, just a little more attractive, a little fresher in her condition. The heifer that's second is really bold ribbed, really deep sided, really big hipped. She's got some muscle, but she's starting to get a little bit plainer there in her front 1/3. She's just a little thicker in her neck, a little plainer in her head, a little plainer there in her jowl, but just a nice heifer nonetheless. And again, she's one that has dewability, so we appreciate that, but it makes it sometimes more of a challenge to manage. Heifer that's in third, standing, you really like a lot of things about her. She's stout, she's dimensional, she's got a big performance advantage over the heifer that's below her. When she gets out and goes, she just wants to get a little straighter off of both ends, so we just like to loosen her up a little bit, give her a little more angle off of both those ends if we could, because standing, that's a heifer that I really, really like. Heifer that's in fourth is interesting. There's obviously bigger heifer, heavier heifers here, more advanced heifers in this class, and on both sides of her. But I think this is a nice heifer. She's going to have a pretty good day someday down the road. She just needs time, needs a little more feed, and just needs a little more time more than anything to just kind of mature into herself. But her structure's good, her balance is really good, her body shape is good, so I think she's going to be able to convert that feed into performance and condition. And when she does, I think she's going to look awful nice. So good heifer there in fourth. A little bigger framed heifer here in fifth. Maybe we tone her down just a little bit. These two heifers that are standing out here are a little different. They're kind of on either ends of the spectrum from a frame standpoint. Maybe we'd like to be right in the middle in a perfect world. Maybe tone her down a little. Maybe get her a little more stretch in her. She's, again, one of those that's getting a little body condition. Several good heifers here down the line. Again, going to be good practical cows for these young folks. Maybe just need a little more look here or there, or a little more dimension.
Attention in the cattle barn, Class 3, Red Angus to staging, please. Class 3 to staging. We have 7 head class in Class 3. We've got 3 head entered in Class 4. So you Class 4 heifers be standing ready.
Another good class of Red Angus heifers, and the first 3 of these heifers are probably getting up there a little bit for March heifers, just size-wise. We think about them later in life, but they're the 3 best ones, and certainly the heifer that wins fits into that category. You start evaluating her. There's a lot of good in this heifer. It's tremendous look from the side, just a lot of rib and body shape to her. Plenty of muscle as well, and good in terms of her structure. Just a really nice heifer that combines a lot of good things, and a pretty logical place to go for me in my mind. Closer here between second and third, but the heifer in seconds just got more to her. She's just bolder in her shape to her rib cage. She should have more doability later on, and maybe so much so that she could maybe be kind of reined back just a little bit condition-wise. She's got plenty on her. Would maybe change that if we could, but at least she has the ability to do that and perform and to stay in good condition. Heifer in third has a really good look from the side, maybe a little flatter. Heifer that needs to be just a little more relaxed in the angle to her shoulder, just to get a little freer moving to maybe move up today, but a nice look in that heifer. Next bunch of heifers coming, practical, low maintenance, moderate kind of females. Certainly appreciate that about them. Maybe need just a little more look to move up the class today.
in her senior heifer calf class over on the shorthorn side. This roan female that's starting the class off. This young lady's got a nice cow prospect, show heifer. You can kind of call her wherever you want to go with her. She does it all, I think, in my opinion. A female for me, she's the soundest, truest moving female in the class. Whenever I view her, she has plenty of turn to that top, lots of extension out through her front, big square hip in her. Just a nice place to start my class. Young lady with the heifer in second, I think, follows her as close as anything in here as far as body and shape and design that she has from in her rib cage up through her top, out through her hip. And another one that can ensure she's adequate when she gets around the ring. With young lady gets her set up like this, she gives you a neat look out here in the ring as well. I think a solid female to be here in third. And then I get into a group of about 4 heifers here that all of them, they have some things that you like about them, some things you would like to change maybe just a little bit. All 4 of these heifers have some rib shape when you get on top of them. They have some balance down in from their heart back to their flank. Maybe some of them aren't quite as neat moving as the heifer in front of them, but all 4 of these females have some quality, turn to their top, and fleshing ability. Then we get into some couple red heifers, just want to get a little weaker up in their top, and then we get into some females, little structure issues off their front end, maybe need a little more substance to get any further up in the class. Good group of heifers, depending on where you're going with your breeding program, probably which way you'd shake them out.
Class 10, Shorthorn females, we need you to the north staging area. Class 10, Shorthorn females to the north staging area. Following the completion of Class 10, we'll move into our junior division drive. So Class 13, Shorthorn heifers, start getting it on your mind. Class 10, Shorthorn heifers, we need you now to the north staging area.
Final call for Class 4. We need entry 36481 to staging. Please check them in. And we'll have a division after this, so classes 5 and 6 will be division. So you folks with Heifers in Class 7, y'all be getting them ready. We'll be calling Class 7 up as soon as we move in Class 4.
Okay, well, I apologize for taking an extra few minutes here on the top end of this class because, you know, when you look at those three heifers, you know how good they are and you know how they're going to be competitive most likely later on here in division and on down the line in this breed. And so three really, really good heifers, and unfortunately, somebody has to be third, and it's no fun to put somebody in third when there's this kind of quality, when you know kind of what may or may not happen, just knowing how good these heifers are. So with that being said, I'll kind of just talk about each three of them real quickly. The heifer that's going to win the class of young ladies is a heifer that's just so attractive and so feminine and female and maternal in her look, yet has dimension from the side. If we're going to nitpick her, she's just a tick short-strided. She's certainly not unsound by any means, but in comparison to these two that are right behind her, that is the one thing you'd like to change about her. The heifer that's in second, just again, tremendous look and balance from the side. Big bodied, big hip. Not as much of this heifer, just length and frame and performance as the two on either side of her. But she, again, is like I described in that heifer, is so tremendously attractive from the side. The young man's doing an outstanding job showing her, doing great in his showmanship, and just a really, really nice heifer there. But there again, she isn't quite as much of that heifer, and so that's the thing maybe you change just a little bit about her and a really good heifer. The heifer that's in third, she's a heifer that's tremendously performance-oriented. There's so much to her. She's deep-sided. She's big-hipped. She's powerful. She's outstanding at the ground. She is a little plainer. Just a tick. She's got just a little bit more body condition. Maybe you'd like to freshen her up just a little bit there. So that's the thing that you would maybe change on there. So that's the decision amongst those three. Truly, you could place those heifers any three ways and be able to completely justify it. And I don't know who's right or who would be wrong. This is the way I'm going to place them today. And I think it's very, very close in my mind. And I think all three of those heifers are tremendously good. That's what I see in the differences amongst them. And again, it's just one of those instances where it's just so unfortunate that somebody has to be third because the quality level is very, very high. And that's not to take anything away from these other three heifers. They're really nice heifers as well. Just a tough, tough class got in there with three heifers that I personally really, really like, really, really appreciate. And my compliments to the breeders and exhibitors on those heifers.
Thank you, Mr. Work.
Over on our shorthorn side, a set of July-August females before me. Young man, red female, came to the top of the class. I think she's the combination female of the three. Whenever I view her from the side profile like she is now, a female that balances very nicely. She's got a nice foot shape to her. She can take a good stride around the ring. Really nice down her top line. She has some turn there. I think a female that has a nice future is a cow prospect ahead of her. Young man's roan female here in second. A female that follows her as far as body shape and design. Not as nice in her shoulder, the way her shoulder's laid into her. A little rounder in her makeup there, a little shorter in her hip, a little rounder there in her hip as well. But a big stout female here in second. The roan female here that finishes up the class, a female that doesn't balance quite as nicely as the two ahead of her. Whenever I view her from her chest floor to her flank, she gets off a little there. Kind of wants to set her legs up underneath her when she gets out on the move. But a female that does have some body and some future ahead of her.
Class 13, Shorthorn Heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Class 13, Shorthorn Heifers, we'll be ready for you here shortly.
Red Angus exhibitors with Class 7 females can move them into staging. Class 7, Red Angus to staging.
Another good competitive class. Red Angus heifers, just 3 here, but nice heifers. Young man that's going to win with this lighter colored heifer here. A heifer that I'd readily admit that we could change her structurally, freshen her up a little bit if we could, just get her out of her shoulder just a little nicer. But tremendously big-bodied. A lot to this heifer. She's very correct in her lines. Just a little more look and attractiveness and dimension within this particular class. The dark red heifer of the young ladies is a nice female. She isn't quite as massive, as powerful as the heifer that's above her, but she's a heifer that's going to have good days down the road. There's some body shape, there's some dimension. There's just not quite enough look today to slide up, but a good female nonetheless. And a good female here again in third. She just needs a little more time to kind of mature into herself and come together. She's again one that's got some future. She just isn't quite there at the moment. Needs to have just a little more dimension to move up, but heifer I like nonetheless. Well, again, a really fun division here in our first division or calf division in the Red Angus show, and just a tremendous set of heifers out here, first and seconds, and a great set of kids showing them, doing a great job with that. And again, this has been one of those competitive divisions where there's not this big drop off from what's standing here to what's back there. So good set of heifers out here, and again, my congratulations and compliments to the breeders and exhibitors. Heifer that wins the first class, she's attractive in her front 1/3. She's bold in her rib. Again, she's a heifer that's done maybe just a little more than you'd expect for a heifer that's within this division and in this first class, but a good female. There's a lot of quality in her nonetheless, and a heifer that I like really well. Heifer that wins the second class is a heifer that to me is really good in a lot of ways. She's just got that combination of function with that extra look and attractiveness and those little show ring extras that are fun to have when you get out here in this scenario. And you just love that about her. Just tremendously good in her rib shape and her rib cage, really correct in her lines, plenty of hip. She gets out and moves really well as well. So a fun heifer to evaluate, and I'm sure a fun heifer for that young lady to show. The darker red heifer won the third class. Very tough class there with three really nice heifers that were all worthy of, from a quality standpoint, are all worthy of standing out here. Of course, only two of them can. So first and second in this class are good in my mind. And again, this heifer's so fresh, so attractive when she stopped. She's so true in her rib cage, just has that maternal female look and appearance to her. And still yet has enough dimension too, and just love that about her. She's maybe not as good on the move. She's sound enough. She maybe doesn't hit you with as much balance moving as she does when she stopped here, which happens sometimes. Sometimes it's the other way around. But that's kind of makes for an interesting decision with her. You'd maybe like to see her just hit you a little harder on the move. But that's a heifer that I really, truly like a lot of things about. Nice heifer wins the final class. A lot of dimension, a lot of body. Needs to be freshened up, give a little more look here to compete with these other heifers out here, with these other class winners, but a good heifer nonetheless. I'll take another look at them quick here. I'll show you the two that I like best, but there's several heifers in this division that I really like and appreciate. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Work, for the overview in our Heifer Calf Champion class.
Over on our shorthorn side, 5 females before me here that all of these females have is the rib shape you would like to see in one, the balance from chest floor back to flank. And so it comes down to just separating on type and kind and what you like. This roan female I started the class with, really like the look that she gives you when she stopped. Beautiful on her profile. You get behind her, she is massive down her top and out through her hip. I'd like to change her maybe a little bit, just free her up and give her a little more reach whenever she gets around the ring. But she is covering her tracks out here and doing what she needs to do that way. Just like to see her stretch out just a little, I don't know, just something where her shoulders laid into her. She's not as free off that front end as what I would like. This red female in second, she's a different type of female. She doesn't have the muscle that the other 3 heifers behind her has. But a female, for me, whenever I view her, she's got a big calf in her belly. She's still holding her top together the way it needs to be. She has enough look and she's sound on her feet when she gets around the ring and therefore moves into the second slot. The young lady with the heifer in third, another big, massive hip, big top, nice bodied female, just a little plainer out through her front end, and she's sure adequate though, young lady, when she gets around on the move, and she doesn't show to have as big a calf in her as the 2 that were ahead of her, but a good solid female in her own right. The little red female coming around next, I tell you what, there's some good things about this female. She just gets up in her shoulder and into her neck, just gets a little different made up there, a little plainer in her head and the way she looks, but you love her from her shoulder back to her top line and her hip shape and design there. The roan female closing out the class, big bone, stout made female. Like to change her inner joint work a little bit, and as she drives off that front end, let her handle those front feet a little better today.
Class 8, Red Angus to staging. Class 9, y'all need to be moving up and standing ready. These will be real short classes in this division. Class 8 to staging. Class 9, be standing ready.
Good class of Red Angus heifers here as we move into kind of the November, December age range, and a real good place to start with the young man's heifer. Again, within this class, just one of those that combines a lot of good. She's got a good look. She's sound structured enough. She's got plenty of body, really bold in the shape to her rib cage, plenty of muscle and hip. Just a good kind of female here that kind of sorts her way up pretty logically for me. Gets a little more interesting there, but I think the young lady's darker colored heifer here in second is again just a nice female to go with to be second. She most closely follows that kind and that type of the heifer that wins the class. There's just more freshness, more look, more attractiveness to her than the heifers that are right below her in third and fourth. Maybe not quite as much to her, but certainly plenty from that regard. Pair of heifers here in third and fourth that maybe we'd loosen them both up in terms of their movement, change them a little in the angle of shoulders. We could freshen them up certainly too. We peel a little condition off of them. Probably going to move a little better that way too. Change their necks that way too. So just kind of freshening these two up would help a lot. But they're good females, and it's nice to see that they have that ability to convert feed into body condition.
Last and final call for Class 8 to staging. Need 32,319. We're about ready to move in your class. Class 9, as mentioned before, these are short classes. We're going to move a lot faster in these two divisions than we have in the past. So Class 10, you need to be making your way up. We're about ready to move in Class 8, Class 9 to staging, Class 10, 2 head need to be standing ready.
Class 13, Shorthorn females, we need you in the north staging area.
Well, again, when we get our group out here for our champion drive in the intermediate division, I think I've got 4 first places, and our seconds follow them very closely, I think, in kind. I think there's some good females out here, much like some of the others I've said before, depending on what you're wanting to do with them. You can do a lot of different things with this 8 females before me, depending on the kind of give and take of what you want to do with them or how you want to put them together. But a tremendous set of females that we got into this older group, and I really like the way they came around. And I've got my first and seconds up here that I really enjoy looking at. But congratulations to this group of kids. Let's give them a round of applause. I'll show you the 2 that suit me out here today for our champion and reserve in the intermediate division.
Email coming to us out of class number 7, exhibited by Emily Munchcraft from Rayford FFA.
Well, we got a good class over here in the Red Angus side. Continue with kind of the fall-born females, and a nice heifer of the young man's that's going to win the class. I think within this particular group, she's the heifer that has the most quality. She's the heifer that's the most symmetrical in terms of her balance. Yet has plenty of dimension and does so in terms of movement good enough as well. So just a good logical place to start for me. Maybe not the heifer that blows you away in any one way, but it's also a heifer that there's really not much big things you change about her. So good, solid female. Good practical female here next, a young man in second. Here's a heifer that sure we'd like to freshen up. And again, it's like I've mentioned, it's kind of a double-edged sword. We want them to be fresh, but we also want them to have the ability to convert and maintain body condition, because that trait's going to help them an awful lot when they're 2- and 3-year-olds out there doing what they're supposed to be doing. So that heifer's a little plain, but she's also big bodied, she's sound enough, and she's got some stoutness and dimension to her in terms of muscle. Certainly a big advantage over the next 3 heifers. A couple heifers here that just need more to them. Really, all 3 of them are nice females. They have a little bit of attractiveness. They just need more substance and dimension to move up with those other 2 heifers.
Class 10, Red Angus. You need to be at staging. Folks, Class 11 and 12 are your junior heifer championship classes. So you folks in Class 13, you exhibitors, Red Angus 13, be getting them ready. Class 10 to the staging area.
Get into some summer-born Red Angus heifers and 4 good females, and a really logical place to start for me. And I'll be, again, the first to admit this is a heifer that's she's gonna have plenty of size as a cow. You compare her to the other females of her age out here, she's gonna cost you more to feed. But when you study all her pieces and parts, it's pretty evident that and apparent that she's the one that has the highest quality, and thus you'd expect that, you know, when she brings in a calf, even if she does cost you a little more to feed her, it's probably going to have a little more value to it as well, or you would hope that she could pass those traits on. So there's give and take and everything in this business, and I'm just trying to pass along my thoughts on her. But just a really good heifer in terms of balance. She's big-bodied, she's stout-made, she's a decided advantage in dimension, a decided advantage in attractiveness and look, and just a good female there that the young man's got. He's doing a good job showing her. Really attractive heifer here in second, really a feminine appearing female. She needs a little more to her. She doesn't have as much to her as the heifers that are below her or above her. But she has enough, I think, to be in second here today. And I really do like her pattern from the side. She's fresh, and I appreciate that about her. And she is just a really attractive female. two heifers here that got more to her in terms of body dimension and depth and moderation. Heifer that's in third gets awful straight off of both ends for me, so we'd like to change that a little if we could, but there's more of this heifer just in sheer stoutness and length than there is of the heifer that's in fourth. Heifer that we'd like to give just a little more look to, but we do appreciate her for having some added dimension in there.
Red Angus exhibitors in 13, we need you at staging.
Well, another good class. I think the final class of this division in the Red Angus show. Just a couple heifers in here, but good heifers. Heifers that maybe both need a little structural changes if we could. But heifer that wins the class is really attractive in her front end. She really has that cowy maternal yet strong kind of head on her. She's bold in her rib cage. She's got some dimension. But we could change her a little bit in terms of her structure if we could. Just make her neater, get out of her shoulder there a little better as well. But a nice female, has a lot of other good things about her. Dark red heifer, the young man's here. She gets, again, pretty straight off of both ends. She really wants to get up in the middle part of her top there as she gets out moving. We'd like to change that about her. But again, she's a heifer that's got something to her. She's got some doability and appreciate that about her. Two good heifers. We'll bring them back out here and look at them for our division in a minute.
Class 13, Red Angus to staging, please. Class 13, Red Angus, bring them up to the south staging gate. Check them in.
Well, another good group of red Angus heifers out here within this division. We're starting to get just a little older heifers, some falls and summers and that kind of age, and just a really nice set of females. Heifer wins the first class. A lot to like about that heifer. You can see right there, she gives you a good look from the side. Her balance is good. She's got enough dimension. She moves adequately. A heifer that's pretty nice, just pretty solid kind of female that you do like a fair amount of things about, and a good class winner for that young man. Nice heifer that wins the second class. Heifer that, you get her out here with these other really nice heifers. She's maybe a tick planer, but she's a heifer that's got some structure. She's got some body, certainly some length of side. It looks like when the time comes, she's going to have a really nice udder. Appreciate that about her. But she does hit you just a little plainer than some other heifers we see out here. Heifer that wins the third class, there's even though she's maybe a little bit advanced in terms of her frame size. Maybe we tone her down in that a little if we could. Once you study her otherwise, there's a lot to like. That's a good heifer. She's stout and powerful and big ribbed. She moves well. She's made nice as well. Probably enough condition on her. Maybe we'd freshen her up just a tick if we could. But not out of bounds in that regard either. Nice heifer that wins the final class. Love her head and her Angus type breed character there in her front 1/3. Plenty of body as well. Out here, again, she's one that maybe we'd relax in her shoulder and loosen her up a little bit in her skeleton. But a nice heifer nonetheless. 4 good heifers out here. I'm going to show you the 2 that I like best. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done.
Final call for Class 13. Check into the staging. 24478. Let's check it in at staging in Class 13.
Second place out of Class 9 and 5350.
Over on our Over on our shorthorn side, I think another good group of females before me. The female that rose to the top for me, I think she's the freshest female out here. When you look at the condition, where she's at in her condition, the way her neck sets into her, a female that gives you a great look from the side view. You get behind her, there's a lot of turn to her. Is she as big? She's as big as I think maybe a female this age needs to be, but she's really good to go with it. Good set of feet and legs underneath her. Takes a nice stride. A nice way to start my class. Then it kind of came to give and take a little bit. I went ahead and chose and started with the little red roan female here in second. She is not the largest frame female out here, but whenever you get on top of her, tremendous amount of turn to this top, big hip, Lots of rib shape to her for the length that she has. And when this young lady gets her stuck and put together, gives you a tremendous look from the side. And another one that can move around the ring and look very attractive doing it. A roan female in third, a female, another one that has a lot of depth of body to her. Maybe just a little flatter when you get right up on top of her. Like to see a little more turn to that rib cage. Lay her hips into her just a little nicer to get her in competition with the two ahead of her. Young man coming around next with the red blaze sided heifer here. A female that's given away some length of body, some overall substance to those three females ahead of her, but a nice female in her own right. And then we start getting into some females that are just a little flatter, a little tighter in their forerib, maybe just a little opened up when they'll move, or maybe needs to have just a little more substance to them to move up any higher today.
Attention Red Angus exhibitors, single entry in class 14 needs to be checked into staging. Bring up class 15. We only have 2 entries in that final class of our senior division. Have to bring 15 up and 14 for check-in at the staging area.
Class 15, Shorthorn Heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Class 15, Shorthorn Heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Following Class 15, we'll move into our senior champion drive. So if you had a heifer calf or a junior division winner, you need to start thinking about migrating back to the north staging area. Polled Hereford exhibitors, we won't be long. Polled Hereford exhibitors, we're not far off. So Class 1, Polled Hereford heifers, start thinking about it.
A good, strong class of heifers here in the Red Angus ring to start this division. 4 very nice females, 4 very competitive females with each other. There's lots of give and take. They're all good heifers, certainly. Maybe there's little things we change, but that makes you go back and forth different ways in your mind on how to place those. So that makes for a fun challenge. But 4 really, really nice heifers that I truly have an appreciation for. Young man's going to win the class here. The heifer that's got kind of a little darker head, just a powerful heifer. There's 2 more moderate females here in this class, and they're going to end up being first and second as the way it goes. But between those heifers, there's more to this female. She's bolder in the shape to her rib cage. She's deeper sided. She's wider hipped and has a little more to her. She's a little further along the calf. That's a positive thing for me. The heifer in second isn't showing a lot in that regard, so I appreciate that about her. With that being said, maybe we neaten her udder up just a little bit, but it's not bad, and it just kind of a nitpicking thing. So a heifer that's not tremendously fresh, but a heifer that has a lot to her. And again, I think in this class, there's maybe things we changed a little bit about the structure of all these heifers. They're all adequate, but again, and she falls into that category. But with that being said, compared to who we're comparing her to, I think the other things about her surface her up to the top. Heifer that's in second has a really good look from the side, very attractive. She's attractive in her front 1/3 and correct in her lines. I think if we're talking the best structured, it's perhaps her, even though she's still just a little short-strided and dips her one a little bit on the move. But that's a really good-looking heifer. Just like to have a little more to her in relation to the heifers that are on either side of her. Big, powerful heifer here in third. There's a lot to this heifer, and you love that about her. Just a really powerful female. With that, she comes at you a little plainer. She's got a little chest there, and maybe part of it's this tail. I mean, that's just an unfortunate reality for her. It can, that shorter tail does throw off balance sometimes. And again, she's a heifer that's starting to show an udder, and I appreciate that about her. I like her power. I like her dimension. I just want to have just a little bit more look and attractiveness to beat her, to slide her up to beat those other 2 heifers. Same can be said for this heifer in fourth. There's just not quite enough look in her, unfortunately, even though within this class, even though she's a good female, good heifer that has plenty to her, and I'm sure will go on to be a great cow for that young man.
Final call for Class 15 to staging. We have a single entry in 14. Final call. Let's make sure all Class 15's in the staging area in your Red Angus show.
Over on our shorthorn side, this group of junior yearling females, and before me, I think very close placing in these top 2. You can give and take and switch them and flop them, and 30 minutes later I might change my mind. But the female I started the class with, just really fresh in her appearance for the condition that she's in. She's carrying all the fat in her that I think she needs to have, but she is showing you she's got a big calf in her belly. She's handling it very well. When she gets out around the ring, she holds her top together. Still gives you a good look, like a calf look whenever you view her from the side view. Just a good, solid female to start my class. Really like this female in second. The length of hip, the length down her top, the rib shape that she shows. Maybe not quite as nice in her forerib as the female that started the class, but maybe a little more extension out through that front end. And another one that's sure sound and gets around the ring very nicely today. young lady in third, a good red female. She just fell in here with two really good ones today. A female that has some length of body. She has some extension out through her front. Maybe just doesn't have the freshness and the look as I see in the two females ahead of her, but a good female in her own right. Closing out the class, a little red female that has some extension out through her front end, just not carrying the condition to be competitive with these other three heifers today.
Attention Red Angus exhibitors, we need our calf and junior champion and reserve back to staging for the champion drive. Calf champion and junior and reserve back to the staging area for the champion drive in the Red Angus.
Well, we got a nice single entry here in the Red Angus show, and heifer that could certainly stand some competition. You like her quality, certainly in terms of balance. She's good in her rib cage. She's attractive front end, correct in her lines. She's sound structured as well. We'd sure like to see her maybe just a little farther along at this point for her age. She's not showing much in that regard, so that's a bit of a negative, but a nice female nonetheless. I really appreciate her from a balance standpoint.
Okay, Polled Hereford exhibitors, we're about to go here pretty quickly into our senior drive in our Shorthorn shows, so start getting it on your mind. Class 1 Polled Hereford heifers, don't need you just yet, but start thinking about it.
Good pair of older females here. They're in production. You love to see that, and they're raising nice calves and doing their job, and that's fun to see these young people bring those kind of projects out here. I'm going to use the pair there coming closer to me, the gal in the red shirt and the young man in the cowboy hat. A heifer that's just got a little more attractiveness to her. Maybe we'd neaten her udder up, level it up for sure if we could. I think there's a more attractive look to this female. She's got a nice calf that she's doing a good job raising. I think the heifer that's in second, the cow, has got a little more refined in her teeth structure, but there again, we could nitpick it a little bit and square it up a little if we could. I think she's smaller teated, but maybe needs to be a little more level in that regard. So a little tighter body, perhaps. There's more muscle in her than the heifer that wins, so you appreciate that about her. Both raising good, solid calves. Just a nice pair of females, a pair of there to go in that class.
Over on our shorthorn side, a pair of senior yearling females before me. A young lady that's going to win the class has got a female going to get in production here pretty quick, the way her udder development looks, and she's handling herself for a big calf in her belly. Her top line's holding together very nicely. A female that has some extension out through that front end. She's not carrying a lot of extra condition or have a super amount of hair on her, so you're seeing her just the way she is. Nice young female. Hopefully we get her in production and has a heifer calf so this young lady can come back and show her maybe in a year or two. But good pair, a good female here to start the class with. Young lady with the heifer in second. I think this was an October female, a female that without a calf in her belly, she's giving away some substance look to her. She's not as fresh looking out through her front end, wanting to get a little staler there. But a female that does have some length of body, length of hip to her. Just like to see her, more of her, to compete with the female in front of her today.
Thank you, Mr. Evans, for those comments on our last class. Heifer and junior champions in the Shorthorn Show need to start bringing your females to the north staging area. Our heifer calf and junior champions, we need you to the north staging area in our Shorthorn Heifer Show. We're about to select our senior champions, so after that we'll run into our overall champion drive. Polled Hereford Heifers. Polled Hereford Heifers will start your breed here very quickly.
Well, we get into our final division of Red Angus heifers, and a good group of females here. The heifer that wins the first class. I think in this particular group, once you get her out here, she's a nice combination of substance and balance and appropriate, being bred, calving progress, however you want to describe that. She's a good combination of all those things. She's got quality from the side. She's got some muscle shape. She's got some body shape as well. Just a nice female there, and a similar type female that was second in her class that's maybe just not quite as far along in calf as the heifer that wins. Heifer that's a single entry in her second class. Nice heifer, certainly. You like her muscle and body. I think she's got a decent look to her and pretty good in terms of balance. Sure like to see her just a little farther along in calf if we could. That would be nice to see for her at her age at this time of year. So good pair here that wins our final class, doing a good solid job raising a solid calf there. Got some milk, maybe not the most picturesque udder, but decent. And again, maybe these two pairs, when they get out here, maybe they give up some quality from a balance standpoint. Maybe they give up that advantage just a little bit to these. But certainly, I really respect that they're in production and raising a calf and doing a good job. That's kind of what the main purpose of these animals are, not to just look good, but also do something and generate some revenue for you. So that being said, there's some give and take. There's some different stages of life, ages, et cetera, in this division. I'll show you the two that I like best today, and we'll continue on to our champion jive. Thank you.
over on our Shorthorn side, this division, I think there's 6 females before me out here. There's some power in these females. There's some rib shape. There's some dimension to them. They're sound enough when they get around the ring. Some of them are already showing they're going to get into production when we need to have them there. And so I think those are all quality things that we like to see when we get back out in our champion drive. Good set of females all the way through this division as well, much like some of the others that have been through here. I think there's females that can work in a lot of segments of the industry. Congratulations to you kids. Let's give this division a round of applause, and we'll pick our champion in reserve.
Well, a really nice set of Red Angus females back out here with our division champions, and just a good 6 heifers out here that be sure could go places and do a lot of things, and I think will be really, really fun for these young people to take home and breed and make cows and generate some revenue for them potentially, or raise some show heifers or whatever segment they want to go. But just a nice set of heifers. Again, my compliments to these young people. They're doing a great job out here. My compliments to the breeders that raise these heifers and help these young people with their projects. So 6 good heifers. I'll show you the 2 I like best. Let's give them a round of applause for a really good Red Angus show today.
Chianina exhibitors in Class 1, you can check them into the South staging area. Chianina, Class 1, into the South staging area.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Over on our Shorthorn side, this is our champion drive here today. I think 6 females performing. We had a little rocky start there at first. I didn't know what I was getting into in the Shorthorns there to start the deal, but at the end, it all came together, and I think we've got 6 females before me that can do some really neat things within the breed, and I think every one of them can do some great things for these kids as show heifers next year. Some of them are going to be done this year, but then when we get them in production, I sure think there's some females out here that can reproduce some females that'll get back out into this show ring or produce females that'll go work in any segment of the industry. Congratulations to all of you exhibitors. I think a really super set of Shorthorns. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll pick our champion in reserve here today.
Class 1 and 2, polled Hereford females, we need you to the staging area. We're about to walk Class 1 into the north judging arena, so Class 2, polled Hereford heifers, we need you to the north staging area. We're now leading in our first class of Polled Hereford females in the North judging arena. So we need Class 2 Polled Herefords. Class 2 Polled Herefords, we need you now in the North staging area. Class 3, start making your way.
Final call for Polled Hereford Class 2 to check into staging. Final call, Polled Herefords in Class 2, you need to be in staging.
Thank you.
Starting our Polled Hereford show here this evening. I think a very complete female to start the class today. A female that gives you a great look when this young lady gets her put together and gets her set up. Lots of extension out through her front end. Her neck sets up in her right and her shoulder. When you look at the body and where she's at in development for, I believe this is a May heifer calf, I think one that has a great future ahead of her. Really nice on her feet when she gets around the ring. Big square hip, a lot of future in this one. Then the April heifer wound up here in second. A female for me, I think she follows her as far as her rib shape and the way she's designed there. I'd like to change her a little bit out of her shoulder. Every once in a while she gets to moving too fast. She wants to get a little choppy, but I think she's a logical female to come in second behind this other heifer with the rib shape that she shows in the muscle and development. Little July heifer coming in next, a little female. I think a female that's got a nice future ahead of her as well. She glides around the ring very nicely. And when this young lady gets her stuck and put together, she can give you a really neat look. It'll be nice to watch her develop and see what she does. Then we get into some heifers a little larger, a little bigger frame type heifers, a little straight, maybe this heifer off of her front end, like to change that. And then a female that's just a little low. I wish her neck came out a little up further up into her shoulder and give her a little neater look, but a big power heifer. Then a very nice functional heifer following next. She's just struggling getting around the ring today, a little choppy on the move. Would like to give her a little more flex to be able to move up any higher today. Closing out the class with a little heifer that has some extension, has some rib shape to her, but just a little flatter in her makeup to move any higher.
Attention in the barn, we're still missing 2 heifers out of our second class of Polled Herefords. We need exhibitor number 16798 and 14751. Need your heifers to the Polled Hereford makeup area. We're starting to lead your class in now. You're about to miss your class. Class 3 Polled Herefords, we need you to the staging area now.
Key exhibitors in Class 2, final call. Class 3, only 2 head. You need to be at staging gate in the South Arena.
Those exhibitors I just called out of Class 2, you're about to miss your class. We're about to walk them in and shut the gate if you're not here. 2 heifers missing from Class 2 polled heifers. You're about to miss the show. Get them in here ASAP. Class 3 polled Hereford females, we need you at the north staging area at this time.
Well, a really good, strong class heifers here to start off our Kiania show. And, there's some different types and kinds, but there's a lot of good, too. They don't all have to be the same necessarily. And there's just a lot of nice heifers down the line. Like I say, there's different types and kinds, and they're probably bred for little different things, and that's okay. 4 really, really nice black heifers up here on the top end, and all 4 of them are really good, and it's splitting hairs between amongst them because really, in a big picture sense, these are the 4 that within this class are those combination females. They're sound enough. They got enough look. They got enough to them dimension-wise. It just gets down to little things when you get down to those 4 heifers. And I think there's a delineation between those 4 and the rest of these other nice heifers that are out here. So I want to compliment all 4 of these young ladies for having really, really nice heifers. So the heifer I'm going to start to use of the young ladies is, again, one, maybe as much as any of these 4. There's plenty of this heifer for just this youngest first class. You think about them later on. There's going to be a point where that heifer's probably pretty big when she gets to be a cow. But with that being said, she's got the most quality, yet combines that with so much substance and dimension. She just has more look than the second place heifer. She's a little neater necked. Her neck comes out of her shoulder a little higher. She's just a little longer sided. She just hits you with that little more presence there, and then that's just that little edge that she needs to go ahead and win this class. The heifer that's in second, really stout, a moderate female compared to a couple others in here, big bodied, a lot of hip, just a really, really nice female there from a production practical standpoint. There's heifers that are a little neater necked above her and below her, and that's a consideration, but I really like that heifer. The young lady's doing a good job. She's that practical, functional, kind of low maintenance kind of female there, yet still has the balance to be up on this top end. 2 heifers here next that, again, they're really good. They compete pretty hard with those top 2. I don't know that they put that combination of little things together quite as well. The heifer that's in third, maybe not quite as much of her compared to the heifer that's in second. And plenty of looks still, but maybe not quite to the level that heifer that wins the class. And so, she's one of them that rises her tail up just a little bit, and that throws her balance off slightly. Just little things there when you start sorting high quality heifers there. Same goes for this 4th place heifer. Really, really nice female. She's maybe not as true and as bold in her rib cage as a couple of others above her. And again, that's nitpicking. Again, maybe not quite as much presence. Again, just you'd like to set her tail head in just slightly better compared to those other 3 up above her, but that's an awful nice heifer as well. There's a kind of a gold cream colored heifer here coming next. Powerful, powerful female. Not maybe the exact as much breeding heifer as maybe I'm looking for, but I think that heifer's got a ton of future to do some neat things depending on what way that young lady wants to breed her. Maybe not that she's coarse or terminal, but maybe she fits a little more into a market heifer type show, which you guys don't have here, obviously. But what I'm trying to say is it's a good heifer. She's just a little different than exactly what I'm looking for personally. She doesn't have quite the structure that the heifers that are above her, but a good female nonetheless. This red and white female is pretty similar in a lot of ways to her. And a good group of heifers going down the line here. Like I say, different types and kinds, but a lot of good females. Good class here to start off our key show.
Thank you, Mr.
Over on our Polled Hereford side, this pair of March heifer calves before me here. I think both of these females have a lot to offer. I think they're both sound. They're structurally made right when they get around the ring. I chose to start with the female. For me, just a little more substance to her. I think one, I know she's not the little choke-throated, whistle-necked one, but look at the extension out through her front end. She's the kind, for me, in the past that you can raise some herd bulls out of, show females you can do anything you want to the way this female's designed. Nice foot shape, go all the way up to a big rib cage and a big massive hip. Good way to start my class. Young man, you've got a good female as well. A female that balances up very nicely, really nice in her fore rib back to her flank, a lot of turn to that top. You just run into one that's extremely good to start the class, but don't be ashamed of this heifer. She's got a good future ahead of her as well.
Class 4 Polled Hereford females, we need you in the north staging area at this time. Classes 7 and 8 Polled Hereford females, start getting on your mind. We won't be long before we get to y'all. So first call, Class 7 Polled Hereford females.
Well, good set of 4 heifers here in our next Q&E class, and nice heifer here to start. The young lady's got a black and white heifer, a little white on her feet, and just really dimensional and bold and powerful in her build. She's got rib, she's got shape to her rib, she's got muscle. She does so with enough look. There's just a decided advantage for her in the width and dimension and power over the second place heifer. Second place heifer is high quality in terms of balance. I like the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. I like her attractiveness from the side. There just isn't quite as much of this heifer and compared to the heifer that wins. But when we compare to the third and fourth place heifers, there's just a lot more look and balance and quality. There's more depth of rib as well, and I really appreciate that about her. Gets a little straighter off of both ends. We'd change that if we could, but a nice female nonetheless. White heifer here, heifer that's got enough to her. She's long-sided. She's just a heifer that doesn't have quite enough look to go along with that, to compete, with those 2 heifers that are above her. Just not quite enough balance in this regard, even though she's a heifer that reaches just a little better than the one that goes second. Heifer in fourth here, the young man's heifer that has some body. Again, just one of those that needs a little more look and balance. Need to change her just a little bit structurally if we could as well.
31956 in the Class 4 Polled Herefords. Last and final call for you to get to the north staging area. 31956. We need you in the staging for Class 4 Polled Herefords.
Thank you.
You're good right there, young lady. You're good. You're good. Over on the Polled Hereford side, this set of February heifers before me. Female came to the top of the class, really fresh in her presentation. She's not carrying a lot of extra condition. One that has a great future ahead of her. I think she can continue just to get better and better every day. This young lady keeps her on feed and shows her through the spring and into next fall. Big top in her, big hip, level. Really balances up, stout there in her forerib, has a nice foot shape to her. When she gets out here and really moves, she can cover her tracks and do what she needs to do. Young lady in second, this female does have some length of body in her. She does have some turn to her top, not as nice out through her tail head. I like to square her up there, just smooth her in, lay that tail head in a little different, maybe just a little deeper in her chest floor, but another female that has some good quality to her. The young lady closing out the class, much like the one before. She has the length, she has the substance to her, just not as much heifer there as I see in the two females in front of her today.
Just a pair of heifers over here in our key show. Two good heifers. We'd change them structurally if we could. That's certainly a thing that I'd like to see, just a little different in both of these heifers. But with that being said, the heifer the solid black heifer that's going to win, just a little more balance from the side. Heifer just puts her pieces together just a little nicer, especially in her rear third. A little neater in her hip and her pin set, a little more attractive in her hind leg. She's bold in terms of her body shape and muscle shape as well. Heifer here, black and white heifer that's second. Again, one that's stout and bold and dimensional, just needs to be changed structurally. Doesn't have quite the balance of the heifer that's right above her.
Final call for Class 4 Chianinas. Final call. I told you these would be moving fast. Last and final call. You need to be at staging.
First call, Class 7 Polled Hereford heifers. Class 7 Polled Hereford heifers, start making your way to the north staging area. Class 7 Polled Hereford heifers.
Kenny exhibitors in Class 7, we need you to check into staging. This is the final class. 4 in the calf division. Class 5 and 6 are champion classes, so Class 7 is next to show. Big class, 19 head. We need you all at staging now.
Little give and take over here on this side in this class. Interesting class, but a nice spot to start for me. Kind of logical here, the young man's heifer that is coming around right now. This is a heifer that just has some quality and substance and dimension and can do it in a sound enough package. Really, she's pretty good in terms of structure. And so for me, it's kind of logical, and she just kind of sorts to the top because she combines a lot of good things. A lot more give and take after we get there. There's ways you could go, and honestly, there's lots of different ways you could go. The young man's heifer that's going to be second isn't sound enough for me personally today. She just doesn't get around the ring. But beyond that, there is a lot of good things about her. She's big-bodied. She's big-hipped. She gives you a nice look from the side, very correct in her lines. Her balance is good. So I think there's enough quality there in her to go ahead and make her be second. Heifer that comes in third, heifer that is attractive, a heifer that's certainly frailer than the heifers that are on either side of her. Needs to be quite a bit more of this heifer. But at least there's a little femininity in her. It's a heifer that has a little more of a female appearance to her, and so I think that can bode well for her later in life as a cow. Her structure's adequate, but just not quite as good looking as some of what we have. Heifer that comes next, the young lady's in fourth. Again, a heifer that we tweak a little if we could in terms of structure and balance, but a heifer that's got something to her. She's not as stout as the heifer that's behind her, but she has enough structural integrity that she can slide up. So a couple good stout heifers next. A nice cream-colored heifer here, there at the end. Again, one that needs a little more look and quality.
Over on our Pole Hereford side, a set of January heifer calves before me. I think a good group in this class. From top to bottom, there's some cattle in here that have some quality to them, and all have some future to them. I chose to start with a female that's a little classier, a little showier maybe than the other females out here, and at the same time, she probably has as much rib and dimension to her as any female out here. Walks around the ring probably on the soundest set of feet and legs of the group. Good female to start my class. Young man with this female in second. Female for me, I think she moves into second, just the power out through her hip and their top line, the way she holds it together, and she can give you a nice look when this young man gets her put together as well. Another one that has a good, nice foot shape to her, can stride around the ring and look nice at doing it. Young man in third, a female that has a little more muscle and shape to her. She does have some turn to that top, but when she gets out on the move, she wants to kind of come apart right there in her hip. I'd like to see her right there in her loin. She wants to drop it down, stouten her up there to compete with the two ahead of her. Young lady in fourth, this is a female that's got a tremendous amount of muscle in her, just a little rounder in her makeup, in her shoulder, out through her hip, and just need to see a little more flex probably off those back end. Young lady coming next, a little straighter fronted, but saying that, she still has some depth of body, power down that top, and got some quality to her. Young lady closing out the class. Female just giving up some look and style to these females ahead of her. I'd like to lay her tail head into her a little nicer as well.
Select our champion reserve in our heifer calf divisions. We need the first and second place entries from classes 1 through 4.
Well, we are out here in our calf champion division of the Kiania show, and a good group of kids and a good group of heifers. Heifer that wins the first class is really a nice female in a lot of ways. Again, one of those combination females. She has those basic traits that we kind of need to start with to give these things a better chance to be a cow later in life, yet she has those extras, those extra shape and stoutness and look to go along with those basic traits of structure and doability and performance. And so she's just a nice combination female in that regard. Does a lot of good things. Came out of a strong class, a good second behind her, a good couple heifers that were in that class as well. So a neat female there to evaluate as your first class winner. Very stout, powerful heifer, the black and white female that wins the second class. Love her rib cage, love her muscle shape. I like her from her shoulders back in terms of balance. Her neck doesn't come out quite as high as her shoulder. She's just a little thicker that way, just maybe not quite as much female look as maybe some others out here, but she has a lot of good to her, and she won that class with some logicalness and a heifer that I love her boldness and shape about her. Third heifer here that won the third class, again, a stout, powerful heifer. Structure could be a little different as we compare to these other heifers that are out here as class winners, and you'd like to change that about her, but a powerful heifer nonetheless. Good heifer here that wins our final class as well. I like her moderation. I think that's going to serve her well later in her life as she gets into production. She's deep. She's got some balance and attractiveness as well. Maybe not quite to the level as maybe a couple others out here, but nonetheless good. Maybe we'd set her tail head in just slightly if we could, but I like her bone. I like her foot. She's got, again, some body and some dimension to go along with some balance, and certainly a contender out here in this division. I'll look at them again here for a minute. I'll show you the two that I like best. Let's give them a round of applause for a good job in this division.
Over on our Pole Hereford side, this is our calf division drive. 8 females out here, I think, that all have some quality to them, have a good future ahead of them. There's some out here that maybe are a little further along in their development, maybe have been handled a little different than others that are showing you a little more, but a tremendous set in front of me. I think if you're a Pole Hereford breeder or a Pole Hereford exhibitor, you should be happy when you look out in the ring and see this quality of females before you. Don't need to say a whole lot else about them except they're really good. I think whenever you study our first or seconds all the way down through, similarities all the way through, that's what we're trying to get to the top. That's what I want to see is cattle that have natural rib shape, that have the ability to move around the ring, and to have some longevity worked into them as well. Congratulations to this set of kids. I'll pick you a champion reserve. Let's give them a round of applause, and we'll enjoy seeing some of these back in the champion drive. As good as they are, there better be some good big ones coming to them.
Final call, Class 7 Chianinas to state. Moving into the arena at this time, Class 8, first call keys. We've got 18 head. Let's get them to staging, please. South Arena, staging for Class 8 Kianina. Thank you much. And I'm going to the boys' room on this one. I don't know why I'm sitting here zombied out. I guess I'm proactive.
Yep.
And there's your Heifer Gas Station and our junior boat Heifer show. Comes to us out of class number 2. That's Adlin Reed, a member of Worcester County 4-H. We'll bring our second place in that class into contend for our reserve honors in that division. And there's your reserve Heifer Cat champion and our junior boat Heifer show. Comes to us out of class number 1. Ainsley Williams, a member of Van Alstine FFA. Congratulations to our 2 winners in our Heifer Cat division, as well as all the youngsters who showed heifers in classes 1 through 4. Now bringing in class number 7, Paul Hereford females, first of our junior heifer classes. Class 8 Polled Hereford Heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Class 8 Polled Hereford Heifers, we need you to the north staging area. We're about to lead Class 7 in. Class 8, we need to get you in the north staging area.
Class 8 polled Hereford heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Class 9, start getting on your mind. Class 8 polled Hereford heifers, we need you in the north staging area. Again, if you were fortunate enough to be a grand or reserve grand in your individual breed, we need you to fill out your bios and get those up to the announcer's stand as soon as you can. We'll need those to read out during the Supreme Drive this evening. So if you want a breed or a reserve in a breed today, we need you to get your bios that were handed to you filled out and bring up to the announcer stand as soon as you possibly can. We need an exhibitor out of Class 8. We're missing a female out of Class 8. Class 8 polled Hereford heifers. Somebody's missing. You don't want to miss the show. Class 8 polled Hereford heifers. We're missing an exhibitor. Class 9, start getting it on your mind to be ready. Again, we're missing an entry out of Class 8, polled Hereford show. We need you to the north staging area. Just a single entry in Class 9, so that'll go fast. So Class 10, start thinking about it.
You Kianina exhibitors, we're on Class 7 now, another big Class 18. When we get to Class 9, we got a single entry, Class 10, 4 head. So the last two classes in your junior division are going to go real quick. When we call staging for 9, you can bring 10 up as well.
Over on our Polled Hereford side, this set of winter heifer calves. The female that starts the class, I think, comes to the top in the group is the combination female of the bunch. She has some cow look to her. She still has enough show look to her to be called a show heifer, whatever you want to call her. A lot of substance. A lot of bone. She's sound. She can move around the ring. She does a lot of good things in a really neat package and really pleases me in the first spot. Young man in second and third, and the young lady in third, these two females get a lot closer for me. I think this female I went ahead and moved into second. Maybe just shows me a little nicer look down her top when they get out on the move. Her tail head lays into her a little nicer. Balances maybe just a little better from her chest floor back to her flank. A little stouter in her forerib, and therefore she moved into second. The young lady with the heifer in third, you do have to appreciate the stoutness down her top, but you'd like to lay that tail head into her, like I said, stouten her up there in her forerib to get her to move ahead of these two in front of her, but a good female in her own right. Then a female that's really fresh in her appearance out here in this class, this young man in fourth. A female, whenever she stopped, you really appreciate the look she gives you when she gets out on the move. She wants to drop into that loin a little bit. Every once in a while, I want to pop her pasterns. We like to stouten that up. Then we get into some females through here, just giving away some rib, giving away some balance to these females up on the front end of the class. And one heifer in here, I know her hock set behind her just a little bit more than what I'd like to see. But just females that need a little more body and shape to them to be competitive today.
Class 9 and 10 in our junior Polled Hereford Heifer Show, we need you to the north staging area at this time. Class 9 has only one entry, so Class 10, we need you to start getting lined up in the north staging area. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize the young people representing the Texas Polled Hereford Association and assisting us in the ring here with our awards. We have with us here today Ms. Reese Pinkerton, who is our Texas Polled Hereford Queen. Reese is from Arp, Texas. With her, we've got Riley Hollis, who is the Texas Polled Hereford Princess. Riley is from Clyde, Texas. We've got Haley Foster from Coleman, Texas, and Haley is the Texas Polled Hereford Association sweetheart. We certainly like to thank these young ladies being here today with us, assisting with the show and passing out awards. Class 9, polled Hereford heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Class 9, polled Hereford heifers, we need you to the north staging area at this time.
Well, a great class here, an interesting class. There's lots of options, lots of things you change about these heifers, lots of things you like about them, lots of different types and kinds. There's lots of head. So it makes for a fun challenge, and there's all sorts of things you could do out here, and there's all sorts of things that people would do out here, and that would be just fine. And I'm sure that there's all sorts of opinions, and that's not a problem either, because I don't know that there's a right, wrong way to do this. There's just a lot of options, a lot of good cattle, and there's things that would change about each of these cattle. So I'm going to tell you kind of what I think and why we ended up where we did. So the red and white heifer is going to win the class for the young lady. To me, I think her and the black heifer that are in second are the two that surface up, that are sound enough, that just have enough cow and real world practicality to them. For me, are they the best looking? No, certainly not. I'd sure like to give them just a little more attractiveness and balance and look. But for me, I think they're cattle that have a little bit of real world practicality to them. They can get out and move to some extent. They have some body. I think they're going to be able to maintain themselves in terms of fleshing ability. And I think they have a little bit of a cow look to them. And so, yes, I would like to see them have those extras, especially, say, the red and white heifer that wins. We'd like to give her just a little more presence and show ring look and that extra look. Would love to see that. The heifer that's in second, would love to see her be just a little bigger bone, not quite as frail. But again, I just came back to, for me, the basics. We got to start there and then go from there. And they're not perfect in those regards either, but I think they're better than the heifers that follow them. And so that's where I landed. Two nice heifers there, and I congratulate those young people on those two head. Third place heifer, Stopped. You love her. I mean, Stopped, she's the one that wins the class, no problem. She has those extras. She's stout. She's good made. She's good necked. She's big bodied. She's got the correctness of lines. She just doesn't get around and go as some of the heifers. As we started pulling heifers in, a lot of those heifers that are down in the middle and the lower ends of the class end up there because of structure. Well, we start evaluating her in terms of her structure. There's a lot of similarities to some of those that are down lower. So it's hard for me to personally to start for that when we start sorting those heifers on. She's awfully straight in her hock. She's awfully steep in her rear pasture, and she's a good heifer. She has a lot of good things, and I'm sure a lot of times that she's going to get shown. She's going to win classes. For me, I just can't. I just got to loosen her up a little bit on her rear too. But a heifer that I like a lot of things about. Young lady's done a good job. Really highly presented. A nice heifer nonetheless. Got two heifers here in third and fourth. Now, they're maybe on that little other end of the spectrum. You've perhaps heard me make some comments on some being a little bigger as cows. Well, these maybe need just a tick more performance, particularly this silver heifer in fourth. The heifer that's in in fifth. The heifer that's in fourth, this cream heifer, again, is one of those that stopped. You love her balance. Very attractive from the side. But just needs to be a little sounder. And again, she's one that, whereas maybe the third heifer's got a little more mature cow size, maybe she doesn't have quite enough performance. So there's give and take out here in a lot of ways and a lot of placings. Again, if I could loosen her up structurally, she'd move up the class. Here's a heifer that is sound structured, this silver heifer. And I actually asked if she was a December or November, and she's an end of November, so she's kind of right in the middle. But your question is I do like her structure. I do like her pattern. Is there enough heifer here? You get into that question in your mind. And again, that's not a point I've raised all that often today, but that's something that surfaces up into my mind as we're evaluating her, but a nice heifer nonetheless. Black heifer that comes next here, just kind of one of those heifers, again, it's a little bit more middle of the road, but doesn't wow you in any way. She's sounder than some, but maybe not sound enough. Black and white heifer, again, very powerful. Structure is an issue for her. Several good heifers here. We could talk for hours about this class and about how there's really nice things about these heifers and maybe about how there's things you change. change. Unfortunately, we don't have time for that. These young people are doing a great job. They're doing a good job out here, but we've got to keep moving. Just a really interesting, fun class that is a challenge to short, but in a fun and enjoyable way. Congratulations to these young people out here.
Keying in exhibitors, we're moving that large Class 18 in, and we are going to ask Class 9 and 10 to come in to staging at this time. Class 9 and 10, check into staging. Class 9, single entry. Class 10, 4 entries. We need you to be checked in after we get the Class 8 cattle going.
over on our Pole Hereford side, female that came to the top of the class. She's sure not the biggest frame female out here, but I think she's the most complete, functional one of the group. Whenever she doesn't get in a hurry moving around the ring, but she takes a nice stride. She covers her tracks. She's got a nice foot shape to her. This young lady gets her put together and set up. She gives you a great look from the side. Really stout down that top, really extended. Just a good place to start this class. Then it kind of comes to putting them together on what you like and give up a little bit on this female in second. Follows her as far as length of body and look and design. She's not quite as nice when she gets out on the move. She wants to drop her loin down into her a little bit. But another one that has a nice foot shape. She has some flex in her. She can take a stride around the ring and do a nice job doing it. The young man in third, I had him up there in second and dropped him down. The female's just a little straighter off her front end. I'd like to see a little more flex there, but I do appreciate the hip and the top shape she has. Then a yellow female coming around next. Female that's a little flatter in her makeup, a little flatter in her rib cage. Like to give her, boulder her up there on top, give her a little more natural turn to her to move any higher. Then we get into some females here that have some muscle and dimension to them, maybe just don't have the look or the ease of moving around the ring, don't balance maybe quite as nicely from their chest floor back to their flank. Good cattle in their own right, just need to stouten them up to move any further up in the class.
Thank you, Mr. Evans, for those comments on Class A. And our junior Pole Hereford Heifer show. Class 13 Polled Hereford females will be on you very shortly. So Class 13 Polled Hereford females, start getting it on your mind. Class 13 Polled Hereford females won't be very long.
Single entry in our late summer yearling class, a female that has some lines and some look to her. A female that probably compared to some of the others that have been through here doesn't have the body mass, the substance that they've had, but you have to appreciate the lines that she's showing you, the extension through her front end. She's got a nice foot shape to her, hocks are clean, just a good fresh female that has a nice future ahead of her.
Class 13 Polled Hereford Heifers, start thinking about moving to the north staging area. Class 13 Polled Hereford Heifers.
Well, another fun class, a good, big, strong class. Key and Heifers here, and a nice class. Good place to start in my mind with this heifer with a little bit of white on her. We're going to nitpick her really hard, and maybe we'd get free her up slightly, but she's adequate by far in her structure, and there's just so much quality to her. She just gives you such a good look from the side. She's a good neck. She's correct in her line. She's bold in her rib cage, yet has that a little bit of a maternal kind of cow look to her as well. So she's got some basics. She's got some extras to go with it. I think that's a really good place to start in my mind in that heifer. A couple nice heifers here in second, kind of a silver and a more of a Charolais appearing heifer here in second and third. I'm going to opt for the young man's heifer that's kind of more silver here to be second. For as powerful as this heifer is, she's really good at the ground. She's maybe not the picture of maternal capability, but she's got a lot of good to her. She's good in terms of her structure for having that much muscle and power and mass and length, and I love that about her. She dips in her loin just a tick when she gets going, but that's nitpicking. She's a nice heifer. She's going to have an interesting future for that young man. She could go a lot of different ways, I think, with that heifer. Heifer in third is a little plainer, certainly, but she's just practical. She's sound. She can move. She's sounder than the two that are right below her, yet she also has more to her. Now, could be a little neater in her makeup, a little neater in her navel. Just give her just a little more female look if we could, but maybe those two heifers behind her have that, but there's just more mass, more dimension, and yet she does so moving sounder, and so I thought she needed to be third. Two similar heifers here. There's a Hereford marked heifer and a black heifer here. Heifers that are attractive from the side that you like. Again, the female look to the rib cage and to their front 1/3, but they need to be a little sounder as well. They're just frailer than some of the heifers that are in here, which is fine. If they were just a little more freer moving, they may slide up in this regard, but just like to loosen them up, yet give them just a little more power as well. But they're nice heifers. They're two good females there to come in fourth and fifth. Nice baldy heifer in sixth. Again, one that's much sounder than a lot of them that come up next. She doesn't have quite enough look or quite enough to her, but she is sound structured and can get out and move. Again, get into a lot of structural things we change as we go along. Again, lots of good in these females still, though. Have things that we would change, and again, that's another class we could talk about a long time, but unfortunately, we got to keep moving through our day here, but a good class of key heifers. My congratulations, these young people. They're showing hard and doing a great job out here, and so I want to compliment them all the time.
Call here for final call for class 9 and 10. Y'all need to be in the staging area. Two little classes going to move real quick for the rest of this division.
I think this class of early summer yearling foal Hereford females before me, from top to bottom, high quality females all the way through. The female that came to the top, I think when you get them on the move, that's where she excels. She floats around the ring, takes a nice stride, and stays smooth, and she's fresh in her makeup right now. She looks really nice. Got a big calf in her belly, but still holding her top together very well. Just a good, functional, stout female with enough look to call her a show heifer, but the presence to be a really good cow. Young man with the heifer in second. Female moved up there, just another one. Whenever she gets out on the move, when this young man can get her settled in and moving, she takes a nice stride around the ring. Big, powerful top and turn to her as well. I think a great female to be second. I think she overpowers her heifer in third a little bit. A little neater in her chest floor, a little neater in her shoulder, a little more extension out through that front end, and just a little more power down that top. But a nice female in third as well. A female that, for me, just like to neaten her up, freshen her up out through that front end to move her in competition with the two out in front of her. Young man coming around next is a very attractive female in her style of makeup. She's just giving away some rib and dimension to these three females that were in front of her, but another one that's a good female in her own right. The little goggle-eyed heifer, a very attractive female. I'm sure she's done well at a lot of these jackpots earlier. For me, I just like to give her a little more flex off of both ends and just free her up whenever she gets out on the move. Young lady closing out the class. Female's a little more of a tradition Hereford type, really long-bodied, a little flatter in her makeup. Like to stouten her up to move her ahead today.
Our fourth place is in the Tyler Schlettmeyer, a Bland FFA member. Fifth place from Woodson FFA, shown by Keaton Kirkendall. Our sixth place female was shown by Chloe Thomas from Dallin County 4-H. We'll now move into our junior division championship drive. We need the heifers from classes 7 through 10. First and second, back into the north judging arena. Class 13.
Just a single entry out here in our key show, and a nice white heifer here that the young lady's showing. She's got a nice hair coat. She's attractive in her makeup, good shape to her muscle, plenty of top and plenty of hip in this heifer. She's a good female. We'll bring her back out here and compare her to our other class winners in a minute.
Class 13, Polled Hereford Heifers, we need you to the north staging area. And we're currently bringing in our junior division drive, so you will follow the selections of our junior reserve champion in our junior division. So class 13, we need you to the north staging area. Class 14 and 15, you won't be far behind. Class 13, Polled Hereford Heifers to the north staging area.
Chianina exhibitors, we're going to be judging your junior championship at the completion of Class 10. So this will be first call for Class 13 Chianina heifers to staging area, please.
Have a good little downtime in the Pond Hereford side. I'd just like to remind all you lucky winners from earlier today that had a breed or reserve breed champion female in your respective show. Be sure and get those bios up to us at the announcer stand as soon as you can. We'll need those for the Supreme Drive ceremony tonight. So if you are lucky enough to win a breed or be reserving a breed, please get those bios up to the announcer stand as soon as you possibly can.
Another good class of Chianina heifers, and just a really good place to start here. Young lady, solid black heifer, nice female. Again, one of those that combines a lot of good things. Just combines a lot of good things to win this class pretty easily for me in my mind. The heifer with the little brockle-faced heifer here, a little white on her, probably a little more moderate maybe than you need, but a heifer that's fresher in her condition and is a little sounder structured, especially than the heifer that's right below her. So I think she's just a little sounder. I think she's just a little fresher. That's maybe going to give her a little better chance here later in life as a cow. So she's going to be second. I think there's a steep drop off, honestly, to, in look and balance and quality from 1 to 2. But that's okay. It's still a good heifer that can make a good cow for this young lady at home. Silver heifer coming next here in third. Very powerful. Stout made, stout built. Just needs to be a little sounder, particularly in her rear hock and her rear pastern. But stopped, she's a nice heifer that has a little more quality. And again, she's a heifer that's fresher, I think, than the two that are below her. Heifer that comes next, again, one that's got plenty to her. She's got a little farther along in terms of body condition. Structurally, we'd change her a little bit, but a heifer that's got more quality, I think, than the heifer that's right below her. This heifer's just a little past her prime. Sure, lean her up if we could, maybe change her in her head a little bit if we could from a female perspective, but stout and powerful for sure that the young lady's doing a good job.
Again, in this intermediate division of our Pole Hereford show today, I think in my eyes, I see quite a bit of variation within this group of females that are before me. And still, I think there's some good in all of them. All of them have some rib to them. They all have some natural muscle to them. They're all adequate in getting around the ring and taking their stride the way you'd like to see it. Some of them, it's interesting when you start running these fall calves in with these older females. You know, you're trying to look and think, well, what is this female going to look like whenever she gets pregnant, and how's she going to hold herself together? What's she going to do? But commend all of you guys for bringing out a good set of cattle that are fresh. They look nice out here in the ring. Love the stride that they're taking. Congratulations to all of you exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause, and we'll get our champion in reserve pulled out.
Well, really a fun and challenging and interesting division of key heifers here in our second division, and just really enjoyable to sort through all the different types and kinds, and there's lots of options, and it was very interesting in my mind, and like I said, just enjoyable to go through. The heifer that wins the first class, talked that class pretty extensively. It was a very interesting class in my mind, lots of options. I think the heifer that surface up to the top for me is just a good heifer. She's just a good kind of animal. Is she quite as attractive as some out here? No, but there's a lot of other good things about her. She's long-sided, she's deep-bodied, she's sound-structured. She is correct in her lines, and her balance is pretty good. She just isn't quite as neat in her chest and neat in her neck there, and quite as attractive in her head. But that's a good animal that's absolutely deserving of being out here and very competitive once you get her out here and compare her to our other class winners. So a neat class and an interesting class for me. Heifer that wins the second class, black and white heifer, very attractive from the side. Sound enough as we get her out here. Maybe if we're going to nitpick a really nice heifer, maybe we'd loosen her up just a tick. But a heifer that's very attractive. She's good neck. She's correct in her lines. A very attractive set. How she handles her hip and her pin set and her hind leg. Maybe could be a little bolder there in the middle part of her rib and in her forerib if we're going to nitpick her. But that's a nice heifer. I love her balance. She's got enough muscle and she's sound enough. Just a nice female there. The white heifer was just a single entry, but again, a heifer deserving to be out here. She's got some muscle and meat. She's got top. Maybe we'd make her a little deeper in her flank, a little more uniform in her body depth, give her just a little more look, but a good heifer nonetheless. Really nice female here that wins our final class. A heifer that, again, really does truly combine a lot of those good things and does a lot of nice things out here. Just a nice female in really a lot of ways. So fun division, very interesting for me. I'll show you the two that I like best. Let's give them a round of applause for a really interesting big division.
Leading in class number 13 in our Polled Hereford show on the North Judging Arena. Class 14, we need you in the staging area. Only 2 entries in that class, so class 15, we need your heifer to the North staging area. Class 14 and 15, Polled Hereford Heifers, we need you now in the North staging arena. Missing an entry in class 14 in our Polled Hereford show. Class 14, if you want a show, bring your heifer down to the North staging area. Class 14, we're missing an entry. Class 15, bring your heifer on down as well.
Beginning exhibitors in class 14 and 15 can bring them to staging. We have 2 entries in 14, 3 entries in 15. It'll move real quick. Let's have them handy in staging.
Well, really good class of key heifers here as we get into some older females, and just a lot of quality here on this top end. Tremendous quality, really good heifers, and nice heifers all the way down. Again, some that are a little different types and kinds, but a lot of good out here. So top pair of heifers, very similar in their kind, very good in their kind, I think. They're heifers that are tremendous in terms of structure, yet have so much mass and dimension and substance. They both have a good look to them. It's just little things that separate them, and of course the second place heifers just not wanting to cooperate real well today, and maybe that adds to maybe the tiny little things that you change about her. And maybe, I don't know if it adds to it, but perhaps it accentuates it more than you'd expect. But the heifer that wins the class is just so good in terms of movement, body depth, yet does so with just a tick more extra look. She's just a little stronger in her loin. She's just a little more attractive in her lines. And it really comes down to just some little things like that. There's maybe just a tick more to her in terms of width. It's small things. Again, big picture, these are really similar heifers, but the small things sort that young lady's heifer up. I think she's just a little stronger in the way she holds her top line. They're both tremendous in terms of structure, and I love that about them. Two really nice heifers there to win that class, a fun pair of heifers there. Young man's got a heifer that's pretty similar to him as well. Compared to the heifers that are below her, I think she's that more combination female of having the function, but yet having some extra look. She dips her loin just a little bit on the move. She does, when she gets going, when she stops, she's really good from the side. When she gets going, she wants to maybe come apart slightly. I appreciate that she's got a little more udder development here than a lot of them out here, and that's part of why she's moves up towards the top end of the class. But this is a good heifer as well. Just kind of gets in one of those really tough top end classes. The young man's doing a great job there. Interesting heifer here in the black heifer. It's got some white. She's moderate, and I like a moderate, but she's maybe pushing the limit on being just a tick too moderate. I don't know. She wants to run downhill just a little bit. She's a little taller at her hip than she is at her shoulders, and that's not always the best thing, but just a powerhouse, and a heifer that can move for having so much dimension, and that's a heifer that's interesting. She's going to be able to probably do some good things for this young man. She's a little past her prime in terms of body condition. I think if we freshened her up a little bit, that would help her as well. So she's a heifer that is interesting, I guess is the best way to say it. She's just she has some neat things about her, but maybe she's just not. Maybe she's just past a little of her best. But a good female that I think that young man's going to have fun with. The cream-colored heifer coming next wants to funnel just a little bit into the base of her rib cage. Heifer that maybe is sound enough, but maybe we nitpick her just a little bit in terms of her structure compared to the heifers above her. Stout, powerful, long-sided, good necked, a good heifer there. Again, go down, and we have several heifers here that are nice. Again, just a good, strong class. There's little things we change about these heifers that remain, but a good, strong class here. And again, my hat's off to these exhibitors.
And we thank you for work for the over. Final call for class 14 and 15 to staging. And you ORBs in class 1, you be getting ready. Got 2 more classes in a senior drive, then a grand champion drive, and we'll be ready for the ORB class.
Just a couple heifers here as we go through our key show, older females. I'm going to opt for the red heifer, the young ladies. That's a pair. She's getting into production and raising a nice calf and got some milk and you know, maybe not the perfect udder, but a nice solid udder. These are both heifers that would change a little bit in terms of structure. But I think even though she could be sounder of both ends, I think she's I guess I would describe her structure as more tentative than really completely straight, and so I think she has a little advantage there, and it's just good to see one at this age that's in production and doing her job, and the white heifer's you know, a ways from that. So a nice heifer still for the young man. She's stout. She's very powerful in terms of her muscle. Lots to this heifer. Again, like to see her a little further along. Like to loosen her up a little bit in her structure, but a nice heifer for the young man.
Over on our Hereford side, I tell you what, this is a good group of females all the way down. There's females in here that on any given day could go into a lot of shows and be very competitive. These top 3 are exceptional, I think. I wouldn't argue with a whole lot. If you said you wanted to put my 3rd heifer in first and rotate them all around, you could do a lot of different things and justify it. I guess for me, whenever I got them out here and rewalked them and worked them and made them travel a little more, and the one that held herself together, still able to float around the ring, look nice, not struggle doing it, is my little heifer I'm starting with. I know she's not the biggest frame female in here, but lots of power down her top, lots of dimension to her, sound as she can be, and have a big calf in her belly, be able to get around and motor around the ring the way she did today. Just a nice place to start. Young lady with this heifer in second. When she first walked in, I said, boy, there she is. She is a balanced up, really nice in her chest floor, really nice in her flank. You get on top of her, another big turn to that top. She just gets a little flatter in her shoulder, maybe just not quite as attractive out through that front third as maybe my little heifer I started the class with, but a really stout, powerful female in every right here in second as well. Young man with the heifer in third, I think she follows in, much like I said. We could argue her into first place, and you could talk me into that. But for me, she's just not quite as stout right there in her forerib as the 2 females that were in front of her, maybe pushing just the way her brisket like to pick her chest up in her just a little bit, but from her shoulder back, she is one massive beast that's going to make a great female for this young man. Young lady in fourth, your female could do a lot of winning in a lot of days. She just fell in here with 3 females that are a little further along, showing in production. Therefore, they have a little more look to them as being a female, but a stout female in her own right as well. Then we get into some females that are struggling a little bit off the, maybe like to lay their tail heads into them, just give them a little more shape and look to them to be in competition with those 3 females that were up at the top end of the class.
I'm chasing you now. Oh.
exhibited by Ryan Johnson from the Vera FFA. We're now bringing in class 14, so hopefully we've got our single entry in class 15 in the staging area.
Well, we got a class of older key heifers here, and certainly we'd like to see them all farther along and getting more near production at this stage of life. So we'd sure like to change that about each of these heifers. And structurally, you could change some things, but I'm going to use the kind of the cream-colored heifer here to win the class, the young ladies. She's a little neater in her head. I think some balance in this female as well. Heifer that's not as stout as the heifer behind her, certainly, but plenty stout enough. That's not a problem in terms of muscle. Maybe we give her just a tick more rib, but that's a heifer that has got just a little more of those few advantages there and to win the class. Black and white heifer comes next. Very stout, very powerful. Sure would like to change her head a little bit. Personally, she probably fits more in that kind of market heifer category, I guess, for me. But it's a good animal, just maybe not the breeding heifer that I'm looking for, but stout, powerful, big rib, correct in her line still nonetheless. Heifer that comes next here in third, just a little plainer. Again, we'd sure like to see her just a little farther along if we could, and a heifer that just doesn't have as much to her as those heifers that are above her. So interesting class of 3 heifers there.
One, two. Pair of January heifers here before me. I think the dark red female for me just has a little more to her than this female that's in second. When I get on top of her and view her, there's a little more turn there. Just a little more bone, just a little more female from front to back. Not taking anything away from this heifer that's in second. She does have some clean lines and neat made. Just like to pull her apart, give her more substance to be in competition with this female in the front end of the class.
Be competing for our senior division championship.
Attention in the barn. We're getting close to the conclusion of the polled Hereford heifer show, so if you've got a heifer in class 1 of our Main Anjou show, start getting it on your mind. Main Anjou heifers, we won't be long.
Attention in the barn, ORB heifers. Y'all be standing ready. We'll need our calf champion in reserve and our junior heifer in reserve in the Chianina division to be in staging at this time for the grand champion drive.
Well, we get out here in our final division of the Key Show, and a nice division, certainly, and some give and take, again, different types and kinds, but a good set of heifers. Really a nice class there to start off this first class. Two tremendous females that won that class. A heifer that I like really well that wins this first class. Again, one of these true combination females that's awful good. The heifer wins the second class. Appreciate her nice udder. Appreciate her being in production, raising a nice calf. Out here there's not as much of her or not quite as much look as the heifer that wins the first class, but a good heifer nonetheless. Heifer that wins the final class, cream-colored heifer, stout and powerful. Just need to change her structurally and balance-wise to compete out here in this division. Good set of females. Tremendous class of heifers in our first class. I'll show you the two I like the best.
Over on our Hereford side, just a single entry in our senior yearling class today. A female that's showing she's going to be in production here before too long. She's not carrying the condition. She hadn't been worked as hard for the show end of it, maybe as some of these other females that have came through. But a female that has some foot shape to her. She has some bone and substance. Get her in production. We'll see what she can do for this young lady as far as raising her another heifer or bull to do something with. Congratulations.
That one yet?
ORB, Class 1, need you to check into staging. South Arena, check in ORB, Class 1.
We're currently staging for our senior champion drive in our Polled Hereford show on the north staging area. So if you had a heifer calf or junior division winner, we need you back up to the north staging area. Also, you Main on Jew exhibitors, let's go ahead and start thinking about bringing down class number 1, Main on Jew heifers. Won't be long before we start your show.
Well, we get out here for our champion Kiania heifer, and it's been a really interesting division. It's been a really fun division, breed of cattle here. And but boy, once you get these 6 heifers, you know, we've had every type and kind of under the sun out here, and it's made for fun and challenge. But once we get out here with our 6th division champions reserve, boy, pretty big time these females. These are heifers that are going to be able to do a lot of good kind of anywhere in my mind. Just really, really nice females, and just a ton of compliment from my end of the breeders and the exhibitors. Again, another breed where the young people are doing a tremendous job showing these cattle, showing them with some intensity and purpose, and I really appreciate that. And so, again, I've talked to them plenty. We got to keep moving, but my hat's off to these young people, and my hat's off to these breeders and people helping them behind them. They're presented tremendously. They're tremendous cattle. Congratulations. I'll pick the 2 I like the best. I'll take another look at them here, and then we'll move on. Thanks and congratulations.
Over on our polled Hereford side, 5 females before me. I think if you're standing from the outside and looking in, you see 2 females that are fitted to as close to perfection as you can do it. And then we're looking at 3 females that probably haven't had the days and hadn't pushed as hard as these have to reach the point where these heifers have reached. Not taking anything away from these other 3 females, they do have some rib shape to them. They have some muscle. They have some future ahead of them. But for me, in this division, there was a really, really tough class in here. And let's give this division a round of applause, and I'll show you the 2 that suit me for my champion in reserve. Well, I popped off and we had our calf division in here. It'd be going to have to bring some bigger ones that are really good to run with them, and somebody went and gathered them up and brought them in. A great lineup of champions and reserves, in my opinion, here in the Polled Hereford show today. Honestly, these 6 females out here, on any given day, I think any one of them could win this show. Different people looking at them, or maybe even me looking at them tomorrow, it may be different. But tremendous volume, rib shape, hip shape, the foot shape is right. They can stride around the ring. They're stout in their forerib. They have some length of body. I just a really good set of cattle, no matter what breed they are, before me here today. Congratulations to all 6 of you kids out here in the champion drive of our Polled Hereford show today. Congratulations to your families for bringing this type of females before me. I've enjoyed looking through them. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll get you a champion reserve.
Class 1 and 2, Main Anjou Heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Classes 1 and 2, Main Anjou Heifers, we need you to the north staging area at this time. We're about to lead in our first class of Main Anjou Heifers. We've just concluded our Polled Hereford show. So let's get our first 2 classes of Main Anjou Heifers ready to go. Need one more heifer in our first class of Ménageurs in the staging area. We're missing a heifer. So if you want to show that heifer in the Ménageur Junior Heifer Show, you need to have them up here. You know who you are if you're not here. We're missing one Ménageur heifer. Class 2, we need you as well. Ménageurs.
Well, good class here to start off our ORBs. And again, you know, some different types and kinds, but that's okay. The name of the division here is other registered breeds, so there should be some variability, and that's to be expected. So really nice set of heifers here. They're different, but there's some good. And of course, there's things you change about all of them, but there's a lot of good in these females as well. Yeah, I'm going to start with the young man's heifer. Just a really solid female in my mind. She's sound, structured. She's tremendous at the ground. I think that's her and both the second place heifer's advantage out here compared to some of these that are lower. You know, she's not the biggest. She's not the flashiest, but I think she has the most best things. She's deep. She's sound. She's going to be a moderate frame cow, yet she still has some look. She doesn't know. It sometimes takes this guy a minute to get her put together, but when he does, boy, she really pieces together well. She balances up great from the side, and so that's just a really nice heifer to start with in my mind. There's a little more dimension, there's a little more strength in her hind leg than her second place heifer, and just a little bit more body as well. Good sided, long heifer here, really well in terms of the way her neck comes out of her shoulders. She's correct in her lines. Maybe we'd make her hind leg just a little more attractive, but it's also one of her advantages that she's more flexible there than a lot of the heifers out here, and that's why she ends up second. So a really nice female there. Again, those are two heifers that have just a little more cow look for me than some that we've seen down the line. The red blaze face heifer, maybe kind of more scimitar appearing. Again, there's another heifer that's got just a little more cow look in her. Certainly a plainer female, not as much attractiveness and look as a lot of heifers in here, and certainly not the two that are above her. But that's a female that, again, kind of hits the basics. She can get out and move. She's got some body and some doability and some performance and some muscle. We'd just like to make her a little neater looking if we could. Heifer here in fourth, very powerful, lots of rib shape, lots of muscle. Again, one that needs to be a little sounder and a little shorter sided perhaps. And again, same goes for the heifer in fifth. The young man, again, stout, powerful female. Just need to give her a little more flexibility on her rear too, especially in her there at her right rear, or excuse me, in both rear pasterns. You'd like to loosen her up in that regard. Again, a lot of nice heifers here. The black and white heifer's got some length. You'd maybe change her again structurally. Again, several good heifers as we go down the line. There are things we change about them, but certainly a good group of females.
Attention in the barn, exhibitors of Class 3 ORBs need to report to the staging area. We're moving in Class 2 at this time. And ladies and gentlemen, first place honors in the class going to entry number 31828. Final call for Class 3 ORBs. Class 4 ORBs need to be getting ready to head this way.
Classes 2, 3, and 4 in our Main on Jew Heifer Show, we need you to the north staging area. Got a pretty big class in our first class of females. We're evaluating them now. Then we have 2 and 2, 1 and 3, 2 and 4. Those will go quickly, so we need to bring classes 2, 3, and 4 heifers in our Main on Jew Show to the north staging area.
Well, another good class here in our ORB division. Nice set of calves, and again, different types and kinds, but lots of good in these females, and a nice place to start for me in this Baldy heifer here. I think just the most cow in this female out here, and does so good at the basic things, but yet has that nice look as well. It has that attractiveness, has enough to her. There's stouter ones out here, certainly, stouter bone ones for sure. But this heifer has enough muscle. She's certainly got plenty of body. She's good structured. She's got a more female look than some we see out here. And that combination of traits is kind of what surfaces her to the top for me. Really a powerful red heifer here that comes next. Very correct in her lines, very well balanced, really attractive set to her hind leg. Heifer that probably isn't quite as flexible as the heifer that's right above her in terms of structure. She wants to turn out slightly at her up front, but she's good enough in terms of structure and really powerful. Just lots of top and hip and body, and a good female there as well. Again, a similar type heifer here in third, in the black heifer. Just a lot of power in this heifer. She's dimensional. She's got shape to her rib cage and in her top and in her hip especially. A lot of quarter in this heifer. Again, one that maybe can move just a tick neater. Maybe not quite as deep as the heifer that's right above her, but a good female certainly. Heifer that comes next and fourth, you love her from the side. She's again one we changed just a little in terms of structure. Like to loosen her in her rear pasterns there. Just give her a set there at the ground with more stability and flexibility. But a nice female certainly. Roan heifer comes next. Again, another powerful heifer, just not quite sound enough. Again, several good heifers here coming along. A good crown class, a big class of ORBs. Another really nice class of ORBs here, and strong top pair of heifers here. Not exactly the same kind of heifers again, but both really good in their own right. And it's really close in my mind. I think you could honestly do these heifers either way and be just fine. Just kind of depends on maybe which one you prefer yourself. For me, I'm going to go ahead and use the black baldy heifer here. She's a moderate female. She's deep-sided. She's just so female in her appearance. She's feminine. She's cowy. Yet she has that look. She's attractive. Certainly not as stout. Certainly not as big-boned as the white heifer here that's in second. And so if you wanted to switch them on that basis, yeah, I'm not going to argue with you a minute. If you like that stouter one, that's totally okay, because she's a good heifer too. She's maybe not quite as flexible and sound, but she's certainly not a problem in that regard. She's attractive as well, and a stout-made female. Really close pair. Again, not exactly the same kind of heifers, but that's okay. For me, I'm going to use the black baldy followed by this white heifer, but they're both really good. Nice heifer here, and the red and white heifer that comes next. Just doesn't have quite enough flexibility there in her hock and her rear pastern. Like to change that a little bit about her. When she's standing, she's very well balanced. She's very attractive. She's got plenty of shape to her. A nice female there for sure. The kind of cream and roan colored heifer here, roan neck there. Just again, one of those that you really like stopped. You really like her from the side, but she just needs to be just a little more flexible there in her rear third. Just give her a little more flexibility to her hock and rear pastern. Again, a little plainer heifer here in the black one that comes next, but a good female for sure. She's got some body. She's going to make a nice cow probably for this young lady as well. Another interesting class, ORBs here, and a heifer that for me kind of logically sorts up. She's not one that blows you away particularly in a lot of areas, but I think that she's the one that brings the most good to the table. She's a heifer that's got body. She's going to be more moderate than the heifer that's right behind her as a mature cow. Appreciate that about her. Her structure is adequate as well. And a heifer that's made nice and has enough to her. She's not as stout, certainly, as some that are down the line, but she's stout enough for a breeding female and for a cow and for whatever you want to classify her as, a heifer that's going to go into production. So a nice female there to start. Really attractive heifer here. The blaze face sits in second. You love her attractiveness. She's long-sided, certainly. She's going to be one of those that gets to be a good-sized cow for sure. She's probably going to take more feed than your average cow, and maybe we tone her down just a little bit. But she's still maternal and feminine in her look. She's still correct in her lines. She's still attractive in that regard. And I think she has a definite advantage in balance and symmetry and attractiveness of the heifers that remain. So she's going to be second and a nice heifer there. Little plainer heifer here. Now this is a heifer that's gone on the other side of the frame size spectrum. She's maybe a tick more moderate and shorter sided than you'd like. Maybe we'd like to lengthen her out and neaten her up in her front 1/3, maybe clean her navel up just a little bit if we could. She certainly has doability, maybe almost to a fault, as it's starting to detract from her balance a little bit, but she can convert that feed into some body condition, and I respect that about her. Certainly good heifer there, the young man. Heifer here in fourth, again, one that's pretty nice, but we changed a little bit in terms of structure if we could. She's got some body. She's a heifer that's correct in her lines. Just like to change her there in her hind leg set if we could. Maybe make that a little stronger if we could. Red and white heifer coming next. Stout and powerful. Just needs some more body, a little more cow look in here for me. Same goes for these next couple heifers again. They got a lot to them. Just need to be a little more female looking for me personally.
Attention in the barn, ORB exhibitors. You ready to move Class 7 ORBs to staging area? ORB Class 7 to staging, please.
Over on our main and Jew side, starting our show this evening. Young man's heifer I'm starting the class with. When she first walked in, you appreciate the lines and the look that she gave you, but you wondered if there was enough there with some of these other ones that are going to be coming in. There's plenty there. You get on top of her, big turn to that top, perfect in her hip. Her chest floor's up in her where it needs to be. Good set of feet underneath her. She takes a nice stride. Every time you look at her, she gives you the same look. She just looks really nice and sound and functional and a female. young man here in the green, when this heifer first walked in, I said, this is one of them. You're going to have to look at her. Do appreciate the rib shape she has, the power she has out through her hip. The longer she stays out here, though, she won't start coming apart right there behind, a little bit behind her shoulder. I'd like to stouten her up there, just make her loin fit into her a little better. Every once in a while, she wants to drop it down, but a really stout female here in second as well. Then this little fancy heifer that's in third, she's one of them that's going to catch your eye every time you look at her. I loved her every time I looked at her from the side profile with the rib and the depth that she has and the way she's designed. She disappoints me a little bit when she gets away from me. She wants to get a little narrow. I'd like to see her just reach out a little more on her walk and have a little more dimension to her when she's getting around the ring, but a very functional female here in third. Then this big female in fourth, I'm sure everybody's wondering there, you know, she is bigger than anything out here, but she's a pretty dang good one to go with it. I do like the foot shape she has, the stride she takes around the ring. Just like to lay her tail head down into her a little better. But for a big female, she connects a lot of things in the right places, and I think could be a good breeding tool down the way. Young man coming around next, another female that's not as framey, but a female that has some body and center mass to her. Just a good female. The paint female coming next, or the blaze face, follows her in type and kind, maybe not quite as sound on the move as the females in front of her, but a good female as well. And following in here, there's a group of females coming here that have rib shape, they have dimension to them, they have some substance to them. Maybe not as nice when they move off those back legs. I like to stout them up there. And as we get deeper into our class, we get into some females that just narrow up a little bit, need a little bit more base to compete with these in the top end of the class. Congratulations, a good set of main females to start our show.
Thank you, Mr. Edley. Leading class one, Mr. Barry Howe from Starville, FFA. Our second place winner in the big class of main heifers, Darren Wright, Bay County 4-H. Our third place honors go to Brooklyn Galvin, Blue Ridge FFA. Our fourth place ribbon goes to Jory Jinsky, Gillespie County 4-H. Fifth place exhibited by Harrison Thielen, Willis FFA. Our sixth place exhibitor is Jenny Yeager, Common FFA. Seventh was awarded to Addison Sobchak, Hardin FFA. Eighth goes to Aaron in class number 2. We've got a single and 3, so I hope you're in the makeup area, as well as class 4 with 2 entries.
Well, a really good division here in our ORB show again, and again, kind of like the Keys, you know, there's some different types and kinds, but when you get out here and get your firsts and seconds within this division, for me, it's pretty appealing, and there's a lot of good females out here. Heifer that wins the first class of the young man's, it's a heifer I like pretty well. She's not the biggest heifer out here and wasn't the biggest in her class, but she's awful nice. There's a lot to like in this heifer. Again, one that kind of I've described just combines those basic things that they need to start with, but has a little bit more look and has some stoutness. And she's not always the most cooperative for this young guy, but he's out here battling with her. And those times when he gets her put together, boy, she hits you pretty hard, or at least she does me anyway. So that's a nice heifer that I like a lot of things about. We've got a string of kind of baldy blaze face females here that win the next 3 classes, and there's similarities amongst them. This heifer here is the stouter heifer. She doesn't have maybe quite as much full rib and flank as some of these others. Her structure's really good. She's really big in terms of her muscle down her top and in her hip, yet still does it in a maternal feminine package. Nice heifer there. Certainly there's little things we change change about her, but a good female. Again, this Blaze Face that wins the third class, there was a good pair of females there. Not the same kind of heifers, but both really nice females. And this heifer's long, she's deep, she's cowy in her look, yet she has that balance and attractiveness from the side, and just a nice female as well there to win that class. Heifer comes next here and wins the fourth class. Heifer that maybe doesn't balance up quite as well once we get her out here with these other really good ones. She's not quite as uniform in her underline. We'd get to give her just a little more forerib and flank if we could. Maybe not quite as neat coming out of her shoulder there the way her neck does, but a good heifer, certainly deserving to be out here and a good competitive heifer. I'll take one more quick look at them. We'll show you the two that I like the best, and then we'll keep moving on.
Final call for Class 7 ORBs.
Over on our main and juice side, a pair of March heifer calves in this class. I chose to start with the black female. A little more power, a little more substance in her, a little more extension out through that front end. This young man gets her head cranked up in her, gives you a great look from the side. Nice foot shape to her. She can take a nice stride around the ring. Just a good place to start. Young man's red heifer here in second. A female from her shoulder back. She has some length of body, length of hip in her, pushing quite a bit of brisket for a little March heifer calf. Like to pick that chest up in her, balance her out a little more, but a good solid female that should develop into a nice cow for this young man.
And ladies and gentlemen, over in the South Arena.
Class 7 Main Anjou heifers, it won't be long. Class 7 Main Anjou heifers, start getting it on your mind.
Single entry on our main unjuiced side. This is a February heifer calf. A female for me, whenever I view her, just a little deeper in her chest. I'd like to pick her up there, balance her up a little more. She's a little coarse up through that front third. But when you get from her shoulder back, she does have some shape to her. She has some rib, has a nice foot shape. I think whenever she sees other cattle in here, she'll look a lot better out on the move, young lady. Nice top line in her. She has some quality. Hopefully that'll transfer into her calves down the way.
Class 7 main Anjou females, we need you to the north staging area. Class 7 main Anjou females. Classes are pretty small in our main show, as you exhibitors are certainly aware, so be listening to the announcements and where we're at in the show. Class 7, we need you to the north staging area. Loose heifer, heads up. Loose heifer.
Just this pair of females in our January class of our main show today. Female I'm starting the class with, a little neater in her design and her makeup, the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. She gives you a little neater look there, and maybe a little nicer in her chest floor. Really powerful from there back to her hip. She walks around the ring on adequate foot and bone size. She can take a stride. Nice way to start my class. A young lady with this female in second, a big volume type female. Whenever you get behind her and look at her, there is some turn to her. Maybe a little chuffier up in that front end, like to just freshen her up out through that front third to get her in competition with the one ahead of her today. But a nice pair of heifers, good breeding pieces for both of these girls.
Classes 7, 8, and 9 are 1 and 2s in our main shows, so be ready. Class 10, start getting it on your mind.
Again, I like to see cattle when we get them back out in the division drives or wherever they're at that kind of match up, have some similarities. I think there's some, in this group of females, there is some females out here that are maybe a little showier than some of the others, maybe a little more eye appealing, but all of these females have some rib shape to them. And as a group, they're functionally sound enough to get around the ring and give you a good look. Congratulations to all of y'all. I know it's been a long day and everybody's wanting to get done, but for all the kids that went through, we had a really big class up here to start with, and then our numbers have kind of tailed off, but good set of cattle all the way through. Let's give this calf champion main and Jew drive a round of applause, and I'll get our champion reserve pulled out.
Classes 8, 9, and 10, we need you in the staging area. Man on Jew Heifers.
Another good, big, strong class here in our ORBs. Another kind of 18, 20 something. A lot of them out here, and lots of kinds and lots of good in these heifers. Again, kind of like we talked, there's things we change about all of them, but there's a lot of good standing out here, and that's fun to see. So I'm going to use the heifer that's kind of short-horn marked here to win this class. I think she's the heifer that just gives you, again, the most look yet still function. She's really big-bodied, really bold in the rib cage. There's a lot of shape to her rib. She's got plenty of muscle. Gives you a good look from the side. She's adequate in terms of structure. I think the white heifer in second might have a little more looseness off of both ends, but I think the shorthorn heifers just she's adequate enough, and I think she does a lot of other good things in terms of balance and attractiveness and doability as well. The white heifer here, loose structured, love that about her. It's a big reason why she slides up to the top. She maybe doesn't have as much look as some other heifers out here. She's got a touch of navel, but I think she's just practical. She can move, she's got muscle, she's got performance. We could deepen her up just a touch, but a nice female there nonetheless. Good black heifer here that comes next, and the young ladies, and kind of leads off a trio of heifers here that really generally, big picture, are similar in a lot of ways. They're heifers that are sound enough. Maybe we'd change their hind legs just a little if we could, especially from an attractiveness standpoint. That would balance them up a little bit, and perhaps they'd slide up pretty fast. But three good heifers. They got body, they got some muscle. There's stouter ones in this class, certainly. There's some that are way stouter, but they're plenty stout enough for females that we're going to turn out and make cows. And so good females there, all three of these. We move down the line. There's some of these that, again, get a little less sound than I prefer in terms of structure. Maybe not quite as female in their appearance. Get a little bit more on the terminal side. But some good heifers here certainly coming through in a good class. Congratulations.
Classes 8, 9, and 10, we needed you to the north staging area, Main Anjou Junior Heifer Show.
This will be final call for Class 8. We need 16660 and 14887. Last and final call for lineup in Class 8.
Three really good females in our main show in the winter heifer calf class. This female I started with, she's as big as I think we need to see a winter heifer calf, but to go with that bigness, she is really good. Takes a nice stride around the ring. She handles herself very well out on the move, gives you a good look every time you see her. Just a lot of power all the way through her, from her chest all the way back to her flank. You get on top of her, her neck sets up in her, and big stout down her top all the way to her hip. Just a good female. Very nice female here in second as well. She's giving away some size, I know, but this female, for me, I guess what separated them, when she wants to get around the ring, she wants to get a little choppy, but I really like the balance that she has as well. The look that she can give you out here whenever this young lady gets her put together. Every once in a while, she wants to drop her loin down in her a little bit, but a good, solid female here in second. Young lady in third, this little female has not cooperated, has not let her show her off to the best of what she is, but a female that I see that has some bone and substance to her, has some rib shape, maybe not quite as powerful back in her flank area, maybe not quite as powerful up on her hip as the two in front of her, but another nice female in her own right.
Attention ORB exhibitors. We're staging Class 9. That is a single entry. We want you to bring up Class 10 as well. This is going to move pretty quick in this middle division, so Class 9 and 10 can both move to the staging area in the ORB show.
This young man's October female, not as highly fitted maybe as a couple of the others that were in here before, but a female. For me, whenever I view her, you have to appreciate the extension out through her front end that she has, the shape down her top. She balances really nice. Maybe not quite as nice off those back legs. I'd like to see her handle them a little better, young man, but a good, solid female. Hopefully it can do some good things for you for years to come.
Bring in Class 9, got 2 entries on your books. Class 10, be ready.
really a nice pair of July females before me in our main and juice show. I chose to go ahead and start with the female. For me, I like her way her neck sets up in her a little bit. She gives you a little prettier look out through that front end. You have to appreciate the length down that top. And then when you get behind her, a female that's really powerful out through her hip. And I think that's what separates them, is just the stoutness in her hip, the balance she has from her chest back. Not taking anything away from this young man's heifer. And second, a big bone, a lot of substance to this female, pushing quite a bit of brisket. I'd like to neaten her up there, but a good female in her own right. Rib cage is right, hips right, just not quite as powerful as the one in front of you, but two nice females in this class.
Missing an exhibitor in class number 10. If you want to show your main Anjou heifer, class 10, we're about to walk them into the show arena. Class 10 main Anjou heifers. Main show's going pretty fast, so class 13 main Anjou heifers, start getting it on your mind.
Well, another good, big class of ORBs here, and another fun group of cattle to sort through. Different types and kinds, just like we've talked, but good females. Really nice heifer here to start in this black and white heifer. Really just a powerful female, bold in her shape and dimensional in every way when you look at her. Yet it's still sound enough. I mean, we're not going to sit here and nitpick it. She has as much power as anything out here, yet does it in a sounder package and does it with a nice look as well. So just a good female and a good place to start here for me in my mind. Real logical place to come next in the blaze-faced heifer. Again, one that's got a little more maternal look to her, a little more cow look. She's got a good rib cage in her. She's plenty stout as well. There's certainly no doubt about that she has a decided advantage in stoutness, especially after the other third place heifer here that's nice, that's standing with her. A heifer that is just powerful in her own right, just doesn't have quite that extra look and isn't quite as sound as the heifer that's right above her. So she's going to be second, but a good female there. The young lady did a good job. Nice heifer here in third, just a good solid female. She gives you a good look from the side. She doesn't wow you in any way, but there's sure more good in her than some of the others here, because there's just so much practicality to this female. She's not the stoutest by any means. She's not quite the best looking, but she's still good looking in terms of balance. And she's just a useful kind of heifer that can do a lot of good. Just a good middle of the road kind of decent size, solid kind of female there to be third. Heifer that's black and white that comes next, got some length, got some extension. She's sounder than several of the heifers that come after her, and you appreciate that about her, and that's why she's here in fourth. Plainer than some of the heifers above her, but a good solid female as well. Again, the gray and white heifer here comes next. She does so just based on her soundness. Needs to be deeper. Maybe like to change her up a little bit in terms of her rear third balance. But again, she's the soundest heifer of the ones that remain. And so she's going to be your fifth place heifer and a nice female as well. Again, several good heifers here as we go down the line. All different kinds of breed composition and different types and kinds, as you can imagine. So nice females. And again, a class big enough. We just unfortunately don't have time to talk all of them, but the young folks out here are doing a great job. We've been at it a long time today, and my congratulations.
Keep your mic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Work. Attention in the barn, ORB exhibitors in Class 10, we need you in staging right now. As mentioned previously, Class 9 is a single entry. Class 10, you will be in really soon, so you need to be at staging. Class 10 ORBs, all of you to staging.
Class 13, Main Anjou Heifers, we need you to the north staging area at this time. Class 13, Main Anjou Heifers, we need you at the north staging area.
It's a single entry over here.